You are watching the KTLA 5 News at 6 o'clock as we continue our breaking news coverage of the Palisades fire. Good evening, I'm Micah Ullman.
And I'm Cher Calvin. Residents in the Pacific Palisades and around are fleeing as the entire Pacific Palisades community was told to evacuate now due to a rapidly spreading wildfire. The flames fanned by life-threatening and destructive winds, which continue to gain steam, now burning over 1,200 acres, threatening more than 25,000 residents and 10,000 households.
Evacuation orders are in effect due to the Palisades fire. Those areas include northeast of Merrimack Road, northwest of Topanga Canyon Boulevard, and south to PCH. The Westwood Recreation Center is now serving as a shelter, allowing residents to remain overnight. They are also accepting small animals.
And because of the fire, Palisades Charter Elementary School and Marquez Charter Elementary School are temporarily relocating to Brentwood Elementary Science Magnet, and Paul Revere Charter Middle School is relocating to University High School Charter. The affected schools have been communicating directly with families.
We have live team coverage. Meteorologist Vera Jimenez is tracking the wind. Samantha Cortese following the response. We begin with Rachel Medetoff, who's been roving in the Pacific Palisades live in a news van tonight. Rachel.
Micah, we have some devastating images to show you right now. I'm going to turn the camera around so you can see what we're seeing. This is a home on Earlham Street at the corner of Via de la Paz. There is at least one home that's on fire, and it looks like the fire could spread to this home on the corner over here. It is moving so quickly, and the fire, the flames are so ferocious and powerful. So there's at least one home at the corner over there. It's a dead end. We're going to move away because conditions can become very dangerous at a moment's notice. As we drive along this side street, you know, all of these homes are intact, but everything is quiet because people have evacuated and seem to be heeding the warnings. It's kind of like a ghost town around here. Visibility is poor. There's a tree down. I mean, conditions are just very precarious over here. The smoke has made it very difficult to drive, and many of the lights, many of the street lights, many of the traffic lights are out as well. All of the gas stations have been shut down, and for good reason. You know, we were also at the Pacific Palisades Village, which is typically a bustling shopping center. It's straight ahead on Sunset, and it's a ghost town, and it's quite ominous at night as well. It's very hard to maneuver around here. We've been talking to people who have been evacuating their homes, gathering those last-minute mementos and items of importance. We spoke to one woman, Erin. She's lived here since the 60s. She grew up in the Palisades. She compares this fire to one from 1979. She said she hasn't seen a fire as dangerous and as powerful and as destructive as the one that happened in 1979, and she's comparing this one to that one. I believe we have some sound with her that I'd like to play. She was just getting her motorcycle and driving around and then evacuating to a friend's home. If we could play her sound bite.
Alcima, there's the beginnings of a couple houses on fire, and up Las Lomas and El Medio, there's definitely houses engulfed.
You also told me that Pali High is starting to break out in flames as well.
The bushes, some of the street, and in the stadium, a lot of the stands and everything. Yeah, I didn't see any buildings burning, but the stadium and the vegetation.
And you told me you ran home to grab your motorcycle, a couple of last-minute belongings.
Yeah, exactly, and just to check on the status. And I watered down the roof, so, you know, yeah.
And where to now?
I'm going to go over to a friend's in Brentwood. Hopefully they're safe. Yeah.
Right, exactly. This has been a harrowing day for so many people.
This is crazy. Yeah, this is crazy. I mean, I thought I was going to stay up there in that neighborhood, but then all of a sudden, the whole Palisades is covered. It's bad.
It's so unpredictable, the winds. 1 minute you're safe, and then the next minute the fire seems to be jumping into a whole different area.
Well, that's what I was saying. I rode out on the neighborhood on this side of Sunset, on the west side, and way out on the bluffs overlooking the ocean, there's two houses burning up, way removed from everything else. There's no firefighters over there, and I don't know if that spreads, but Yeah, so there's fire in a lot of multiple areas from the embers, I suppose.
How long have you lived in the Palisades, and have you?
I grew up here, 1965.
Wow. Have you ever seen anything like this before?
1979, same fire. Yeah.
So this is a repeat of 1979.
Yep. I think that's the last time that it burned. Yep.
Erin, we thank you for talking to us, and we're wishing you all the best.
Thank you.
Yeah, please stay safe.
Thank you.
All right, so now we're on Sunset on a main street, and you can see all of these fire trucks over here, a couple of cars in front of us, presumably trying to get through. Now, we've also seen a condo building maybe 2 blocks north of us on Sunset and Via de la Paz that was engulfed. The roof was completely engulfed. It was right next to the Atria Senior Living Facility, which thankfully evacuated hundreds of people. We watched as they brought people out of the facility in wheelchairs, and they did it very meticulously and methodically. Very difficult situation. So luckily, I can tell you with certainty that no one is inside the Atria Senior Living Facility. We're right next to the Gelsons, for anyone who's familiar with this area. A lot of fire trucks stationed all over because, as you heard Erin talking about, this is such an unpredictable fire. We have embers and smoke blowing in all directions, and it moves so quickly. And unfortunately, we're seeing many homes that are succumbing to the flames, and it's devastating to see because these are large homes that, you know, people have presumably worked for many years to buy, very expensive homes, and on a typical day, these are idyllic with views of the ocean, views of the water, and now it's a very dangerous situation. As we drive around, you get a sense of how dark it is. It's quite ominous. No one is at the Gelsons over here except for a couple of fire trucks. And the visibility is just so poor over here. The air quality is terrible because of the smoke. And it makes it very difficult to maneuver in these parts of the hills. Cher, Michael, I'll send it back to you.
All right, Rachel, thank you for that.
Oh, and
go ahead.
And Cher, if you could come back to us, we're looking at the Pacific. We're looking at the Pacific Palisades Women's Club straight ahead. It is engulfed in flames. Another devastating picture to show you. This is a communal area. There's a patio straight ahead, and the fire just has erupted and completely engulfed the women's club, and the winds are moving so quickly, so we're gonna have to get out of here. The power lines, there are a couple of down power lines, but this is one of many devastating situations. Typically a communal area, an area of gathering, that's now destroyed. So this is one last picture I just wanted to show you.
Yeah, important to note that, because it is a place of gathering, like you mentioned, for so many years, and certainly means a lot to people. It is sad to see that it is in flames. We want to go now to Carlos Salcedo. Carlos Salcedo is on Pacific Coast Highway, and you know, look at the pictures behind you. It's wow, just devastating to see, and all of that smoke.
Yeah, Mike and Cher, conditions seem to be worsening out here. As you mentioned, we are on Pacific Coast Highway near Will Rogers State Beach, and behind me is Temescal Canyon Park. You can see just over the ridge, it is burning. It has been burning now for a good hour. The winds have definitely picked up in the last hour since we got here, and just very eerie, very apocalyptic as we're hearing just things kind of explode. We're not sure if it's trash bins or just things that have been popping. We're also seeing flying embers, and so that's what is keeping us from, you know, maintaining a good distance, but just very, very ominous conditions we're seeing out here. And we are actually just a little north of where the command post is, and we are seeing a lot of the fire trucks, a lot of law enforcement vehicles. They keep going further south because, again, these flames, they keep encroaching near the staging area. And over here to my right, of course, that's the ocean. It is just pitch black. It is completely dark. And so as we were driving out here from Hollywood, just seeing the images, seeing just how blackened the sky is, of course, it's just very frightening, not just for the residents here, for the first responders, but of course for us as we're trying to cover the flames. We were actually trying to make it out to Pacific Palisades, the downtown area, but we actually retreated because, again, the embers were just flying out of control and the winds were picking up. But as Vera has mentioned, that the worst is yet to come, with the winds not peaking till later tonight, till after 10 o'clock into the early morning hours. So we just wanted to give you a very quick update as far as what we have been seeing. But again, just the ridge currently on fire, and it just seems to be out of control. I'll send it back to you guys.
All right, Carlos, I have a question for you as well. I know you just moved into the area a short time ago. Obviously, the evacuation orders have been in effect throughout the day. And for much of the day, we've been hearing so many reports of roads being gridlocked, of people trying to get out of there, many of them unable to do so or taking an extraordinary long amount of time to get out. What was your experience getting in? What did you see in terms of the flow of people trying to get out and the general state of the roads?
Yeah, well, so Pacific Coast Highway, which was what you're looking at, it is closed to non-emergency vehicles. Maybe some of the people, the other vehicles you're seeing, there are residents that are currently fleeing, but for most of the last hour or so, it's been CHP, cruisers, again, fire engines, fire trucks, so they've been going up and down Pacific Coast Highway. But just getting here, you know, people were stopped by the 10 freeway. So there's been a number of street closures, highway closures. So it has been difficult just to gain access, because we are media, though. However, they've been granting us permission to be here and be able to provide these dramatic images for you guys.
Dramatic indeed. And Carlos, we appreciate your live shot there, getting out of the truck and giving us idea, but you're just so close to those flames. And like you said, those embers continue to fly. There you see them crossing the road, crossing the freeway there, but that is then the beach. So Carlos, we'll get back to you in a little bit. And Carlos, not so far from the Getty Villa, as we know that the winds have pushed flames toward the Getty Villa Museum, and the grounds of the Getty Villa caught fire. Flames were seen approaching the Villa de Leon around 5 p.m.
No confirmation at this point on whether any structures are actually on fire, but officials have confirmed that the grounds were burning, with flames spreading toward the structures. So difficult to tell at this point, and far too early to get any confirmation on the degree of damage to structures, be it the Getty Villa or a number of homes up in the hills there. That will come obviously with daylight once the smoke begins to clear and firefighters have a chance to assess the situation in terms of the damage.
All right, we want to go to James Ramos. He's there by the Will Rogers State Beach parking lot, and of course the flames also starting to surround that area last time that we checked in with him. James, are you there, Ramos?
Yes, I am, Cher. Okay, let me show you. We've got more active fire that's just sprout out just within the past few minutes.
Okay.
We got this going off right now. We've heard a couple of explosions. That's usually coming from smoke hitting the power lines. It's causing the lines to arc. Since the smoke becomes conductive, it'll set off the explosion. But yeah, it looks like we've got quite a bit of wind up there. I could see the flames fanning around. Looks like you got almost like a little fire tornado up there, right in this section here. It's really going off. There's got to be heavy wind gusts hitting that ridge right there.
Yeah, James, it looks like the fire activity has increased from what you were showing us just a few moments ago across that ridge line as it continues to move to the west. Of course, the greatest natural fire break known to man is the ocean, not far from where those flames are burning now. As we saw just a moment ago, embers actually going across PCH toward the ocean. James, we had a shot of you did actually, a hillside with a tree above it. Is that, have those flames advanced to the home beyond that tree, if you're able to see it?
Actually, it was kind of laying down because there was no active wind up in that area. So there was some fire, but not as active as it is now. I mean, literally within a few minutes, the whole hillside here, just south of Temescal, has gone up into flames. There's a lot of heavy wind up there moving in. Just before that, there was no active flames. But now, as you can see, I'll pan to the left here, show you there's active flames all over this ridgeline here.
And that
It's
looks
all
awfully,
south of
yeah, that looks
Temescal Canyon.
awfully close to where you are, James. It looks like almost dangerous. And this is also where the command post is?
Yes, the command post is on the south lot of Will Rogers State Beach, actually right next to the lifeguards headquarters here. But this is still quite a bit away. I do have a super telephoto setting on my camera right now, so the flames look like they're actually close, but I'm pretty far away. But the smoke has actually cleared from the area, so I can actually get better views of these flames coming over those ridge lines. So most likely there's heavy wind in that area right now, hitting the heavy vegetation and basically just setting it off like a bomb.
Yeah, so what you're looking at essentially is just south of Temescal Canyon, from my understanding, James, which would put it in a little canyon area that is a bit of a break before you get to a neighborhood just to the east of that with hundreds of homes in that neighborhood. So there's fire all around so many different pockets here within Palisades, and as we've been reporting, a number of homes have been lost. There is no official initial estimate at this point, but again, Governor Newsom saying as he toured the area, quote, not a few, many homes have been destroyed, many structures have been destroyed. So this is obviously going to be an extraordinarily devastating event for so many once the smoke clears and daylight returns and we're able to get a clearer picture. But as we see it tonight, it is a ferocious fire that continues to be wind driven by winds that will only get stronger as we move into the night.
James Ramos, our photographer here at KTLA, longtime photographer here. Thank you so much for bringing us those live pictures, and I'm glad that you have some distance from them and that you're using your telephoto lens there on your zoom. But it is frightening to watch, Fira, and I think that what is giving a lot of anxiety to people is that this is not the end of it. This is just the beginning, and it's only going to get worse, and you don't want to say those things.
Exactly. You feel terrible saying them, but you at the same time, you have to say them because you want to make sure that people heed the warnings. And keep in mind that this is happening, you know, west to Los Angeles. It's a huge county, and not only that, but we have 4 other counties to worry about. We have, you know, the foothills of Orange County along the Santa Anas. We've got the Riverside, San Bernardino Mountains. So it's still going to be a very long night, and even Wednesday, even though the winds are due to subside a bit, it is still going to be dangerous tomorrow, and even heading into Thursday. Finally, hopefully things will definitely drop a bit in terms of the danger potential on Friday. So let's go back to the Pacific Palisades. The winds there right now at about 24 miles per hour, the gust 44 miles per hour. The relative humidity values are still at 16%, and those will continue to drop as we head into those overnight hours. So it's looking pretty dry out there across the entire region. In terms of the winds, here's what we're looking at: 25 to 40 for coastal communities. So that's going to be for the areas that are between the ocean and, of course, the foothills. For the Inland Empire, 35 to 45, some gusts to 70, 30 to 50 for the foothills and the mountains. And the deserts, we're looking at 25 to 30. The only bit of good news that I have to share is that we did get a bit of snow over the San Bernardino Mountains. So they have no threat of any fire threat anyway, where we did get snowfall earlier today. Tuesday, take a look at these current winds. Right now in Van Nuys, we're looking at winds out of the west, or excuse me, out of the northeast towards the southwest at 31 miles per hour in Burbank, 33 miles per hour, 24 in Palmdale, 31 in Lancaster. As we head towards the Inland Empire, Corona out of the northeast at 18 miles per hour, 25 miles per hour in Santa Ana, and also also 20s for Ontario, San Bernardino, and Riverside. So again, we're seeing windy conditions across the entire region. The relative humidity values: 14 in Van Nuys, 18 in Los Angeles and Ontario and Chino, 15 as we take a look at Santa Ana. We now have an air quality alert for Malibu, Santa Monica, and of course that entire region. So this is the system that is creating those really dangerous and strong pressure gradients that are producing those really dangerous winds. By the time we get to tomorrow around lunchtime, it's going to shift to the southeast, and so that will be a little bit of good news, and that will allow for the winds to continue to subside. But as I mentioned earlier, even when some of those winds do die down, they could be strong enough to warrant a wind advisory instead of a high wind warning. So there is a possibility that some of those winds will get converted. This is what the winds right now look like. As you can see, we're seeing lots of regions that are looking at winds of upwards of 50 and 55 miles per hour. It's not until we get to take a look Thursday at 1 o'clock in the morning when we finally start to see those winds calm down. But we're still looking at a couple of regions where wind advisories will be necessary, and that will be heading out of the Cajon Pass, moving towards the coastline, and then of course out of like Lancaster, Newhall, out of the Antelope Valley, out of that 514 split, again towards the coast there, heading towards Malibu, Pacific Palisades, and even into parts of Ventura. We'll send it back to you for now. I'll be back later with a look at that extended forecast because we do need to get to that 7-day for you.
Yes, Vera, thank you. We'll check back with you shortly. Mary Beth McDade is with us live near the Seaches at Will Rogers State Beach, the command post where we heard from officials earlier. I understand you have someone to talk to, Mary Beth.
Yeah, I sure do. How you doing there, Mike? You know, it's funny. We got up here and we could see just around this curve there was kind of a glow. And I said to my photographer, Kui, I said, oh my gosh, the fire's coming to us. We're not even going to have to look for the fire tonight. And just so we've been here like the last 45 minutes, it's already come down. And you can see it is really burning something up there. My friend John, can you want to come in, my friend? All right, so we just met, and he's from Santa Monica. He's been up and around shooting all these different videos. And John, if you can just tell me, you said that the fire is actually, and I did see your video, I don't know if we got that one in yet, but it's jumped PCH. Tell me what it was burning.
Yeah, it jumped PCH. It's burning on the beach side. A bunch of the trees are going up. Some of the bathrooms right at the edge of Malibu are burning. It's literally the fastest moving fire I've ever seen.
The winds are incredible, and I can't believe they're going to get worse. I'm very frightened about that, I got to be honest. And John, I know you were up at the Tahitian Mobile Home Park. How many properties did you see burning up there?
Yeah, I saw the 3 in the front burned right away, and it looks like about, I would say, 10 to 15 up the hill are burning. I don't know if it's part of the same park or a different park, but there's a lot burning up there.
Okay, so just when you're up there, that's what, not even half mile above us?
Yeah, I'd say a half mile back that way.
Okay, and you're saying, okay, so at least 15 structures up there. You saw burning.
At least, yeah.
Okay, and then as we're looking around here, and this fire is, coming southbound on PCH here, Jed, are there homes right there?
Right around that ridge, there's a bunch of homes right on the hill there. I think one of them was just starting to burn when I came back over here.
Yeah, because you can see it's orange, but boy, there's a lot of black thick smoke. So it appears that it's burning more than just vegetation, the way it's, staying right in that spot, continuing to burn.
It's moving very quickly too.
Yeah, I mean, just being out here, we've got the wind, we've got this thick black smoke, we've got stuff flying all around. I mean, describe what this feels like to you.
It's apocalyptic. It's wild. It's the craziest fire I've ever seen.
It really is unbelievable. And then when you hear all the authorities, they held that press conference, a short time ago, and they kept warning everyone, you guys, the worst is yet to come. What goes on in your mind and your heart when you hear that the worst is still yet to come?
Well, I wonder how far it's going to go. These winds are supposed to get worse tonight, and that's what's driving it. So I don't know what they can do to stop it. It's moving very quickly. Literally, their base camp is right here. There's about 1,000 fire guys literally right there on the other side of that building, and there's nothing they can do about this.
Yeah, I know the base camp is right over there. They actually pushed the media back a little bit because where they first set up the base camp, well, the fire came around. Kui, you're getting that right over there. And maybe let me flip to this side so I can get out of Kui's way, because I want you guys to really see there's something that's really intense that continues to burn up there. It appears to be out of control, and it really is moving quickly this way. Again, we have been here for about 30 minutes, and just in the time that we have been here, that really sparked up. And I'm watching as some bright orange embers are going across. Of course, I lost my hat. I got to find that before my hair also goes up in flames. But it really is scary, Micah, to think that the worst is yet to come, because boy, oh boy, I'm being blown around like a piece of dust up here. I mean, these gusts are just absolutely incredible. You open your car door, it whips open, slams on your legs. So as my friend John was saying, it's apocalyptical up here. Extreme fire danger. I haven't seen any like this in a number of years. Gosh, it's just absolutely crazy. I'm really fearful of what 10 o'clock tonight into 5 a.m. tomorrow morning is going to look like. All right, John, thank you so much. I know we do have more of those videos from you that we're going to be playing. Some are actually going to show some of those structures in that Tahitian mobile home park that are going up in flames. And we also have some more video to show you how some of the embers did jump across PCH, and they caught one of the beach bathrooms on fire. And so we'll continue to monitor the situation from here. Again, we are just a little bit south on PCH, Will Rogers State Beach, and we're just a little bit south of that Tahitian mobile home park that is apparently going up in flames. So we're going to pray for all those people that they did get out safe and sound. There are a lot of people that are gathering in these parking lots that have begun have been evacuating. So hopefully everyone is okay in the mobile home park. And as I look up here, there's a lot more homes right in front of where these flames are marching towards. And I have not seen any airdrops. John, have you seen any overhead airdrops, water airdrops, or any retardant? No. So I'm gonna go touch base with fire officials here and just try to find out. Maybe these gusts are too much to do any kind of airdrop. And they seem to be, a lot of the firefighters, they zoomed out of here, they went down, they're down over there on PCH, and it appears they're trying to keep the fire on the east side of PCH. But I'm going to go check in, find out about if any airdrops are going to be able to be made here at this spot, again, just south of that Tahitian mobile home park, where there's, John saw at least 15 homes there going up in flames. And boy, oh boy, to think that this fire kicked off at 10:30 this morning and it's already grown to this magnitude.
Mary Beth, right, yeah, and grown to this magnitude to the tune of an updated number here of 2,920 plus acres and growing, as we do expect it to grow in acreage because of the fact that the winds are only going to get more ferocious throughout the night, starting at 10 p.m. Mary Beth, yeah, you mentioned you don't want to see what it's going to look like at 10 p.m. when it's this intense now.
Fearful.
Yeah, we all are, and so are some 30,000 people that are in that area that have been asked to evacuate, and hopefully they're heeding those warnings and have already gotten out of that area, because this is no joke, and these are numbers that almost seem unbelievable. 100-mile-per-hour gusts. These are things that we haven't seen before. I can't remember the last a time when we've said that these wind gusts would go to 100 miles per hour, and that's what we're looking at as we go into the overnight hours. So stay safe there, Mary Beth. Again, the fire has exploded to 2,920 acres, and we're looking at 10,000 homes, Micah, that are threatened. And from Mary Beth's interview there, he was able to see some 15 homes that already were engulfed in flames and completely destroyed, along with Governor Gavin Newsom, who at 3:30 this afternoon mentioned that he said many homes have been lost already. And so, you're just kind of bracing and hoping that maybe it will miss some of these homes and just make its way down toward the beach, but
Yeah, there's a mobile home park right at the intersection of PCH and Temescal Canyon Road that is in the crosshairs at this hour, as indicated by the gentleman that Mary Beth was speaking with. That's the Pacific Palisades Bowl Mobile Estates, and there are a number of homes within that area that are in the crosshairs of this fire tonight. As you see this fire activity, it's extraordinary. It continues to increase, and really an extraordinary challenge for firefighters with wind gusts as they are so unpredictable in so many different directions. Samantha Cortese is tracking developments for us. Sam, I know you mentioned the TFR. There's flight restrictions because of the president in Southern California, right, which explains why we aren't seeing the pictures from Sky 5. My understanding is the president, well, he had planned to visit the Coachella Valley, but those plans were suspended due to the weather, right, which puts the president squarely here in Southern California, and that explains the TFR.
Explains the TFR, explains why the local news helicopters are not flying right now. And the winds are what's keeping Mary Beth from seeing those choppers in the air tonight. Governor Newsom addressed this today in that news conference with LA County and City Fire, saying that he's been hearing from people saying, why am I not seeing more airdrops? And Governor Newsom indicated that we would not see that tonight because of the high winds and how the FOSCheck, quite frankly, would not land where they wanted it to go. It's especially hard at night, even though we have upgraded capabilities on the aircraft that we are loaning out from Canada. Also, I wanted to mention LA Sheriff's Department has expanded the evacuation orders and warnings, and that includes that area you're talking about where that mobile home park is, also south of PCH near Pepperdine. Pepperdine, of course, just went through the Franklin fire, and they tweeted about an hour ago saying they're keeping an eye on this fire, but they are not evacuating anyone who may still be on campus at this time. But down all the way to Las Virgenes Road and south of the 101 is now under an evacuation warning. That has expanded significantly since this fire started, or even since the update we saw with fire crews at about 3:30 this afternoon. So much of Pacific Palisades, all of Palisades has already been under mandatory evacuation order, but now that's expanding out to Malibu, and it's definitely not what we wanted to hear going into these evening hours. I wanted to mention also that PCH from the 10 at Lincoln, Santa Monica closed that exit for the 10 to make sure that fire crews could get people out without any sort of tourism or any other traffic in the Santa Monica area. So PCH from the 10 at Lincoln all the way to Las Flores closed tonight. That is only for locals trying to evacuate, or emergency crews, or in this case, our news crews out there to show people what's going on. You mentioned 2,900 acres is the new acreage. Pacific Palisades is about 15,000 acres total. So we're looking at about a third of Pacific Palisades on fire tonight. And that is shocking. It's sad. Vera Jimenez, our meteorologist, has been talking about these wind gusts, and it is not what our fire crews wanted to see happen. We spoke with Eric Scott earlier today, LA County Fire Department. Looking at my notes here, also Bob Goldman, retired LA County Fire Department captain, who said his fear as a firefighter was seeing this kind of fire jump over to Topanga and seeing all that brush. Micah Scher, as you know, you drive through the canyon and you look around and you go, oh my gosh, this is all just fuel for a fire. And unfortunately, that is kind of what we are seeing tonight. I have some friends who live in Malibu who said that they were told to leave around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, even though they just got a warning. They said the neighbors have all been talking about, we should just go. And that is something that Bob said earlier today, Bob Goldman. If you see smoke heading over you, that means the fire is coming in your direction and it's probably time to go. And I know I just got the wrap, but I wanted to mention we got an update from LA Unified School District. They had been talking about moving some of the charter schools to other campuses. Now we are hearing that Marquez Charter, Canyon Charter, Palisades Charter, and Paul Revere Charter Middle School will just be closed tomorrow. One school will relocate. That's Topanga Elementary Charter. They will move to Woodland Hills Academy, but they say they're watching the fires and have decided to close those schools for tomorrow. Micah and Cher.
All right, Sam, thank you for that update. And I'm sure that the parents are also getting alerts from LAUSD and getting those phone calls to let them know that Marquez, Paul Revere, which has a lot of students, are closed tomorrow, as well as some others as well. So you might want to go to the LAUSD website. In the meantime, back with Carlos Saucedo. Carlos, you moved along PCH?
Yeah, well, we made it to Ratcliffe Avenue here in Pacific Palisades, where you see fire engines. They're moving in just because of the several structures that are currently burning right now. Now, it's unclear what that was, if it was an apartment complex, but just to put this in perspective, this is right behind the Gelson's Market here, and we're not far from Palisades Charter High School, but just everything here seems to be up in flames. We're seeing trees also. The intensity of the trees also burning here. It looks like there's also a field in the background. Just coming here, it was a bit of a track, down trees everywhere. We had to maneuver around them, also down stop signs. The winds, as I mentioned earlier, they have picked up in the last hour or two. And so again, look at this home also burning at the moment. One of many, many structures that are on fire right now. Embers, you might also see embers just everywhere here. So it's just very apocalyptic, the images that we are seeing. It's hard to breathe, as you can imagine. Just the air quality here is awful, all the particles in the air, and the intensity. We feel the intensity of the flames. Again, this looks like it's a two-story home currently under fire, but all we're seeing here are first responders. We're seeing firefighters who have been out here all day long. Again, this entire area remains under a mandatory evacuation, so we are not seeing any residents. They were told to leave hours ago, so many of them just grabbed their belongings and got out as soon as they could. 30,000 residents, we're told, are currently evacuated, but just hellish scenes that we're seeing. It looks like a chimney over here, so this was probably another home after home, essentially, on this block that is on fire. And I've never felt anything quite like this, and I've covered fires in my career. One of the major ones was in Paradise, California. You may remember that was the deadliest, most destructive wildfire in state history back then. But just seeing the flames at this moment with the winds again, they're expected to pick up in the next several hours, starting at 10 o'clock tonight. So this is not the worst of it. This definitely will not be the worst that we'll be seeing tonight. Micah shared, this is just, it's going to be a long night, to say the least.
And the pictures that you're showing us, Carlos, Exhibit A of what firefighters and homeowners are dealing with there, the very powerful wind gusts and fire all around them. This just in now, we understand that the evacuation orders are stretching all the way to Calabasas. So the wrath of this fire is reaching far beyond Pacific Palisades tonight. As we've been reporting, the winds expected to increase into the night. Sandra Mitchell is with us from the Palisades Recreation Center. Obviously a very similar situation in terms of the conditions. What can you tell us about what's happening around you, Sandra?
Micah and Cher, it does not look good. The conditions here are very intense. Every once in a while we get these tremendous gusts. I don't know how strong they are, but I've covered hurricanes, I've covered tornadoes. I've never felt anything like the winds like we're feeling here tonight. You take a look behind us, you can see this is the Palisades Recreation Center, and there are embers flying all around the building. It does not appear right now that the fire has reached the building, but everything around it is burning. There appears to be an outbuilding, perhaps a shed behind the main structure there that has already caught fire. And right now there are no fire crews here for structure protection. We've had LAPD driving through the area, the Sheriff's Department driving through the area, telling us that we need to evacuate. So we're just going to be here for a few moments longer to see what happens. But this is an area where the community gathers. There's a playground here. This is where people come to play pickleball, to walk their dogs. There's a great recreation here. But the way it looks right now, it does not appear that this area is going to make it through the night. The winds are just getting more and more intense. There are embers flying through the air. At some points, it is really hard for us just to stand up. So again, this is the Palisades Recreation Center right behind us. The smoke here is tremendous. Right now, no structure protection, no fire engines in the area. Of course, the resources being depleted as they try to fight all these fires that are popping up all around the Palisades right now. Micah and Cher?
Yeah, it certainly is overwhelming for everybody involved, from media, of course, you know, watching this and being so close, you know, all the people that have had to leave, 30,000, you know, under evacuation orders, and, you know, the fire crews, you know, unable to get to this particular spot as you see those embers go across the lawn there, igniting it on fire. And then you can get an understanding of just why this fire is moving as rapidly as it is. It is just something to watch, and really, you know, I'm getting text messages from my family who live in this area, and they're asking me if their home is okay. It's hard. You know, it is a hard situation. They want to know. And just like everybody else that's evacuating this area, their home is okay. And unfortunately, we're seeing a lot of structures burn tonight.
We are, and clear pictures and definitive answers to the questions so many people have about the fate of their livelihoods, their homes, their belongings won't be known until daybreak at the earliest, as you see a situation that is rapidly unfolding in a neighborhood, many neighborhoods now. And again, as we've been reporting, evacuation orders stretching all the way out to Calabasas. So the firefight continues into the night. Be safe, Sandra, and I assume you guys are going to boogie out of there soon. I would hope so.
Yeah, Micah and Cher, if you can hear us, we have community members just driving up to the area now to check on buildings. They came up, they drove by quickly, and got out of the area. The winds are just so intense. You can see there are trees now catching on fire. It looks like something on the side of the building is now going up in flames. So it's just hard to imagine how strong these winds are right now and how destructive this is going to be.
All right, Sandra, Mitchell, be safe. You know, we hope that you can leave that area and go somewhere a little bit farther from the flames. It just seems a little too close. In the meantime, we want to go now to Jean Kang. Jean Kang has been, Rachel Menitoff. She's been reporting for us. They're going around the Palisades neighborhood. What are you seeing now?
Hi, Cher. Yeah, we're at Sunset and Swarthmore Avenue, and we just saw a barrage of police cars come over here. There's an active fire straight ahead of us in the corner. It's hard to tell if it's a home or a condo building, but this area that was once a safe zone, a safe place for us to park, has become a very dangerous one. Also, the large Gelsons, which is on our left, we saw several of the trees around there catch fire. That was also a safe place for people to gather supplies and food before they evacuated, but it is no longer. Lots of fire personnel over here, and we're seeing embers just blowing in the wind, and sometimes they're benign, but sometimes they create these large brush fires that then spread. We're seeing a lot of police personnel over here. LAPD is driving up and down these streets, and on the loudspeaker it's telling people to get out of the area. So for those people who are sticking around, police are telling them, you have to get out now. It's sort of your last chance, because things are starting to pick up and get really serious. A couple of buildings are on fire in this area. This is the Gelson's parking lot where we're driving right now. The couple of tree fires that we saw were put out, it seems, but still heavy smoke, very hard to navigate. A couple of hot spots, I would say. And people have been told to leave this area. We saw, unfortunately, a home that was burning on Earlham about 30 minutes ago, and the winds and the ferocity of those flames were really overwhelming. You can tell how dark it is. It's getting harder and harder to fight this fire. But it's mostly a ghost town over here, except for these fire personnel. People are doing a good job of heeding the warnings. I'll give you one last look at this major intersection at Sunset and Swarthmore. Unfortunately, some of the buildings, you can see right here, you can see right ahead of us, this building, I can't tell which building it is, but you can see this building ahead of us. There are flames shooting from the roof. They've caught onto some of the brush and the trees. It looks like it's right behind a gas station. Obviously, all of the gas stations have been shut down, and for good reason, but look at these flames ahead of us. I can't tell if it's the gas station itself or a building next to it, but these are the kinds of situations that firefighters are dealing with. And then you have embers that are just strewn all over the ground here straight ahead of us. And this is the reason for the large fire presence over here. This building, which has caught fire, one of several along Sunset Boulevard. We're not going to get too close for obvious safety reasons. But it is very challenging now that it's dark outside and the winds are picking up. They're expected to only increase throughout the night. And so very frustrating situation as the fire is unpredictable and moves, you know, from place to place in an unpredictable pattern. Share, Micah.
All right, Rachel, thank you. As we continue to get pictures on the ground throughout the Palisades area, very valuable stuff from Rachel. Here's Gene Kang now. And before we go to Gene, I want to clarify the evacuation warnings stretching to Calabasas. So essentially, if you live in the Calabasas area, an evacuation warning, essentially be ready to go at a moment's notice. For guidance on that, you can go to fire.lacounty.gov/RSG, which stands for Ready, Set, Go, if you need help and guidance on what to do and how to prepare yourself. But again, an evacuation warning, be ready to move if you're in Calabasas at a moment's notice. All right, to Gene Kang now in the neighborhood, and you see the flames encroaching on the homes immediately behind you. Gene, you're live.
Yeah, Micah and Sherry, you know, this is one of those situations, as you mentioned, ready, set, go. I've been looking around, making sure that my head is on a swivel, as you can say. That's because this fire that was up on the hill, you took us live earlier, it is now jumping from house to house. That's because of this wind-driven fire. And this is so intense, have not seen a fire like this in quite a long time. That's because even though the wind we're hearing is going in a southwesterly direction, as we're going into the evening, Vera Jimenez has told us that these winds are picking up. I can tell you they're so intense. I know sustained winds at about 24 miles an hour with gusts up to 44, but it is even hard to stand in this type of wind. It feels like it's much faster than that. But look at that, the wind's just picking up all of those embers and then dropping them off into people's backyards. These are people's homes. People got out of here and they were in a massive traffic jam in Pacific Palisades. They were trying to get out to Sunset Boulevard and Palisades Drive. They were panicked. They just wanted to get to a safer ground, and people were just on top of each other. We're talking about the cars and SUVs that were over on Sunset Boulevard. There are firefighters on the ground right now, but they have been going from house to house, from backyard to backyard. And look at that. We're going to be very careful here, because that's why I said our heads are on swivels right now. Just want to make sure we're not in danger's way. Our live truck is headed on a safe route. It's headed that way just in case. I'm hearing some popping noises. Those are propane tanks that we're hearing right now. But I talked about earlier, there was a bulldozer. They had to move all of the abandoned cars that were over on Sunset and Palisades Drive as I was going live maybe about 6 hours ago. Take a look at this clip. It was quite incredible as they pushed all of those very nice vehicles out of the way because they had to get up here to the hills to these burning homes. All of these cars were ditched. So all of the drivers panicked. They took their keys. This is Palisades Drive as well as Sunset Boulevard. This dozer is just moving these vehicles out of the way. So if this is your car, unfortunately, it's an emergency situation, and this is what they have to do. They are moving the cars as we speak. Unfortunately, there are dozens of cars. This looks like a movie set. Unfortunately, this is real. LA County Fire, they have to do what they have to do. They need to clear a path. So literally, they're moving the cars, the SUVs. We're seeing Mercedes, very nice vehicles, Teslas up here, but that's because the car owners, they took their keys and they just started running. They left the cars here as the firefighters were trying to clear the pathway, clear the roadway. this is an emergency situation where, you know, they need to get up to the homes. They want to make sure people are not trapped up there. But this line of cars probably goes about 300 feet deep, at least as long as I can see from this bird's eye view. So we're kind of staying back. They're in a situation here where they are literally moving these vehicles out of the way. Yes, it is causing damage, as you can hear from the screeching noises, but that is what they have to do. So, okay, incredible footage that we saw there as the bulldozer was going up and they were clearing out all those abandoned vehicles. People had just, in the chaos of it all, had just really left. They left their, they took their keys, their fobs, and they just left the vehicles there. But just an incredible sight. Back out here live, as you see here, this fire is just moving so quickly because of this wind. Once again, we're hearing gusts of up to 44 miles an hour here in Pacific Palisades. And unfortunately, the winds are gonna get even more intense as the evening goes on. But before I send it back to you, Mike and Cher, I have a resident who is just about 5 houses down looking at this. We're going to keep him anonymous, but what's going through your head? This is just so shocking.
Yeah, I'm really happy that the fire department and the police have been doing the best they can. And a lot of thanks go out to Tracy Park, who's our councilwoman. She had a great resource team out here earlier today. And, you know, everybody's in the evacuation mode. They're doing a great job. And we've been trying to help with the fire departments to direct them where to go because they're not familiar. They're all coming in from different places. So they don't know these, you know, canyons and these no accesses. And so it's good for them to have somebody that can help them. And so we're trying to be helpful.
And I know a lot of people are going to be watching this on KTLA Live and saying, why have you not left? Okay, he is actually talking to a firefighter to try to get them to go down. Now we're seeing some fire trucks. Yeah, they're going, oh my goodness, be very careful.
Keep a good eye on things is what we're trying to do. And right now you can see there's some trees that are right in the backyards of some of these homes. And really it's just coming down on this ridge line. The wind is really blowing at a southwesterly division in way. And just keeping an eye on things and trying to be helpful to the people who need these resources and know where to go and help them get directed.
And do you live right here?
We live in this neighborhood, yeah.
And why have you not left?
Because we know that I've been through so many of these for so long. You have a good idea. We're ready to go. And it's, you talked about earlier how there was a big quagmire of cars and so forth. And that may have been the best thing that could have happened earlier is if traffic control had gotten out here earlier to get Sunset flowing and stuff because it panicked people. But at this point, you would know. Yeah. We could get out of here really fast.
So you have your go bags just in case if it comes closer?
We're ready to go.
Okay, please stay safe. I really appreciate it.
You're in the same neighborhood,
yeah,
so
we are.
You don't know where you're going.
Exactly. Thank you. Yes, we will be safe ourselves, and we are watching this very closely. And we've been looking over our shoulders and just making sure if this gets too close, we're jumping in the live truck. Our live truck is headed in the safest route possible, down the hill over to Sunset Boulevard and then to PCH. But can we do this, Armando? Can we do a quick swivel and just show there's also a fire in that direction? Our live truck is right there. That is what fire officials say. You have to have your vehicle ready to go in the safest direction. So if we hear any more popping noises, propane tanks, and the fire gets closer to us and it jumps closer, we are going to be out of here. But I have to leave you with this, Micah and Shira. These are some intense flames and the winds that are just unfortunately going to get worse as we go through the night. So our hearts are just breaking for all of these folks out here. Back to you in the studio.
Yeah, ours are too, and they are. There's so much anxiety amongst these residents. You know, as I'm getting text messages from friends and family, it's hard to watch. But at the same time, we are here to inform you that there is a new fire burning now in Altadena. We have a crew on the way there, so as soon as we get those pictures, we'll bring it to you. In the meantime, we want to bring Bob Goldman in, retired fire captain for LA County Fire Department. Bob, are you with us?
Yes.
Yes. Oh, gosh. I mean, this is, we've covered fires, but this seems very different.
Well, this is different because of the post among the other things that was spot on in predicting that this was going to be an event of historical nature as far as the winds go. it has been a very long time since I've seen a fire like this with this kind of wind. We've had a bunch of fires in my career, in 3 years, but this today is, I've not seen it in quite a long time. And people are really at a great risk, but they don't leave in a timely fashion because things happen very quickly. And that's when you're not prepared or you don't know what to do. Hey, that happens to us too. And things change in a blink of an eye. So as we've been saying, get out early. Don't wait for the authorities. Be proactive. You're ready to go. And just go ahead and leave. Because when you saw what happened earlier today, that was just unbelievable. I never thought I would see a bulldozer pushing cars out of the way. That was crazy.
Yeah, it was. I haven't seen it in my time covering fires going back a number of decades. I know you spent 43 years fighting fires, Bob. You have an interesting perspective, certainly a seasoned perspective. When you see a fire like this, that's burning in so many different directions with wind gusts that are as unpredictable as anything we've seen, how do you approach a firefight in terms of, obviously you want to save lives, one, structures, two, how do you prioritize and put assets in place to be in the best possible position to deal with this when you really don't know where it may spot out and how far it may spot out?
Well, once we assign units to Structural Protection Group and they get into these areas with a lot of houses, they'll start doing a structural triage, and they will make a determination very quickly on a street or a cul-de-sac which of the homes that have properly been kept, or if they need to really do some prepping, or if nothing's been done. It's not going to be a home that you're going to be able to probably do much for under these conditions. So you will seek out the ones that have a better chance of survival. But of course, you're always mindful of people. And then, of course, once we arrive in the scene, we want to ascertain that people are out and gone. And if they haven't left yet, we want to shoo them along and get them going because it's pointless to stick around. You're a fireman sometimes. Why you too much people live there?
Bob, I'm gonna interrupt you just for 1 second, please. It seems that we're having a little bit of difficulty understanding you, and it's getting muffled. So if maybe we could try to give that information once again, and maybe perhaps with the telephone or the cell phone, we can try and just angle it so that it's either not on speaker or maybe it's just to your mouthpiece is direct to it. So if we can try again, because I think that residents who might be watching that are evacuated and at other places at the moment might want to hear what you have to say with the experience that you have.
Yeah, I'm off speaker now. Is this better?
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, very good. Technology, gotta love it.
Yeah.
Let me say this real quick. The one thing the residents need to know, that if you live in Los Angeles County, and arguably somebody might challenge me on this, there is no place on planet Earth than the people that live in Los Angeles County that have the resources, people, the professionalism that they have within LA County. All of the departments that are within LA County, Los Angeles Fire Department, Los Angeles County Fire Department, and all the other incorporated cities. There's no place you can live on this planet where you have the resources and the equipment available that you do as a taxpayer here. So just know that the money that goes towards that, you're getting a bargain, that's for sure. Because there's not too many places in America where under an emergency like this, you could have the kind of equipment, manpower, and resources on scene within literally minutes to try to mitigate what's going on. So rest assured that you have the best there is, and they're doing the best that they can. But that's the important part, is make it easy for them to do their job. Leave early, be prepared to go, go online, ready, set, go. It's only 15 pages. Fill it out, do it on a weekend, and have a plan. As they say, if you fail to plan, then you better plan to fail. So you saw a little of that today with the evacuation. I'm not sure what plan they have there. I don't think there is one, and that's why we ended up with that gridlock.
Yeah, we heard there were a number of elderly people as well trying to get out that were not being given the direction or the help that they might have needed at that choke point, specifically on Palisades Drive at Sunset Boulevard, where we saw north of 100 cars that ended up stranded and the bulldozer came in to push them. Not something we often see, but in the chaos of the moment, Bob, I think what you had was too many people trying to get out of a space that was just frankly too narrow.
Yeah, too many things trying to occupy a space and time at one time, and you can't do that. You know, it's physics. So it was an unfortunate circumstance. Those cars got damaged, but priority one is to keep it moving both ways. That is, evacuate and then bring the equipment in, because they can't do their job. And I mentioned earlier about sprinkler systems and things like that, people turning on their yard sprinklers and then leaving. That's a very poor choice, because that will do nothing to help save your home. What it will do is it will deplete the pressure and the volume available for firefighting. And these communities are all hilly, so they depend on tanks that have gravity flow. And when everybody's flowing water, or in their haste they back over a fire hydrant, suddenly we get up there with our 500 gallons, and when we use that up, we're done. We can't, I've been to fires before, we opened the hydrant, nothing came out. There was no pressure. So, you know, everybody has to be very mindful when you live in these areas. You've got to know what you're doing. You got to have a plan. And again, the Ready, Set, Go is a simple, excellent means of organizing things, informing you what you need to know. There's a mention of things in there you can do to harden your structure a little bit, by closing off the eaves, putting screening material over the act vents. All of these things to prevent embers from entering inside the building, either through a broken window or through a crack or an opening in a vent that goes into the attic. Because once the fire gets in there, there's no way we're going to be able to stop it. There's just too much other stuff going on.
Yeah. Some sound advice from someone who is very experienced. We appreciate your time. Bob Goldman, retired fire captain from Los Angeles County Fire Department. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Bob, thanks for being with us. And we come to the top of the 7 o'clock hour, and our coverage continues of the devastation in Pacific Palisades. Good evening to you once again. I'm Micah Ullman.
And I'm Cher Calvin, and welcome to the KTLA 5 News at 7. Our continuing coverage of the growing Palisades fire here. The Pacific Palisades explodes into a life-threatening inferno tonight. A massive brush fire fueled by a powerful windstorm, burning out of control at this hour. 30,000 residents have been forced to evacuate their homes. An evacuation warning extending to Calabasas. The fire broke out this morning at around 10:30 a.m. near Piedra Miranda Drive. It is now more than 2,900 acres in size with 0% containment. And Governor Gavin Newsom has declared a state of emergency and is urging residents in the fire zone to evacuate.
Many structures already destroyed, and the fact that people were still not evacuated, still did not heed the warning, we're just coming down the canyon, is a reminder of how serious this moment is and how important it is you listen to these evacuation orders.
Evacuation orders are in effect for these areas: northeast of Merrimack Road, northwest of Topanga Canyon Boulevard, and south to PCH. The Westwood Recreation Center is now serving as a shelter, allowing residents to remain overnight. They are also accepting small animals. For larger animals, you can go to Pierce College. And we are understanding tonight that another fire has now erupted in Eaton Canyon in Altadena, that is in the foothills of the San Gabriels, due north of Pasadena. And here's a live picture from our camera atop Mountain Wilson, I believe, as we look That would be south and down into the LA area and into the Eaton Canyon area that sits above Altadena, above Pasadena. Very little information coming in on this at this point. We do have a crew headed to the scene, and we'll have more information on this developing situation in the moments ahead.
And in the meantime, we have reporters fanned out around the Pacific Palisades, and we want to go now to Mary Beth McDade. Mary Beth has been covering this from the command center and getting the latest updates for us. MB.
Yeah, hi there, Sharon, Micah. Yes, we're over at their command post, but I have to tell you, the fire ended up coming straight to us, and we have our story right here. As you can see, it's still really burning up there. There must be a lot of brush for it to burn. And joining me now, I have Ray Bond. Ray, thank you so much for joining us. He has lived in Santa Monica for, what'd you say, 30 plus years?
No, 72.
Oh, well, double the time. All right, there. Well, you look good for your age. Anyway, so I know you and I were chatting. We met down by the bathrooms, and you were telling me about you may not have a home to go back to.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I live in Palisades Bowl, and I started to walk down there to see if it burned or not, and the fire got so bad I gave up, and so I find out tomorrow.
Oh, wow. Now, when did you know to evacuate? How did you know to evacuate?
Police came through, but I've been around a lot of fires, and I told myself when the palm trees started catching on fire in the park that I'd leave, and that's when I left. So.
Okay, so palm trees were on fire around your home, and you decided to leave.
Yeah, it was plenty open, and it wasn't that big a deal, so I wasn't worried. So.
And did you see any other homes around you on fire when you left?
That just caught down there, and there was quite a few fire trucks, so it just got smoking. It was time to be smart and go.
So when you evacuated, did you evacuate on foot or did you drive?
I put it in my car, so I put quite a few photographs left, and I told you I moved from there. I just didn't spend the summers here, so all the good stuff I have is in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho.
Okay, so you moved to Idaho. Okay, so all your important stuff is up there.
Yeah.
Now I know you said you were trying to walk back up there to see if you had a home.
Yeah.
And how far did you get? What'd you see?
Probably another quarter mile, maybe a quarter mile more than here, and the hillside was burning on PCH, and the sparks were blowing across the parking lot, and it just got to be too much. I put a hoodie on so I wouldn't get burned, so it was time to turn around.
Yeah, no, that's a good idea. And you and I, as we've been standing here, we've been watching this hillside, just go up in flames. And what can firefighters do? Obviously, they can't fly. It's too dangerous. How are they going to get a handle on this?
They just wait. They can't do an initial attack on it, and it's all too steep. So it's just structural. If they're up there, they'll use a lot of hoses, but stuff that's this steep, there's nothing you can do.
And you have an interesting relationship, I understand, over the years with fire departments. You would go to fires and you repair chainsaws.
Yeah, I'd have a contract with the feds and CAL FIRE, and I go up and down California. I've been to Colorado, New Mexico, where else? Oregon. So anyway, I've been doing that for probably 20 years.
Yeah, and so seeing all these different fires, you've been on the front lines there. How would you describe this one with this wind and the challenges that firefighters are going to face?
Well, anytime you're in an urban setting, it's completely different than doing a forest fire. So there's not much they can do. And the top part of the Palisades are just devastated. And look what they had to do. They had to take a bulldozer on the highlands to move cars because people left them in the middle of the road. So people don't think, they panic way too soon. So, and that's easy to say because I wasn't there with fire on both sides of a canyon. So, but as long as they haven't lost any life, everybody can replace whatever they have.
Yeah. Oh, just how scary! I know. I was watching the newscast earlier today and just seeing those poor people, grabbing their children, grabbing their pets, and basically running for their lives.
Yeah, no, and the worst part is California, you won't be able to get any fire insurance. So it's a beautiful place to live, but you can't afford it. So who knows? I'm glad I left.
Well, you're really handling this well. I will say my prayers to you. I hope you have a home to go home to tomorrow.
All right. Thank you much. Thank you. Good night, everybody.
Right, enjoy your time. There you go. Channel 5 fan right there. So take care, Ray. Thank you. All right, guys. We'll continue to monitor the situation here. We are hoping that they're going to have another press conference soon and give us an update. All right, Mike and Cher, we'll send it back to you guys.
Thank you. As we continue our coverage of the Palisades fire, we want to show you a live picture of a fire that is burning in the Altadena area. From what we understand, this started just over a half hour ago, around 6:30. It has spread to at least 10 acres. This is burning in Eaton Canyon, which is above Altadena. Altadena, of course, due north of Pasadena. So you're looking at a situation at the base of the foothills in the San Gabriels, and obviously a whole lot of wind as we show you this live picture. You can see what's happening with the very dangerous fire weather, and now another challenge for firefighters across the region who have had their hands full for much of the day in Pacific Palisades, now facing a very dangerous situation again in Eaton Canyon, very close to Altadena. As we get more information on this, we will pass it along to you.
Yeah, unfortunately, it looks very close to homes there, and some structures, and also to our photographer who's giving us these live pictures again from Altadena. We'll keep an eye on this. In the meantime, we want to go back to Carlos Salcedo, who's been covering the vantage point from PCH, and it looks like there's some firefighting happening behind him. Carlos?
Hey, Mike and Cher. So we are still on Ratcliffe Avenue in Pacific Palisades. We were with you guys 30 minutes ago here, but the homes are still burning. Finally, we see a fire engine. They pulled up maybe about 15 minutes ago. They're hosing down that two-story structure that you guys saw burn on live TV, again, 30 minutes ago. But this whole area, this whole neighborhood has been burning since we got here maybe like an hour and a half ago. We're not far from Palisades Charter High School, where we're also told that it is in flames, that it is still burning. Also, the homes here to the right, they've been burning now for the last several hours. We have heard LAPD, they've been out here, LAPD cruisers just going down the streets here. If there are any residents that did stay behind, they're being told to evacuate now, that this is now the time. They're told to evacuate east on Sunset Boulevard, but I can tell you, all we're seeing here are first responders. We're seeing officers, CHP officers, LAPD officers, as well as firefighters. They're the only ones that are allowed here at the moment. But again, the flames, they are still intense. As we get even closer to the fire, you could feel the heat of all this. So it's just been pretty remarkable seeing these images. And it was quite a trek just to get up here. As you did mention, we were off Pacific Coast Highway earlier, where we saw another brush fire there along PCH, and then just to get up here, the winds had picked up at the moment, so we were having to maneuver around down trees, some power lines, some even street signs that were blown over. So as Vera was mentioning, the worst is yet to come, with the winds expected to pick up around 10 o'clock this night and go well into the early morning hours. So it's just a matter of time as far as the flames, the intensity here, that they will spread in Pacific Palisades. So unfortunately, you know, the worst is yet to come, but we've already witnessed some of these intense gusts, and they're only going to get worse. I'll send it back to you guys.
Okay, Carlos Salcedo with a vantage point there in a neighborhood in Pacific Palisades. Gene Kang has been on this all day as well. He's in a different neighborhood, also in Pacific Palisades. Gene, looks like you've moved at least to somewhat better bit of safety here. We saw you were in a very dangerous situation there in that neighborhood a few moments ago. Pictures breaking up, but it looks like they're on the move, at least getting out of that neighborhood that was being approached by a wall of flames there just about 10 minutes ago. All right, you're clear, Gene, and go ahead. Looks like you've gotten out of the area.
Yeah, we are just circling the block here. So as you saw in my earlier, we're having sustained winds of about 24 miles an hour, 44 miles an hour gusts. That's extremely strong. So it was even to stand during our live shots. We're going to go back up the hill. So let me physically turn this camera around. Our live truck rooftop camera is a little bit out of commission. So I'm going to flip this around almost like a cell phone here. But look at that. So what you're seeing right now, just multiple homes on fire up on the hillside. And what we've been noticing is that it is now jumping down the street. This is live right here. We just circled back here. We're in the safety of our live truck. Unfortunately, with this wind-driven fire, I know that Vera Jimenez, we've all been talking about these wind gusts that are just incredible. And what's been happening is that as fire crews, they used a bulldozer to get up here from Sunset Boulevard and Palisades Drive. That was hours earlier. We were there, the action shot, as the bulldozer was going through about 100 to 200 cars, very nice vehicles. That's because people panic and just ditch their vehicles out in the middle of the roadway. So that caused another emergency situation as people were evacuating their homes. People got out. I saw elderly people. There were people with canes and walkers, neighbors helping each other, people with their dogs and their cats. Folks just got into their cars and just were in a mayhem, chaotic situation there. Just, you know, their adrenaline, hearts were rushing, pumping, and they were trying to get out of there as quickly as they can. So obviously in a panicked, emotional state. Who knows what we would have done in that type of situation. But what you're looking at right now, I'm going to pan on over. So I know that the camera is a little bit low visibility. That's because of all of the fog as well as the smoke that we're seeing out here. And unfortunately, because it's a nighttime situation, it's hard to see. But what you're seeing is the ball of orange flames in the background. Those are homes. We've noticed that it's jumped into backyards, the wind picking up those embers, and it is just a cloud of ash all around. That's what we've been seeing for several hours. And then also you're seeing that flashing light. I know it's not the clearest image on your TV screen right now. However, that is the back of a fire truck. So these firefighters and emergency officials, CHP, mutual aid, I've seen from multiple different counties, CAL FIRE as well. They've been out here as well as police officers, doors, getting on loudspeakers, telling people if you're still in your house here off of Via Santa Ynez, or if you're in this area of Pacific Palisades, you really need to leave. That's because this is so unpredictable. The wind-driven fire, we keep on saying, it's one of those situations we have not seen in quite a while. The wind's just whipping everything around. We're talking about those embers. One moment, palm tree is on fire. The next moment, brush is on fire, someone's backyard is on fire, and then their house is just a total loss. Very sad to see here. Heartbreaking. I know, Cher, you mentioned that you may have some relatives with homes up here. We've been able to talk to residents that are still just kind of hunkered down and refuse to leave. And during one of my live shots, I asked the gentleman, he didn't want to show his face. I said, "Why are you still here?" He said, "Well, we're keeping an eye out. We have a safe route. And if we have to, we have our go bag and we're ready. We're going to get out." But as you see here, very dangerous situation. We're going to get out of here. We're going to turn back around, go back down to PCH, and just want everyone to know that this is such a difficult situation for everyone out here. And we just really hope the best. Unfortunately, those winds starting to pick up over the next several hours. Reporting live out here in Pacific Palisades, Gene Kang. See the folks out here just waiting at their house. We're going to send it back to you.
Yeah, we all hope that they, evacuate, as has been, all of the officials telling everybody this is mandatory. I mean, this is a situation where you should not be around in this area. It is so unpredictable. So we see those people standing in front of their house, and it makes you worry. But we hope that they do the right thing soon. In the meantime, let's go over to Sandra Mitchell. She is in the Pacific Palisades village, and she's been going around there. What do we have now, Sandy?
Cher, we're on Via de la Paz. You can see just behind us, there is a house completely up in flames. It's been burning for about 10 minutes since we've been here. And then if we can swing our camera around, I'm going to show you adjacent to that, the embers have now spread to this huge apartment building. The rooftop deck, it appeared to have caught fire first, and now it is burning down through this apartment or condominium building. So again, this is Via de la Paz. We are just a few blocks away from Palisades Village. We rode through that Caruso property, upscale shops there, Erewhon, Lululemon, many other shops and restaurants. It did not appear to be affected by the fire yet, but I can tell you fire is burning all around. Just as the photographer and I were driving up and down through the streets, we'd go through a block and it would be fine. We'd say, oh my goodness, look at that. That building is now on fire. The palm tree is now on fire. So in a moment here, things are changing very, very quickly. We've got one house off to the right of your screen, a complete loss. Now it appears the apartment building next door also will be a complete loss. These flames, they're just going so high into the air right now, probably 20 feet, 30 feet off the top of that apartment building. Add to that the intense winds that we've got here right now, and the fire is just going to continue to spread through these neighborhoods. Just a few moments ago, I noticed a car sitting in a driveway adjacent to that house that's on fire. I went up, there was a man inside that car, and I said, what are you doing? Why haven't you evacuated? He said he was actually coming here to check on his aunt's home. That's the home behind us. He said that she had lived here for about 40 years and that she was out of the country right now. That house is not affected by the fire yet, but boy, it is extremely close. You can see the embers flying through the air, feel this intense wind right now, and just watch as this apartment building and this house sadly go up in flames. This is under the mandatory evacuation areas. Fire crews are on the scene, but we assume that everybody has gotten out of this area safely now. Cher?
Yeah, I'll take it here, Sandra. Thank you. And we can only hope that people are heeding the warnings and getting out. Should have done so already. We know there are at least a handful of people that are sticking around. Again, authorities urging you to get out while you still can. As we track the developments that are so fast moving in this Palisades fire, we want to also direct our attention to the Altadena area in Eaton Canyon. So that sits just north of Altadena, of course, just north of Pasadena. And I know that we've got a live picture from our Mount Wilson camera, as well as a photographer on the ground there. This fire that started at around 6:30, there's the live picture from Mount Wilson. This fire has exploded in size now in Eaton Canyon to 200 acres. It is growing. Evacuations are underway in the Altadena area. This is eerily reminiscent of the firestorm in Southern California in October of 2007. It was a serious Santa Ana wind event, and ultimately we saw a number of major fires erupt simultaneously across Southern California. We've been talking about the Palisades fire throughout the day, and now we're dealing with a situation here north of Altadena in Eaton Canyon, again with very powerful wind gusts as meteorologist Vera Jimenez continues to track the situation for us across Southern California. Vera, the winds in this area, now this fire burning in Eaton Canyon above Altadena, from the maps I've seen, the winds are coming down slope.
They are, but as you look at that live picture, Mike, you can see the flames through the tree there and the smoke coming out behind it. I was checking the winds in Eaton Canyon and around, just in that general vicinity, and all of the winds are clocking somewhere between 15 and 20 miles per hour. As we move out into some of the canyons there, the winds are a little bit stronger. We're taking a look at those winds, and they were like at 25 and 35 miles per hour. But here in this area, in the Eaton Canyon region, we're looking at winds of about 15 to 20. And so as soon as I heard, I'm like, all right, let's take a look at the current observations there, and that's what we're looking at. It's incredible, the images that we're getting now, even as you saw between the tree branches. Back out we go. This is our LAX camera looking towards the Pacific Palisades, looking towards the west. And as you can see, this is only like a 10 to 12 mile stretch as the crow flies, of course. And look at those vivid images. It's crazy how strong those fires are and like how quickly they're spreading. As you heard Jean Kang mention, and now they actually changed. The winds have actually increased. So we get an update about every hour. And so now the latest update is that the sustained winds there are up to 28 miles per hour, and they've gone up from 44 to now 50 miles per hour. So it is going to continue to get stronger. We've been talking about that all afternoon long, and it is going to be a difficult situation. Earlier this morning and afternoon, here are some of the winds that were registered. Along the San Gabriel Mountains, we saw winds up to 86 miles per hour. Along the Santa Susana Mountains, Santa Susana, forgot the A there, sorry. 71 miles per hour. Pacoima in the San Fernando Valley, 78 miles per hour, and 65 were the winds in Santa Monica, along the Santa Monica Mountains. So as we go ahead and take a look at the max Doppler, you can see that even here the winds are registering out of the northeast, and this is what that area looks like. If you're not familiar with where Eaton Canyon is, here's Pasadena, here's Arcadia, and so Eaton Canyon is kind of this region right about here. There is a Pacific Canyon, but if you look, this is going to be up against the foothills, so that's what we're going to be looking for as we continue. But yes, as Micah mentioned, the winds are coming off the foothills and then rolling into the San Gabriel Valley. The interesting thing about this red flag warning is that normally there are certain areas that are impacted. Some of those favored passes and canyons, you know, like along the 210, along the 118, along the Cajon Pass, the Banning Pass, the corridor, the 14-5 split, those regions. But this was such a significant event that they said this is going to be a widespread red flag warning, because the winds are going to be very strong, and because these winds can be erratic, and because they do create little microclimates, you never know where these winds are going to go. They can be very unpredictable. So these are the sustained winds right now. As you take a look, Burbank is sitting at 29 miles per hour, Palmdale 25, 36 in Lancaster, and in Van Nuys 28 miles per hour. So that's what we're looking at. I'll be back later with more updates as I get them from the National Weather Service. Back to you.
To those affected by the Palisades fire, I know today is terrifying and it is painful. Please know that you are not alone. The County of Los Angeles and all of our partners are here together to stand with you and be in support of you.
LA County Supervisor Lindsay Horvath speaking this afternoon at Will Rogers State Beach after a briefing for the Palisades fire. The supervisor joined by Governor Newsom, members of the LA City Council, the LAPD, LA City Fire, LA County Fire Chief as well, all part of a joint response.
And Supervisor Horvath joins us now with more. And Supervisor Horvath, we saw you there, with that unified command. It was incredible to see, all of that support that we're getting and the information. What did you see, though, when you were on the ground?
It's terrifying, and I understand why people are concerned. I understand why people hesitate to follow evacuation orders when they're thinking about their homes, but we need people to be thinking about their safety and the safety of our first responders. These evacuation orders keep families safe, they keep people safe in these neighborhoods, but they also keep the people safe who are trying to access these neighborhoods and get this fire under control. And in order for them to be able to do that, they have to be able to access some of these areas, and in order to do that, they have to get people out of those areas.
Yeah, without question, a world-class response effort underway here. Best firefighters, best mutual aid system in the world, no doubt. As it stands tonight, we know we've got resources from LA City, LA County Fire, and surrounding agencies. Tell us where the response stands tonight and what we can expect through the night.
Yes, earlier today we moved into unified command within 2 hours, and that just goes to show how city, county, state, and our federal partners are all working together to address this ongoing crisis. We know that the worst is ahead of us. From 10 p.m. to 5 a.m. the winds are going to be even worse, and so we are working hard to make sure that the areas are evacuated. All of Topanga Canyon is under an evacuation order. Many areas are under evacuation warning, but I encourage people to be ready to move, and move if you can, even before the order is in place, because some of these areas we just don't know how quickly the winds will shift and how the fire will spread. What we do know is that it's taking a lot of effort, and there are extraordinary people. This is certainly a calling. I saw this firsthand at the Franklin fire just before the holidays, and to see the magnitude of this fire and how people are coming together to address it and to keep people safe is nothing short of extraordinary.
Do you think that we were prepared?
Well, we worked months prior to, we hosted several community emergency preparedness events to educate the community. But of course, people sometimes don't absorb information about an emergency until it's here. So we work really hard to work with our fire departments, our law enforcement, and our Office of Emergency Management to ensure that people have access to the tools that they're going to need, especially knowing that power could go out, cellular service could go out, knowing how they're supposed to communicate with people in a time of crisis when they're not in the crisis is part of the training that we do when we do these community events. But we also know that in an area like the Palisades that is more densely populated than some of the areas where we've seen other fires, we know that it's going to be very complicated to address. And so as much preparedness as there is, there's still a lot of tragedy that happens. And I do know that our first responders are doing all that they can to make sure that that tragedy doesn't include loss of life.
You know, the vast majority of people in this situation in particular have heeded the evacuation orders. They've gotten out, but of course there are those who do not. They stick around. They feel they have a handle on the situation. We talk to them all the time. You can't force them to leave, but do you have a message specifically for those people that just refuse to leave and think that they're better off sticking at home and riding it out?
You know, I've heard from people who lived through Woolsey who wanted to educate me as I became their supervisor, you know, that they weren't going to leave when the next big fire came, that they were going to defend their property to the best of their ability. And I didn't live through Woolsey in the way that they did. So I understand you have a personal experience that is informing some of how you're thinking. What I hope people will hear is, even if you can't think about it for yourself, even if you're willing to put your own personal safety at risk, which you shouldn't, the personal safety of your community members and the personal safety of the people who are on the front lines fighting this fire, to put it out, to keep property safe, and to do the very thing that you're asking them to do, which is to keep your most precious valuables, the things that you've worked so hard to have in your life, to keep those things safe. They need to be able to do that job. And in order to do it, you need to evacuate. And so the most important thing that we can do is be partners to one another in this time of crisis. So really heeding those warnings and those evacuation orders is a critical component. We're all in this together. LA County, the city, the state are all working together. And so we need our community members to also work with us to keep themselves and each other safe.
We know that Mayor Bass was on a trip overseas for the U.S. government, and that when this broke out this morning, that she was making her way back to Los Angeles and was due to land in a few hours. Have you spoken with her yet? Has she arrived? Will we hear from her tonight?
I haven't spoken with her, but I do know that she was, I heard that she was traveling, but I do know that Councilmember Tracy Park and I have been coordinating closely. Acting Mayor, the Council President, Marquise Harris Dawson, was also with us at the press conference today. I know that there are city officials who are front and center in making sure that this crisis is being addressed at the city level. We at the county have declared a state of emergency. I know the governor has as well, and we appreciate that. He also requested from the president, who's actually on the west side tonight, for his assistance. And so all levels of government are committed to making sure that people are safe and that every resource necessary gets deployed to protect people at this time of crisis.
Terrific points, and so many terrific points from Supervisor Horvath to the people specifically that refuse to get out. And I hear your point, and it's not often said publicly. You're putting firefighters at greater risk by staying behind. Thanks for pointing that out again, and Supervisor Horvath, thanks for taking the time.
Really appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. Now we want to go to Rachel Menitoff. She has been, well, actually, we have been following two wildfires. The Pacific Palisades fire, of course, has erupted now to 2,900 acres in Altadena. Another fire has exploded to 200 acres, and it is growing fast. All right, Rachel Menitoff is in Palisades for us. She's been sort of our roving reporter in the live truck there, going through the different neighborhoods and showing us different areas of devastation. So many of them hard to see, Rachel.
Micah, absolutely. And we're in another one of those neighborhoods that is suffering absolute devastation. We're on Toyopa Drive, and if I turn the camera around, you can see that at least one of the homes here on the left is completely engulfed in flames. There are several first responders. They are working so hard to put this fire out. You can see that they've got their ladders out and they are fighting this fire using their hoses to shoot water through the windows and through the roof. But it is so voracious and it is so strong. And the winds are making it so difficult to battle this fire. And unfortunately, the fire may have spread to one or two homes next to it. I think that's what firefighters are trying to prevent. They want to stop this fire from spreading to the homes next door. We're going to turn around. Oh, we need to turn around right now because we're a little bit too close, and we don't want to get in the way of the firefighting efforts. But, you know, what Sandra said was very accurate. You go from street to street, and some of the homes are totally fine. Some of the neighborhoods are totally fine, and then you happen upon a neighborhood like this where one of the homes is just completely engulfed in flames, and the concern is that it's going to spread from home to home. There are a couple of residents who are out here who have stayed longer than the evacuation order, and they are concerned about their homes. Now, if you take a look ahead of us, visibility around here very challenging. The smoke has created this haze in the air. These homes are unscathed, thankfully, but as you can see, this fire is very unpredictable. There's no set pattern, and it can move. Oh, take a look. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. This home on the right, you can see completely engulfed. It is so difficult to see these images. This is what is typically a beautiful, very expensive home. It is completely engulfed. This is something that someone has worked their lives for. Fighters on the scene just yet, but this is a total loss, as you can see. Unbelievable images. And then the concern is that this fire that you're seeing right now is going to spread to the home right next to it. So there's no distinct pattern. There are some homes that are completely engulfed and some that are unscathed. So it's really hard to follow this fire, and you can see the winds. I mean, even once firefighters get on the scene and start battling these fires, it is so incredibly difficult. It's so frustrating because they put their heart and soul into battling the fire, but the winds, they're up against these winds. That is what they're battling. This is just unbelievable, and it's devastating to see. Thankfully, no one appears to be anywhere in sight. There's another home straight ahead down this block. If we can turn, if you see straight ahead, another home straight ahead that's also engulfed in flames, and then you have some that are completely fine. It shows you how unpredictable this fire is, and then what happens is it blows embers into the street. There's a small fire to the left, and then unfortunately those small embers grow and become these terrible fires. This home is a complete loss. You can see it has burned to the ground. You can see the chimney. Just unbelievable. Yeah, this one has burned completely to the ground, although the home right next to it is totally fine. And you can see the embers in front of us. This just blows embers into the street and creates for a very precarious situation. We're going to turn around and get out of here because these are, you know, the scene could change at a moment's notice. That's the problem. That's the problem around here. But it just seems to be moving from home to home with no discernible pattern, Sharon, Micah. So that's what we're seeing over here. This is right off of Sunset, a major street around here, a major shopping area, and some beautiful homes that are just destroyed, people's livelihoods.
It is hard to look at, you know, if you know that area well and you know these houses, you know, next to each other, and then you see just one burning and the other saved, and just burning down to the ground there. It's hard to watch. A lot of people are going to be coming home tomorrow morning or the next day after to nothing, unfortunately, and that is going to be the case for many people. As we've been, you know, we don't have an exact count on how many structures have been lost. As we said, this is only going to get worse at 10 o'clock, and that's going to last until 5 o'clock in the morning. And we've already been seeing, Micah, some of these flames just erupt into the air and uncontrollable. And when you see that, you just wonder, where's that wind going to bring those embers next?
Yeah, dozens of homes that we've witnessed at the very minimum in the Palisades area. Again, new developments in the Eaton Canyon area, just north and east of Altadena. Sam Cortese in the newsroom tracking developments. We understand this one is north of 200 acres. Evacuations are underway. What more do you know, Sam?
Right, Micah and Cher, like you mentioned, 200 plus acres. This has exploded since 6:23 this evening, just more than an hour, and now more than 200 acres in the Eaton Canyon area of Altadena. This is 40 miles east of the Palisades. U.S. Forest Service, Pasadena, LA County Fire, which as we know is already strapped tonight, all working together to keep this fire under control. But they have posted in the last 10 minutes mandatory evacuations where they are saying leave now. I understand our photojournalist Ken Kohler is in Altadena. We have a look from the ground, and then here's a look from our camera up above where you can see that plume of smoke and the glow of a fire behind that large tree as this Eaton fire broke out again at 6:20 this evening. And the mandatory evacuations, I'm going to read off the streets in this area where Angeles National Forest has said you must leave now. That's Altadena Drive, Kinaloa Canyon Road, Outpost Lane, Glen Springs, Coolidge, Miranda, Roosevelt, Veranda, Ken Clare, that was Miranda and Veranda, Ken Clare, and they just added moments ago Fox Ridge, Canyon Close, and Grand Oak. Those are all streets, intersections, areas with large plots of land that are undeveloped but next to homes, for example, against Eaton Canyon. And that was posted within the last 10 minutes. They are saying leave now in all caps, mandatory evacuations. Again, this is just over an hour ago, 200 plus acres already, evacuations underway. The Eaton fire in Altadena, U.S. Forest Service, Angeles National Forest, Pasadena, LA County Fire, all working to put this fire out quickly. But we know that already fire authorities are asking for those who are so brave to already be firefighters in the state of California. If they are off, they're asking them to call a hotline and come in to help fight the Palisades fire and now the Eaton fire. Incident management report was just posted moments ago, so I'm just reading this live on the air. They say the cause is under investigation. The initial location for this fire, Altadena Drive and Midwick Drive. They say it's a unified command, multiple evacuation orders now in effect. It's a lawful order, they say, to leave now, closed to public access, and that fire is what you see, the black smoke, which Sharon, Micah, we've learned over the many years here in California, but it's certainly over the last few hours. Dark smoke, not a good sign, and that's burning just behind the view we have here that you're looking at from Eaton Canyon.
Yeah, certainly ominous, and you know, we are looking at this at 200 acres right now, but we are expecting, obviously, with the winds that we have coming throughout the night and morning, that this might increase. We do have a crew on the way, and so we will get an update from the ground shortly. But in the meantime, as just to reiterate what Sam said, there are mandatory evacuations here, and as we were talking, Micah, and you mentioned, you know, it's about life then property. Yeah. So evacuate so that they can protect your property.
And to give you an idea of the level of concern, initially 10 strike teams were ordered for this response. They have since ordered 10 additional strike teams, and a third alarm has been ordered by Incident Command for this Eaton fire. Again, this is burning obviously out of control, north of 200 acres in the Eaton Canyon area. Altadena under immediate threat here. And as Sam reported, the evacuations and the details to get out and get out quickly. We have Larry Welk with us, longtime pilot across Southern California in the Altadena area. Larry, are you there?
I am. We saw this fire from the 210 freeway, and so I decided to drive up to the helipad above JPL where they load water, and I expected that I would be able to talk to one of the firefighters up there. But the windy conditions right now are preventing firefighters from getting into the air over this fire. There's only an airplane overhead that's flying at 8,000 feet in orbits over this fire. as an incident command aircraft. But the wind and this fire has blown up in the last 20 minutes. It has just exploded. We've seen spotting. And we've seen a lot of transformer explosions down in the lowlands below Eaton Canyon Recreation Area as well. From our vantage point, we're also seeing people starting to evacuate here in the area above JPL in the La Cañada area. So it's just a terrible situation, and the wind is only getting worse at this hour.
Let's talk a little bit about, the flying capability at this point. A lot of people have been commenting that they're not seeing aircraft, firefighting aircraft, and we've been discussing that throughout the night. But Larry, I'd like you to maybe let our viewers know what the situation is with firefighting aircraft, as well as, why we're on the ground too.
Well, it's extremely difficult, and in particular in that area. Right now in the Palisades, with all the wind, they have the benefit of being in the lower land, and they've got the ocean that they can fly over. In this case, the wind is coming from the north, and it's coming over Mount Wilson and that area, and it creates a rotor effect where the wind starts to swirl, and it creates a tremendous amount of turbulence, and it is extremely dangerous for low-flying aircraft, even high-flying aircraft. The aircraft that is a King Air that is operated by the fire department is flying at a very high altitude and flying in extremely wide orbits, and I can only imagine the kind of turbulence that plane is going through right now. But we don't see any helicopters in the air, and again, from the helipad where we're sitting, we have not seen a helicopter come in and land yet, so the flying conditions are very difficult. The real problem is when you get into these ridge lines, even with night vision goggles, that turbulence can push the helicopters up and down. And even if they were able to fly with this kind of wind, it wouldn't be effective. As soon as the water would leave the helicopter, it would just sort of get blown by the wind and evaporate before it ever got to the ground. So it's a tough situation for pilots.
Yeah, and really a fire that ultimately needs to be most effectively fought from the air. A situation like this with topography like this, remove the wind from the equation, and you have a chance if you've got aerial assets in there. These firefighters, Larry, we've got 20 strike teams moving in. They're all ground forces that are going to be challenged perhaps like never before to try and corral a beast like this in a place like Eaton Canyon with wind like this.
Well, and I think that really the best thing firefighters can do right now is get established into an area where they can work on as much structural protection as possible. The problem is this fire started so quickly. We saw so many transformers exploding. We saw a lot of the area get blacked out with power outages. So it's complete chaos right now, and the area where the fire is burning the most right now is completely inaccessible to ground firefighters or aerial assets because it's burning so high up into that mountain above that Eaton Canyon recreational area. But if you live along Altadena Boulevard, it's a tough situation because it's starting to spread. We've seen several spots hundreds of yards away from where the initial fire was. So this is a big fire that is only going to get bigger tonight, and right now the winds are manageable, still tough to fly, but my understanding is that the velocity of the wind just gets worse as the night goes on.
That is some bad news there, that they won't be able to get really the ground crews into that initial part that we might be looking at over our Mount Wilson camera, which is the screen right now. And we do know how fast these winds can bring those embers to other parts of the area in Altadena and beyond, unfortunately, especially as we go into the night with stronger winds. Are you okay, Larry, where you are right now, and what is your plan?
Well, I don't live here in the La Cañada area anymore. I moved a couple of years ago, but I was driving on the 210 freeway, and I saw the glow of the fire, and it looked from my vantage point near Sunland to Hunga that the fire might be burning my old house. So I drove up. I can't take the news person out of me. I drove up to the helispot to see how close it was. And that's when I saw just how terrible it was going to be for those people in Altadena. Now, I can tell you that evacuation, I don't know if the notices have gone out, but I did see about a dozen or so residents up in that area around the helipad already starting to evacuate, loading their cars and things. And I spoke with a very good friend of mine who lives in Altadena, and he said that he had not gotten an official evacuation at that point, but he is going to leave anyway because he doesn't want to take any chances. And he also told me that the smoke was so thick that it was almost impossible to see anything on the ground.
Yeah, if you haven't left, you're urged to do so, and if you haven't received the order, you will be shortly, as firefighters are dealing with an uphill battle here to try and protect structures in Altadena. And the faster you can get out, the better chance they have of protecting the property in this area adjacent to Eaton Canyon, as this fire has now erupted to over 200 acres. Firefighters on scene, an enormous response underway here as we watch now the second fire of this Santa Ana wind event, second major fire erupting here in Southern California. Larry Welk, thanks for taking the time. Be safe, and we'll be in touch down the road.
You got it. Thanks.
All right. Thank you so much, Larry. Good to hear from you. Be safe. Yeah. And we now want to go to Sam Cortese. She's got an update for us when it comes to the Pacific Palisades. Sam?
Sharon, Micah, while you were on the phone there, the city of Santa Monica has issued an evacuation order for all areas north of San Vicente. This is creeping closer and closer to such a densely populated area of Santa Monica that it's really hard to believe that we're seeing this message. The city of Santa Monica said this is an immediate threat to life. Leave now, closed to the public. Again, the city of Santa Monica within the last 10 minutes said all areas of the city north of San Vicente need to evacuate now. Sharon, Micah, this fire in the Palisades is growing, spreading toward Calabasas, toward Santa Monica. And as we keep on saying, we just fear for what this will look like come 10 o'clock tonight, as those winds are expected to get much worse.
You talk about the situation in Santa Monica, and as we've been talking about the evacuation warnings stretching all the way to Calabasas,
right.
You've got resources, and again, we've said this, world-class firefighting response here with mutual aid, with all the different resources and the preparation, but Mother Nature holds the cards. Frankly, and she's playing quite a hand tonight.
Micah, I think you called it the Great Pacific Barrier, because now the fire is just getting to the ocean where it has nowhere to go. I have friends who left rather late from Malibu, and they sent me photos of the fire creeping across PCH, reaching the ocean in Malibu. And just that thought matched with what's going on in Santa Monica, north of San Vicente, getting evacuated right now. This is scary stuff, and we're hoping that everyone's okay. Rachel, Jean, Lauren, all of our reporters who are out there, Sandra, just doing such a great job getting the word out, because earlier today, as I know you all were watching, it was chaos. It was chaos with people trying to evacuate quickly, and perhaps luckily that sent a message to everyone on the outskirts of this fire to get ready to go.
Yeah, and really, it's no matter where you live. You know, we are not immune from this. There was even a brush fire in the Hollywood Hills this morning, and luckily they were able to put that out quite fast. But you know, you have to have your go bag. You've got to be ready, set, go, no matter what, because these are the times that we are living in with numbers that we've never seen before. I've never seen 100-mile-per-hour winds in my career here, coming up on 20 years in Los Angeles, and you know, it is scary to see how fast it spreads and across a vast amount of space too. Yeah, as great as the response is here in Southern California, there is a limit to what man can do, and again, nature holds the cards, and we're watching a hell of a hand being played tonight on the assets that we have in place across the Palisades area and now into Eaton Canyon in Altadena. Where are we going next, Nick? Are we going to Carlos? All right, Carlos is in the Palisades area. He's been moving around. Carlos, where are you now? What do you have?
Yeah, Micah, we are on Swarthmore Avenue, and I took my KTLA cap off because just the winds, I didn't want it to blow over, but just to give you an indication of how strong the winds have been here the tree limbs here are pretty much blocking this road here. Some of the limbs crashing onto power lines. So that's just a little bit of the taste of all the down trees that we've seen. But just check out these images down here. Very, very apocalyptic. That looks to be a yogurt shop that is just in flames at the moment. It's been burning now for a good 30 minutes or so. There are no fire engines, no fire trucks to put out any of the fire. But the big concern, the trees, the palm trees there, you can see the embers, they're flying every which way. And so with the winds, how strong the winds have been, let me get out of the way because this fire engine's coming. They could blow those embers a good 100 feet even further as the winds pick up, and then that is a spark that's needed to ignite another massive fire at a different location, be it a business, be it a house. And yeah, we've seen homes, we've seen businesses on fire just down the street. A bank is also on fire, so very eerie here. But law enforcement, I will say, they've been doing a good job just to keep people out, to make sure they are evacuated. We did see a few teens on e-bikes out here earlier, which of course they should not be in the area. They actually wanted to be interviewed, but you know, they don't live here. They just came to take pictures, to maybe be on TikTok or whatever. But of course, we told them no, they're not residents here. But again, law enforcement, they're doing a pretty good job of keeping everyone safe. As I mentioned earlier,
All right. It seems like that we may have lost audio from Carlos Saucedo for a second. Carlos, thank you so much. Be safe out there. And if you know that area where he is, where that yogurt shop is just right off of that Pacific Palisades village area, and, you know, a very popular spot. Let's go over to Vera Jimenez right now. She's got a look at what we can expect as we go into the night. We are just 2 hours away, Vera, from when it's really supposed to kick up.
When it's going to start kicking up. And we've already actually started to see that as we were looking at the current numbers. Earlier, we were taking a look at the winds near the Pacific Palisades. They were at 44 miles per hour. As of 7 o'clock, they are now at 50 miles per hour. So we're definitely seeing things increase there. And this is the map that I was talking about. It went from 24 and 44 to now 28 and 50 miles per hour. And again, so we are going to see those numbers slowly increase. I was looking at the numbers near the Altadena area, near Eaton Canyon, and the winds have also gotten a little bit stronger there, 15 to 20 miles. And again, those are the observations in the last hour. That's when I get the observation updates. I wish they did it more often, but they don't. And you can see the bounce in the camera here. This is our LAX camera. So let's talk about some of the gusts that we've already experienced, and why I'm really concerned is because already in the morning at about, I would say before lunchtime, Fremont Canyon in Orange County already clocked wind speeds of 80 miles per hour, 77 at Arrowhead Springs, Running Springs 74, and at Lytle Creek 70 miles per hour. As we go ahead and zoom in, just in case you're not familiar with the San Gabriel Valley, this is the area. So here's Pasadena, here's Arcadia. So Eaton Canyon is right about here. Monrovia is over here. And so this is where Eaton Canyon is. And at this point, as I said, the last of the winds that I checked were sitting between 15 and 20 miles per hour. We are going to see those numbers increase. Here are some of the current numbers that we have in play. Out of the north in Lancaster at 36 miles per hour, 23 in Palmdale, 40 miles per hour in Burbank. Burbank and parts of the San Gabriel Valley have been experiencing some pretty strong winds most of the day. 33 in Ontario out of the northeast, Corona 24 in Fullerton. This is a widespread wind event and a widespread red flag warning. So we also need to take a look at the surrounding areas, even though, of course, we're most concerned with the areas of the fire and where the fires are taking place. Current relative humidity values stand in the teens, 16 in Van Nuys, 19 in downtown Los Angeles, 18, and in Chino, we're talking 16 in terms of the percentages regarding the relative humidities. As you can see, this is a widespread event. We are looking at some of these expiring tomorrow at 6 p.m. and actually, no, not tomorrow, Thursday at 6 p.m. The winds are due to slow down tomorrow evening at about 6 p.m. And that's going to be really important because, as you can see, we have a wind advisory in the tan, the high wind warnings in the mustard color. And once the winds begin to subside, even if they're not strong enough to be at the high wind warning level, we're still looking at the possibility of continuing with the wind advisories. And again, this is going to be widespread. We are going to be looking at those winds on and off even beyond Thursday, which is why some of those areas are going to see the forecast for the red flag warning extend until Friday. The relative humidity values, of course, also a huge part of the weather story. It's extremely dry out there. We've had very little rain. We've had almost 5 inches below where we should be for the entire season. And for the month, we are creeping up to like ½ an inch below where we should be. And it's a really start of the month, if you will. So these are the relative humidity values that we are going to be looking at tonight as those winds continue to tick up. 15% in Chino and Ontario and 17 in downtown Los Angeles, which is very dry for them. That's a look at the update for now. We'll be back in just a little bit more with more weather updates.
Thank you, Vera. Now at 8 o'clock, a fast-moving, wind-driven wildfire burning in the Pacific Palisades area at this hour. Dozens of homes have been damaged or destroyed. An estimated 30,000 people are under evacuation orders in that fire, and a new fire, the Eaton fire, has broken out above Altadena. Good evening to you once again. I'm Micah Ullman.
And I'm Cher Calvin. A quick program note for our viewers. WWE NXT, which would normally air right tonight, has been rescheduled to air tomorrow night at 8 p.m. right here on KTLA 5, the CW. And our live fire coverage continues right now. The Pacific Palisades and the Palisades fire broke out around 10:30 this morning and quickly exploded, burning dry brush that hasn't burned for decades. It has already burned 2,920 acres.
And as we've been reporting, a second fire has broken out above Altadena in Eaton Canyon. That one is growing very quickly. At last estimate, 200 acres and growing. Evacuations underway in that fire as well.
And we have reporters fanned out around the Pacific Palisades and in Altadena. We will begin, though, with Sandra Mitchell. She is live in the Pacific Palisades for us. Sandra.
Sharon, Micah, incredibly intense and incredibly strong winds right now. The conditions are just so heartbreaking for these firefighters who are really doing their best to try and save buildings. We've covered so many wildfires, and typically we see them burning out in the brush and then up to the houses. This fire is jumping all over the Palisades right now. Take a look at this fire burning behind us. We've got about 40-foot flames. That is the Palisades Charter Elementary School, or what's left of it. This fire has been burning for about an hour now. When we first drove by, it was just creeping up. Suddenly the fire exploded, and now there is very little left. Again, Palisades Charter Elementary School. We are just a few blocks from Palisades Village, and we can tell you that Caruso Shopping Center, there is fire all around the shopping center right now. It is starting to creep ever closer to the stores, but so far we have not seen any of the structures there burning. Thomas, I'm going to ask you to just kind of spin around so we could show folks at home what we're dealing with when we talk about fires popping up all over the place. This is just down the street. I'm not sure what that is, but we've been driving around. We've seen restaurants burning, a dry cleaner literally exploding as we drove by. The power lines have been de-energized, but they are burning and now falling into the street. Palm trees catching fire, and we can see the palm fronds blowing out into the street. Again, the danger with this is the intense winds that are just carrying these embers everywhere. And as they do, more buildings catch fire. So we'll spin around again and show you what is left here. Again, this is Palisades Charter Elementary School, just in the background there. Now a complete loss. We've seen a condominium building explode just a few blocks from here on Via de la Paz. Also a home there burning. As I mentioned, typically we see these fires out in the woodlands, the brush fire burning, but this is burning structures. It is burning homes, restaurants, and other businesses all over the Palisades tonight. Every once in a while we hear explosions, and it seems like there are propane tanks or other things exploding inside homes and businesses incredibly dangerous, and the firefighters, as you can imagine, are just spread so thin. Just when they think they have one building under control, fire pops up somewhere else. And I can tell you, some of these buildings, there's no fire protection, there's no firefighting going on, because they are just up against this incredible firefight tonight.
All right, Sandra Mitchell with extraordinary pictures and a story to tell. Sandra, thank you. We want to go live on the telephone now to Kai Goldberg, weatherman here at KTLA, who I understand is actually in the evacuation zone of this Eaton fire, the Eaton Canyon area, north and east of Altadena. Kai, are you with us?
Yeah, Micah, good evening. Yeah, I'm right near the intersection of Hill and Washington Boulevard. We live just below Altadena, and the fire is exploding. The winds, I was listening to you throughout the last 15 minutes, and Cher mentioned she's never witnessed winds like this. And I've been forecasting in this city for 21 years. I've never witnessed winds like this. The trees are snapping. They're huge oaks that are 80, 90 years old. They're just falling down. The neighborhood that we live in is typically very quiet. You can hear a pin drop as normally, and there's traffic everywhere. People are leaving. They're packing up, and the embers are hopefully not getting close, but the smoke certainly is. And the whole house is actually pretty full of smoke right now. So we got the car packed up. We are doing what I typically tell all the viewers to do, is to have a plan, get your medicines, your paperwork, get them in the car, put the nose facing towards the street, and we're going to wait for my son. He had a basketball game, so when he gets back home, I think we might leave this neighborhood and head to my mom and dad's house.
Yeah, it's got to be terrifying, Kai. We don't ever think that we're going to be in these situations, but it eventually does hit us at one point or another, living in Southern California, dealing with these new conditions like winds of 100 miles per hour. And certainly it is terrifying, I'm sure, for you and your entire family. When you haven't left yet, so I was going to ask if you were experiencing kind of the same kind of bottleneck that happened over
because we're going to need it.
Yeah, and the city declared a state of emergency. How does that help you guys?
So the city declaring a state of emergency, what that does is it opens up some funding and it opens up some resources for us. Also getting the governor's office involved, that opens up additional resources for us as well.
All right. Oh, thank you so much, Captain, for talking to us. I'll be checking back in with you in just a bit here. I really appreciate it. All right, guys, that's going to do it for us. The very latest from the command post here, Will Rogers State Beach, and we'll continue to keep you guys updated. For now, I'm Mary Beth McDade. We'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Mary Beth, thank you. The silver lining in the face of all this devastation, you heard the PIO say it there, no one has been hurt that they know of, which is remarkable in the face of all the devastation we are seeing. Devastation that is being revealed from a very revealing vantage point. Rachel Menitoff has been roaming through the neighborhoods in Pacific Palisades, showing us home after home burning. Rachel, what do you have now?
Micah, that's right. Right now we are on Pampas Ricas Drive, and I want to show you what we're seeing. You can see the orange hue above us and then several fire trucks in the distance, and that's because there are several homes in this area that are completely engulfed in flames. We want to start with one that's on our left. Benton, if we can drive straight, the embers are just moving the street. The home itself is a complete loss. We actually heard the moment when the entire structure collapsed, a large thud, and the home is completely lost and still engulfed in flames. It is so difficult to put these fires out because of these heavy winds. Now, what's amazing to me is that the home next door is untouched, although that could change at a moment's notice. This home completely destroyed, the home right next door completely fine. Obviously, we know that the homes next door are in a very precarious position. I saw a couple of people watering down their lawns and their homes as a way to try to prevent destruction. And it's kind of eerie around here. You see the holiday lights. You know, we just came off of New Year's and the holiday season, and all of the lights are still up, and yet there is utter destruction in these neighborhoods. If we make a left here, there's another home off of Toyopa Drive that also went up in flames. You can see some of the homes are completely fine at the moment, and then you have a house like this one to the right of us that has burned to the ground. We see the chimney that's left, but it is a total loss. Once a beautiful multi-million-dollar house, now reduced to rubble, and the problem is these embers start flying in the air, they start flying through the streets, and that's how this fire spreads. Those small embers, which seem benign, move to another house, and then it becomes engulfed in flames. Luckily, the homes on either side are untouched. You can see the fire from a different vantage point. Hard to tell if it's the same house, but I believe it is. I believe it's just one large home. And you see these flames just shooting through the roof, and then the house next door is untouched. There isn't a huge fire presence over here at the moment. It's hard because there are so many of these fires and only so many crews that can fight them. Just to give you a perspective, we're not far from Sunset Boulevard. This is obviously an area where people have been told to evacuate. I have seen a couple of people who have been watering down their homes in an effort to preserve their livelihoods, what they've worked for so many years. And then what you're also seeing further away from some of the burning homes is this haze, this thick cloud of smoke, which makes navigating around here so challenging. This is another street that has been impacted by fire. There's a home on the left that we saw earlier that was burning. It is still burning. And what's so challenging about this is the wind. So firefighters have been fighting this house fire for the last hour. It's to the left of us, if you can see it. We don't want to get too close because there are fire hoses all around the ground, and they're using those to fight this fire and to prevent it from spreading to the neighboring homes. We're on Toyopa Drive right now, not far from Sunset Boulevard. and you see this house that is engulfed in flames. They've been fighting this fire for at least an hour, and it has been so challenging and even frustrating to watch because they douse it with their hoses, and yet it continues to burn. It seems like there's no end in sight, which is what is so difficult about this fire. We're going to turn around and give you another vantage point. What you see and what is absolutely amazing to me is like this house right is untouched. It's completely fine. And I think one of the things that fire around here is to preserve any homes as they can. So again, this is Toyopa Drive off of Sunset Boulevard, and then the homes that you were seeing before are Pompous Recus Boulevard and West Pompous Recus Boulevard. These are all homes that are very close to that popular shopping center on Sunset, where you have high-end shops, clothing stores. It's typically a well-populated area. What you're seeing right in front of us is actually a man. I don't know if you're able to see him, but he has been using his hose to water down this area. He's trying to save his house, and you can really feel for him wanting to do everything he can to protect his livelihood. This is obviously not something that is recommended. People in this area have been told to leave. They know the risks, you know, the warnings on our phones. Oh, this is a risky endeavor, but you feel. Share, Michael, I'll send it back to you.
All right, Rachel Menitoff, thank you for those pictures. We know it is frightening to be in that kind of environment, and as you're going through there and seeing the homes up in flames and some that aren't, and we do appreciate you bringing that to us.
The Eaton fire, turning our attention to the Altadena area, as we've been reporting, has continued to grow in size. It started at, reported at 10 acres. It has exploded over 200, and now we're hearing 400 acres and growing. The evacuations are underway in the Altadena area.
That's right. We want to go to John Fenolio. He's live in Altadena with the latest on the Eaton Canyon brush fire there. And you look awfully close, John.
Cher and Mike, this fire has in fact exploded in size, and it is not just a brush fire. This is a neighborhood fire. Homes are burning as we speak right now. We are on North Altadena Drive at East Prairie Street. You can just see the black smoke being fanned, being pushed by these high Santa Ana winds. You see the palm trees bending there, and as we step back here, you can see that back houses are on fire. The ember cast from this blaze is just absolutely astonishing. Firefighters are jumping from home to home to try to get water on these houses, but just look at this right here. You can see just how ferocious this wind is. And to give you a frame of reference, this is the backyard of a home. Behind it is a densely wooded area. You can see the fences on fire.
strong winds, and that's honestly the scary part, the frightening part, because of what we've seen already the last several hours. Images I've never seen before, and it's only going to get worse. I'll send it back to you guys.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate when you mentioned that Pali High burned down. That's heartbreaking for so many kids that go there. Just one of many places that people gather in the Palisades. And Carlos, we thank you for your reporting there. We do want to now turn our attention to the other fire that is burning in the Southland, and that is in Altadena.
John Fenolio has been in the neighborhood there where we've seen a number of homes already burned. This fire that started in the Eaton Canyon area has pushed down into Altadena, and a large swath of the Altadena area is now under evacuation orders from Lake Avenue to the west, Eaton Canyon Golf Course to the east, all the way down to Washington Boulevard. That is virtually half of the entire area of Altadena under evacuation orders. And here's John Fenolio back with us now, very close to a neighborhood where we saw a number of homes burning. John, what do you have?
Cher and Mike, hello once again. That's right. Just a few moments ago, we brought you those images as we were going back behind this sort of wooded area, behind some of these homes where these flames have really taken off. And you saw that ember cast was catching one of those homes on fire. LA County fire crews have just arrived. Where we are now in relation to that is essentially the home that is next door. So let me just give you a better idea of what that looks like right here. Okay, so to our right, that was the backyard we were in a moment ago, and you can see that the house next to it, if we pan the camera to the left, is just a total loss as these flames continue to chew through portions of Altadena here. It started off as just a 10-acre brush fire shortly after 6:30 p.m. tonight, and within a matter of about 15 minutes, it exploded in size to over 200 acres. Now we're hearing some 400 acres, but honestly, we just don't know at this point because these winds continue to fan these flames, the embers traveling miles as they land on other homes and structures, igniting these homes and structures. So you can see it right here, just a raging inferno. We've also been hearing those pops and explosions. We've been hearing gas tanks, natural gas lines explode. We've also been seeing power transformers explode. We saw them exploding on the hillside as we were driving up the freeway. We've seen them exploding in the distance here in this neighborhood. But again, no longer a brush fire, very much an active wildfire that is engulfing structures as we speak, as you see right here. Share, Micah.
John, we see you in the middle of all of this, and I know that you're going to find a safe way, or always have a safe way out, but these things kind of have a mind of their own and could surround you. So we just hope that you're safe. There you go, some firefighters. Okay, thank you. And I just want to make sure you're safe. And I'm just wondering, have you been able to talk to some of the residents there? Are they still in this area, or have they, for the most part, evacuated?
As we were powering up upon our arrival, we did speak with one resident who said he'd lived in this neighborhood for some 27 years, and he's never seen winds like this. He's seen some brush fires in the past that firefighters were able to get on top of pretty quickly, but nothing like this. He was one of the people who was on his way out, on foot no less, as sheriff's deputies and fire department personnel were telling him and other residents in this area to evacuate immediately. So he just was devastated, a look of shock on his face. You could just tell he couldn't believe what he was seeing. But that's about the only resident we've been able to speak with. Fortunately, we just saw a crush of vehicles leaving this area as we were approaching, and that's because authorities have been telling people to evacuate, doing so quickly, and it looks like a lot of people, we don't know how many of course, but it looks like a lot of people are heeding those evacuation orders and getting out of here, because as you can see, this fire is just spreading out of control. Sherry, you asked about our safety and how these fires can get away, have a mind of their own and get away from you. Well, we do have some situational awareness here. We are right on top of an LA County fire crew.
Yes.
This is our exit right here. We're not surrounded by any flames. We've got the fire right in front of us, and of course, it's dangerous. It's dangerous for sure, but we are not boxed in by any means. And if we were to walk out onto the sidewalk here, up and down the street, you'll see these engine crews that are providing structure protection for all these homes. We are on North Altadena Drive at East Prairie Street, and as you can see here, all the fire engines that are lined up. That's actually New York Drive right there, and North Altadena where we are right here. And you can see that the fire engine crews are stationed. And if you look down the street, even just a little further, you can see they're just on patrol as they hop from hot spot to hot spot to try and put out these spot fires that are engulfing homes as we speak. Sheriff Micah.
Yeah, this fire, John, as you're aware, is up in the Eden Canyon area, but we've been talking about not only this fire, but the Palisades fire spotting out ahead of itself because of these gusty winds. And it seems, in a sense, that's what's happening here as you have the winds coming down slope into this neighborhood. This evacuation area you're talking about is enormous. Hundreds and hundreds of homes in the path of these spots as they come out ahead of this fire. How many resources are you seeing in this neighborhood? I know a number of strike teams were ordered, but the challenge is very real when you can't predict where a spot is going to ignite a home next.
Exactly, Mike. It's impossible to tell just with the naked eye from our vantage point right here, but we have been listening to what firefighters have been saying. LA County, as well as Angeles National Forest, CAL FIRE crews, who continue to announce that they are ordering more resources. We know we've got an LA County fire helicopter over the area right now, or on the way, and of course they are calling in just about everyone. We heard earlier this evening that the city of Los Angeles has called in all off-duty firefighters. First time they've done that in possibly more than a decade. And so you can bet that LA County is operating in a similar manner right now. They're really just calling in as many folks as they can to try and get resources on top and continue to spread out of control. And how many more resources they have right now, we'd have to get back to our truck and wipe a little soot out of our eyes so we can look at some of our notes. But I can tell you that, you just look down the street and there are engine companies that are trying to get behind some of these homes and put out these fires before they essentially ignite the entire structure.
All right, John, thank you so much, and we appreciate all of the pictures that you're bringing us, and quite interesting that all off-duty firefighters have been called up to service, as well as we know that as they do during these times, like OC Fire comes up, and Ventura Fire, and we get sometimes from other states as well that come to help us in these kind of situations. But Vera, this is one for the books for sure.
It absolutely is. It is just, we keep talking about, none of us have ever experienced anything like this. I also wanted to mention too, we talk about how the winds are going to get stronger and stronger. Even within the last half hour, look how these numbers have changed. Now we're talking 30 miles per hour and 54 miles per hour. And I was checking the winds at Eaton Canyon, or near Eaton Canyon, where John is currently posted. And the winds there went from 15 to 20 to now they're up to 22 miles per hour in just a matter of about half an hour. The other thing that I wanted to take time to mention is that while we take a look at the winds that I get, the numbers that I get from the National Weather Service are at about, I would say, 5 to 10 miles off the surface. What John is actually experiencing, and MB and Sandy and Rachel and the crews that are on the ground, is the winds at their level on the ground are going to be a little bit faster, because remember, when the fires happen, they create little microclimates of their own, and that includes stronger winds. It generates heat, and heat is basically energy, and that's all wind is. It's just energy. It's the movement of energy from from here to here to here to here. It's trying to find balance. So it's bouncing from one area to it's high pressure to low pressure, high pressure. So again, so it's creating these little winds that are going to be stronger than what I'm actually getting from the readings, from the gauges that we have out in the field. So that's why it looks a little bit different, and that's why it is a little bit different. So again, we are going to see these winds continue to increase during the overnight hours as we go back outside to the live camera. This LAX camera is now getting a little bit more bouncier than it was during the 6 o'clock hour. Even in the last hour, we've seen the bounce in that camera increase a tiny bit. 80 miles per hour already earlier this afternoon in Fremont Canyon, which happens to be in Orange County. Arrowhead Springs 77, 74 at Running Springs, Lytle Creek. We're looking at wind speeds there of 70 miles per hour. As we take a look at the current winds, take a look at Burbank, still sitting at 30 and 40 miles per hour. They're in a little corridor, so they're going to be impacted by those winds. As we take a look at the winds elsewhere, Ontario 33 miles per hour, 22 in Fullerton, 12 in San Bernardino, but 24 in Corona. And as we head towards the high desert, Mojave out of the northeast at 40 miles per hour. Out towards Big Bear, 16 miles per hour out of the north. So the winds haven't quite impacted there as well, but we are going to see that change. Something we've not been talking about, make sure that you stay indoors, especially if you have respiratory issues. These pollutants are going to travel so far and so wide that we think, well, they're blowing from the northeast to the southwest, so they'll move over towards the Pacific Ocean. If we get those winds that we're projected to get during those overnight hours, that pollution is going to head right towards the South Bay and even south of there to Long Beach. It's just going to continue to travel. So depending on where you are, just please make sure that you limit your exposure because that is definitely going to have an impact on your respiratory respiratory system if you have issues. So let's take a look. Right now we're talking 8:45 in the evening. The winds are out of the northwest. We're already looking at winds at 50 miles per hour, and it's only 8:45-ish, right? 8:47. So just imagine what it's going to be like once we get to that time period when the winds are going to peak. That's 5:15 tomorrow morning. The winds are still mostly at about 45 and 55 miles per hour. This is now 12:35 in the afternoon. We're not seeing much change. Yes, there are a few areas that have breaks near the mountains, but for the most part, the colors, the contours have not changed, which indicates that the winds are going to be consistently and persistently at those wind speeds. By the time we get to 2:50 on Thursday morning, even Wednesday evening, some of those winds will begin to subside. But remember, we're still going to get intermittent winds, which is what you are seeing. So that's why even when the high wind warning expires at 6 p.m., with these winds, we are still going to be looking at high wind warnings diminishing to wind advisories, which are still dangerous, especially when you have fires in progress and you have all of that dry vegetation. We have had very little to no rain. We're well below where we should be for the water season, which begins in October, ends in April. So we're a few months into it now. Almost 5 inches before we're supposed to be for this time of year. So again, it's going to be very dangerous even as we continue to Friday, which is why some of those red flag warnings have been set to expire on Friday. 3 o'clock in the afternoon on Thursday. Where are we? Still looking at these winds up to 50 miles per hour for the northwestern end of the viewing region. Here's the 5, here's the 14. There's that corridor where we see those winds come out of that pass and towards the Pacific Ocean. For the Inland Empire, we're looking at winds out of the Cajon Pass through the Inland Empire into Orange County, over those Santa Ana Mountains and towards the ocean there. So these winds are going to continue at least through Thursday, possibly even into Friday. We'll take a look at more details and updates for you in just a few minutes. I'll be back.
Okay, Vera, we'll check back with you shortly. Again, live to the Altadena area where we have seen homes burning. This is a second major fire now burning in Southern California. It started in the Eaton Canyon area and has spilled down into Altadena. Very, very dangerous situation. John Fenolio is there live for us. In a neighborhood that is being hit, home after home burning as fire crews try and do structure protection. Evacuations underway, a whole lot of them, John.
Yeah, Micah, that's correct. And you can see these fire crews right here, LA County Fire, this is one of the houses that we were showing you during our last live report. You can see that they've backed their rig here into the driveway, and they've got crews and hose lines laid out as they try to get some water on these flames as they continue to jump from house to house here in Altadena. As mentioned earlier, we're on North Altadena Drive near New York Drive, and we're just trying to be mindful of the firefighters, don't want to be in their way. Greg, let's step over here. And right here, oh man, see that ember cast coming right here? I mean, these embers just blow. We're kneeled down by a concrete wall here because the embers are, you can see it right there. These embers are just coming up and over, and look at all that black smoke right there. There's basically an engine company and the driveway of almost, oh my God, almost every other house, and that's good news because the winds are whipping this fire out of control as they try to extinguish these hot spots. Forgive me for sounding redundant, but sometimes these wind gusts, they hit you, and it almost takes your breath away. They're so strong. That's why we were kneeling down there for just a moment. You can see, but LA County fire crews here trying to get some water on these small spot fires that are igniting homes here in Altadena. As we mentioned earlier, this started just after 6:30 and came in, estimated 10 acres, grew to 200 acres in the course of 15 minutes or so. And now, of course, we're hearing 400 plus acres, but certainly it's a distinct possibility that the acreage is a lot higher because it is just burning out of control. And despite firefighters' efforts, there are not enough resources to protect every home in this neighborhood, despite their best efforts. They are certainly trying to, and they are doing their best, but it's all hands on deck to try and extinguish these flames. Just a firestorm. As you can see the embers flying around us here as firefighters try to get some water on this fire. We're going to step back out of the way so we're not in firefighters' way as more crews come back down here. In fact, Greg, we'll trot up here so we're not in their way.
Yeah, that was pretty incredible to watch, John, to see you ducking behind that concrete wall and have those embers kind of flow over you. It was almost as if it was a wave of fire going over your head, and you could hear just how ferocious those, how the wind howling over him. And I can't help but think of these fires as, you know, it's almost as if it's water, the way that it moves. You know, it's so vast and so fast, and like the ocean coming in and out, and quite scary because you don't really know just how how much of an impact it's going to make. And then here you see within minutes it's traveled so far and ignited yet another structure.
This live picture very close to Altadena Drive and New York Drive, which is adjacent to the Eaton Canyon trailhead. This is just one portion of Altadena that is under an evacuation order. We're talking about Lake Avenue to the west, all the way to Eaton Canyon Golf Course to the east, and to Washington Boulevard to the south. Hundreds of homes in that area that are under evacuation orders as firefighters move in and deal with a ferocious fire that is in the Eaton Canyon area and is spotting out down into these neighborhoods where John is here and Greg Terrell, the photographer, putting themselves in harm's way, frankly, to bring us these pictures. Terrific work, guys. John, I know you guys may want to scoot out of there and get to a safer location. We have Jennifer McGraw that is very close by. We're going to get a look from her vantage point, and we'll check back with you guys when you're able to catch your breath. Jen?
Hi, Jen.
You guys, this is an absolute nightmare. We're at a convalescent home right now, and they're trying to get all of these elderly people out here on the bus and get them to safety. It is, when I say it's a war zone out here, I absolutely mean it. There are embers flying all across this mountain. Basically, it started around Eaton Canyon, so you have a popular trailhead there, but then you have an entire community down below, Altadena, Pasadena, and then, of course, there's just communities all along the way. But the problem with these winds, they're sending these embers so far that literally we're driving street by street and we're thinking, oh, we're not near the fire. And the next thing you know, we're absolutely at the fire because it is jumping. It is jumping multiple. Ernie, come talk to me real quick. Come talk to me real quick. No. There's a homeowner right here. Oh, you are? Okay. I was talking to this homeowner earlier, and he was telling me how devastated he is. His home is right here, and he says it's not about his home, that he's out here because he wants to help these residents. He wants to get them to safety. How are you guys doing out here? This is so scary.
I know it is.
Yeah. It's hard to even find people to talk to because they're trying to help these people. And this happened around, the fire started around 6:30. Just heartbreaking to see, you guys.
Jennifer, if you can hear us, describe your location, the name of the senior living facility. What are the cross streets there?
Hi, Micah. I can hear you, but I can also hear myself. Okay. If we can fix that. So we are out here, we're west of the fire. So the fire started over off of New York, and we're out here near Washington. We're just north of the 210. This entire area, there is no power as they're trying to get these people to safety. And it seems as though there are dozens and dozens of elderly people who are needing help. This fire licking up against homes. As we were driving through, we saw dozens of homes on fire. We saw an apartment complex that looked like it was going to go up. I live in Monrovia, not too far from here, and I could actually see the fire perfectly from my driveway. And as I was driving over here, I just thought how terrifying for this community because this wind is insane. It is blowing doors open. You can hardly stand, keep your hat on, you name it. These people who are out here helping, it's just an enormous help to see so many people out here helping this community. And it's not just this convalescent home. Think about how many communities right now are evacuating because this fire reaches literally miles across the San Gabriel Valley. And with this wind and sending embers, it's no telling, if it gets onto the eaves of a home, what next community is going to be at risk. We're hoping to talk to people, but they're just so busy trying to get everybody on the bus right now.
Yeah, that was exactly what I was going to ask, if you were able to talk to some of the people, but it does seem a bit chaotic, but it's starting to look like it's coming together and they're getting, enough people transported out of there, at least in this bus that we see here from Pasadena. But it does look like there's quite a line of people that are still waiting to be assisted. And would you say, you said a couple dozen people there that are coming from, it looks like that there's still a lot of more people coming from outside, coming from inside.
That they've been evacuating these people. Yes, that's what I was going to say. Ken, just to show the magnitude and power of this wind, look at the sign, the 35-mile-an-hour sign that has literally blown over.
Oh my.
This wind is relentless. And listening to Casey earlier, because we normally don't get the winds in the San Gabriel Valley, Santa Ana's as bad as other communities. But Casey said earlier today, she said, we're absolutely those winds are gonna come over the mountain and they're gonna be fierce, they're gonna be strong. And between 10 and 5, they're gonna be at their worst. And what time is it right now? It is 9 o'clock. And so this is sadly only the beginning, and it's only going to get worse. In this area right now, obviously very busy. They want to make sure that these people are safe. They can't get to them, they can't get to safety on their own. And we spoke with friends earlier when this fire broke out, and by 7 o'clock they were already evacuated and out of their home. And you know what? That's what we realize with these fires is it's time to go. It is time to go because you never know which erratic way this wind is going to blow, not to mention what what the fire pattern is going to be. I have been in some horrific fires, including the Paradise Fire up in Northern California, one of the deadliest fires, and I promise you this feels way worse, and that was one of the most deadly fires.
Boy, this is an extraordinary scene unfolding. Good fortune, though. The resources are here. They're aware of the situation, and they're doing all they can to get these people to safety. So, you know, stay out of the way and let them do their job, obviously. But this is touch and go here for what appear to be dozens, if not hundreds of people in this senior living facility.
Jen, stay safe. We'll be back with you. Thank you for these pictures. Hard to believe, Vera, that in an hour, this is only going to get worse.
It has already started to get worse. I was just checking the update, and Malibu, which is just a little bit west of Pacific Palisades, has now had some wind gusts at 80 and 81 miles per hour. So the winds are coming, folks. Topanga Canyon, now 60 mile per hour gusts. Burbank, they've had now wind gusts of 62 miles per hour. The sustained winds there have been between 20 and 30, but those gusts are now to 62. I checked Santa Monica because, of course, we do have an evacuation. I don't know if it's a warning or if it's mandatory, but they were talking about evacuating parts of Santa Monica from San Vicente to the west, I suppose, at 25 miles per hour. So not nearly as strong as what we're experiencing elsewhere. But again, that is another community that is under threat. So we are keeping an eye on the winds there. As we take a look at what you can expect by Wednesday around lunchtime, again, we've been talking about these contours not changing, about how the winds are consistently upwards of 50 miles per hour. This right here, Wednesday at 6:30 p.m. at 6 o'clock is when the high wind warnings are supposed to expire. So at least there is some improvement, but as you can see, there are still going to be plenty of strong winds for both, not just the northwestern end of the viewing area, which is basically LA and Ventura County, but also for parts of the Inland Empire heading into Orange County. And this is why some of those high wind warnings have the potential to be flipped into a wind advisory. That's Thursday at 3 a.m. I just want to finish walking through the clock really quick so that you can see what's going to happen by Friday. That's Friday at 6:15 a.m. and the winds have consistently been in those colors, which is 40 to 50 miles per hour. I'll have another update for you shortly. Back to you guys for now.
All right, Vera, thank you. Now at 9 o'clock, two fast-moving wildfires fueled by an intense windstorm burning in the Pacific Palisades area and Altadena at this hour. Dozens of homes have been damaged or destroyed. Thousands of people under urgent evacuation orders at this moment. Good evening to you once again. I'm Micah Ullman.
And I'm Cher Calvin. The Palisades fire broke out around 10:30 this morning and quickly exploded. Right now, the fire has burned 2,900 acres.
And then there is the Eaton fire that broke out shortly before 7 o'clock. It has burned 400 acres in the Eaton Canyon, Altadena area, and the worst may be yet to come. We have crews all over the area covering every angle of this fire. Our Jennifer McGraw, first off here at 9 o'clock in Altadena with the latest. Jen.
Mike and Cher, when I said dozens of people, look at how many patients. There has to be more than 100 people here, all trying to get out to safety. John, you came from West Covina. Yeah. Your relative works here.
Yeah,
Talk about how the scene is and how you're feeling.
Never like I've seen it before. I grew up here in Pasadena. I went to Pasadena High School. Never have I seen this. Actually, I used to work here in McDonald's back in high school, and never have I seen this before. First time ever.
How does it feel to be here to help?
I don't feel. I just want to just be active. I'm just active, you know. I don't know. I'm just in the zone. I'm just in the zone right now.
And how about the patients? This looks awful. This must be horrific.
Just watching them just makes me want to try harder. Makes me want to help more. Just watching their faces.
You know, I live just a couple miles away, and it's different, you know, when I cover these fires, but this is so close to home, and I can see that the emotions in you as well.
Yeah, no, I mean, one thing is just living here, but then watching the people here that they're helpless. They need help, and excuse me, let them pass. So it's more than anything, it's just, you know, the fact that just seeing them.
This is one of the scariest fires I've ever experienced. Have you ever been in a similar situation?
No, same here. First time. But as I was coming here, I was telling my wife, it's either fight or be scared or fight. And my mind is just fight back.
What was it like driving over from West Covina here?
It was. I feel like this is what I live for. I feel like this is where I belong, helping. That's just the way my heart feels.
There is literally debris and sand and dust flying everywhere. It just seems like this weather is incredibly erratic.
Well, maybe an hour ago that I got here, it wasn't like this. It almost seems like it's getting closer. The smoke is heavier. It wasn't like this maybe an hour ago. It seems like it's coming down fast.
And the winds are just incredibly powerful. And we saw when we were driving up New York, just a mile up the way, we saw the fire jump New York. And then as we were driving further, we saw it jump the road again, and so many spot fires. There are homes on fire. Have you been watching the coverage at all in the Palisades?
No, but what I can tell you is that coming from the 605, it seemed like it was closer that way. But as I'm driving here, it's just so big that it's almost covering from side to side, from West Covina to here. That's how big it seems. I thought it was closer that way, but driving this way, seems like it's closer even this way. It's just that it's wide. It seems wide.
I was just glued to our coverage today, watching the Palisades burn and just praying that no other fire would break out, knowing that resources are stretched thin. And
okay, you know what?
This is crazy and out of control. John, I'm going to let you go help.
I'd rather help, yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
So many great people, obviously, in our community. These people desperately need the help to get to safety. This is only just one facility of many, I'm sure, that are being evacuated at this moment. Not only facilities, but homes, communities. Again, this is a very dense community, Altadena, Pasadena, this whole area. And it's you could see it torching up the mountain, but then it's coming down and it's coming into communities, and the big fear is that it's going to go into the eaves of homes, into the attics, and once a home catches fire, then it becomes an even worse situation for many communities. There are a lot of evacuations in this area. I don't have a list of them all, but go to KTLA.com, and I'm sure we'll tell you in-house where. But if you see the fire, if you see the smoke, you're better off leaving, especially if you have somewhere to go, like we saw in the Palisades, which is a little different here because it's a lot more roomy and a lot more open roads than one way in, one way out. But again, everybody leaving at once can cause so many issues. As we were driving down New York, we couldn't see 5 feet in front of us at times. We were driving through flames at other times just to get through. And you definitely don't want to do that because you have the risk of getting into an accident with other people and them blocking the road, and then you find yourself in a horrible position. And you can just see
I've never seen a scene like this,
Jennifer.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, you can just see there's a gazillion fire trucks. As we were driving in, we saw bulldozers and a ton of equipment going up to this fire. Part of the problem, which I'm sure you've already talked about, is that we can't have any air attack tonight. It is too smoky. And with the Palisades fire, they had the super scoopers, and they had the airplanes out there, and they had the helicopters. And unfortunately, we don't have that tonight. We just have to hope and that these winds die down.
Unfortunately, they are scheduled to get worse into the night. And in this Altadena area, it is a massive evacuation zone. Lake Avenue to the west, Eaton Canyon Golf Course to the east, and Washington Boulevard to the south. You're talking about a large portion of the Altadena area, virtually half the entire area. That's hundreds and hundreds of homes under evacuation orders there tonight.
Yeah, quite a scene. I was saying, and I'm sorry for interrupting, I think that we had a delay there, that I've never seen a scene like this before, of a convalescent home being evacuated with this many people trying to get out. And again, you know, if you've received one of those text alerts on your phone and you are in the area of what Micah just mentioned, or even beyond, you might want to evacuate, or at least start planning, you know, to have your ready, set, go plan in place so that, you know, you don't waste any time, because this is moving moving so fast and so rapidly, and so many people, as you can see just right here, are being displaced.
It is a frightening situation.
It certainly is.
For hundreds and thousands of people in the Altadena area tonight, an emergency unfolding there as we've been watching the Palisades fire throughout the day. Evacuation warnings now stretching to Calabasas, and that fire, the city of Santa Monica telling residents in all areas north of San Vicente to get out, as the Palisades fire, now approaching 3,000 acres, is beginning to threaten communities adjacent to Palisades.
And there is Carlos Salcedo. He's live for us on the ground. Carlos, you know, it looks just so pitch black behind you. Is there power in that area?
Yeah, there's no power at the moment. We are on Via de la Paz, which translates to peace. But let me just tell you, there's nothing peaceful about what we are seeing here. This is Pacific Palisades Charter Elementary School. The flames have pretty much blown out through those windows there. You could probably hear the fire alarms from inside the school here. Thankfully, this entire area has been evacuated. It's been evacuated for several hours, but just within the last hour, the winds, the gusts, it has picked up, and that is what's fanning these flames. You could see the embers also fly down the street here on Via de la Paz. So very apocalyptic. You could see more of these embers, and that's the concern for fire crews. This is the main challenge that fire crews are having to deal with, because yes, there's one structure that is currently burning, but with the embers flying, that's the spark needed as the wind shifts and blows into a different structure that is not under fire, and then it catches fire here. But you can just see how destructive the winds have been. Again, they are picking up. I need to hold my hat, if not it's going to fly over. But we are starting to get a sense of the hurricane force winds out here, as the winds seem to be shifting, and we're seeing a lot of debris out here in the air just coming at us. So very frightening, to say the least. And again, the peak hours that Vera has been talking about, it's not going to even start till 10 o'clock. So we still have another good hour, as we say, the calm before the storm. So this is nothing compared to the type of winds that we're about to experience out here in Pacific Palisades. Micah, Cher, I'll send it back to you.
All right, Carlos, thank you. Firefighters, even the best in the world here in Southern California, have their limitations. And in areas of the Palisades tonight, it appears they have reached those limitations with wind blowing as we're seeing it tonight, and embers spotting out. There is only so much a firefighter team can do. Mary Beth McDade is in another area there in the Palisades. I know you were at the command post there near Will Rogers. Mary Beth, what's the situation?
Yeah, we are still here, and we are just receiving word that there are actually some injuries. Apparently some people are coming down the mountainside, and they've made their way to Dukes. I know we have 2 on advanced life support and 1 on basic life support. I brought back over Captain Adam sorry, I'm blanking on your last name.
Van Gerpen.
Thank you. Sorry. It's been a long day. But, sir, if you could just bring me through. I know this is kind of all just breaking now. You're sending people that way to go and try to help those people. Tell me what you know at this point, please.
Yeah, so what we know is that we did have some people came down. They came across PCH. They went into Duke's restaurant, and there were some people there, so they flagged down some firefighters, and that we have at least 3 patients there. So we also have a few more at Big Rock, which is not too far from where we are right now. And they also have came down across PCH and have flagged down some firefighters. And so we're sending, we don't know how many patients are there yet, but they're saying there's multiple burn patients there. And they have some face injuries and some hand injuries.
Okay, so 2 areas, 2 locations rather, for these injured patients there at Duke's and Big Rock?
Yes. And so we are just dispatching them out right now, so we don't have any updates on there. We also had 1 female firefighter that did have a head injury and has been transported as well.
Oh wow! Any idea how she was injured?
No, not at this time. This is still an ongoing issue as well.
Yikes, okay, and I know we're going to be heading up there to kind of check on the scene and what's happening up there. Now, at this point, you and I were discussing just the way these winds have been just so wicked, and you guys have been saying, hey, these are life-threatening, these are severely damaging. Bring me through. What are you guys facing tonight without the help of any aerial support?
Well, so we're facing that. We just have to be on very heightened alert. We have to be very cognizant. We have to be on our toes, watching the wind conditions, watching where the embers are going, and we just have to make sure that there's flying debris, there's down power lines, there's down trees, and there's structures that are being threatened, and then we're coming across people who are injured and burned. And I had to put somebody who was walking with her cat, in the thick smoke, so I've had to evacuate people in my vehicle. We've had numerous firefighters have just been putting them into their vehicles to get them out of harm's way.
Yeah, I saw just, a ton of LAPD and you guys just go zooming up the street. Is that they were headed to go to these people that were injured?
Well, it could have been any number of things. Okay. So I know we sent fire resources. I don't know about the police resources. So they're being very helpful with all of our evacuations, and they have been. If people are trapped sometimes, and sometimes we don't have the resources, then LAPD goes in there and helps to evacuate as well.
And I know you're talking about those downed power lines. Now, if someone were to come across one of those, are you allowed to drive over it? I mean, what's the situation with that? We
want people to treat every power line as being energized. So if you want to stay away from power lines at all costs. DWP is going to be coming out, but we consider every down power line as energized. And if a power line is onto like a fence or something, you need to consider that energized also. So you just stay away from them if at all possible.
Okay. All right. So wow, just from when I spoke with you at 8 till now 9 o'clock, these gusts have really picked up, and you're telling me that they're going to get even worse kicking in at 10 p.m. tonight.
Yeah, they're going to get even worse. We haven't seen the worst of it yet, and where we are, we're right by the ocean, and the conditions are like this. So you can only imagine what it's like up in the hillside, up in the more mountainous regions, because that's where the wind conditions get even more severe.
Wow, okay. All right, Captain, thank you so much. Obviously, this is a very evolving, changing situation here. Extreme fire danger, life-threatening fire danger. They've been warning us about this for the last few days, and there's embers going all behind me. Big embers. Okay. Oh, God. All right, you guys. We're going to send it back to you because we're going to hop in our car and go up to those other areas and try to find out how those people that are now making their way down the mountains to try to get help from firefighters. That's new for us. We'll send it back to you.
Yeah, you're almost blown away there, Mary Beth. Get inside, be safe, and we'll see you in a little bit. Thank you. But she did report, Micah, some injuries, multiple burn injuries. Some people went and crossed PCH and went to Dukes and also to Big Rock. And so they don't know how many people just yet, but they're trying to assess that. But we do now have some injuries to report, burn injuries, and then also a female firefighter suffered a head injury. So that's a latest update from there on top of that, but we have more fires to cover.
Yeah, in Altadena, as we've been reporting, this is 400 acres and growing. It has burned a number of homes in the Altadena area. John Finolio is on the ground there in a neighborhood that's being hit extremely hard by fire tonight. John?
Cher and Micah, that's right behind me. We've got 1, 2, 3, at least 3 homes, possibly 4, currently burning right here. We are just off of New York Drive at North Altadena Drive. We've been very careful working behind some of these LA County fire crews as they jump from hotspot to hotspot to try and extinguish these flames. As we've been reporting here, this fire broke out just around 6:30, just due north of Sierra Madre Boulevard, east of Altadena Drive. Started at just 10 acres and within a few minutes exploded in size to over 200 acres. We're now hearing 400 acres, but of course, those numbers are likely to change, and certainly the acreage could be a lot higher. This fire is being whipped by the Santa Ana winds that are incredibly strong, as you can see right here. We've seen downed power lines, down trees, down street signs, down street lights, and shingles being torn off of roofs every time the wind gusts like you're seeing right here. We've seen firefighters do their best to position in front of some of these homes here on North Altadena Drive to try and get water on some of these homes, but it is just an incredibly difficult effort as they tried to meander through this area and get water on so many structures that are currently burning in this neighborhood. As we've been reporting here, the evacuation order is large. Lake Avenue on the west to Eaton Canyon Golf Course on the east and Washington Boulevard to the south. That is hundreds and hundreds of homes that have been told to evacuate immediately as the Santa Ana winds have fanned these flames here in Altadena. We do know that more resources have been ordered for this fire as they try to get the upper hand, but again, the winds are just fanning the flames out of control, and of course, this is only the beginning. We may not have seen the worst of it yet, as stronger wind gusts, more severe wind gusts are expected later tonight. Chair Micah.
All right, John, thank you for that. We do want to continue our coverage. Look at those flames. It's incredible. It's like something we haven't seen before. Let's go over to Jennifer McGraw. She's live in Altadena with the very latest on the evacuation efforts there at this convalescence facility. Jen?
Sharon, Micah, the situation is so desperate that the LAPD SWAT van was literally here loading up people. There are 99 people who live in this facility. Many of them, I think all of them, are now being transported. You know, sadly, these people can't get out on their own. They obviously need a lot of help. They're very scared tonight. And unfortunately, where they're going is many of them are going to the Pasadena Convention Center. As we were standing out here just a couple moments ago, embers just started flying by us. So when I say in the nick of time, it was just in the nick of time that these 99 patients were loaded up and taken to another facility so that they're safe tonight. I was speaking.
Reporting on this. I'm an EMT in the area. I came here because you guys, so appreciate it. Thank you.
Talk to me. What's your name?
Seth Parker.
Seth, so you saw that these people needed help.
Yeah, well, you guys were on the radio talking about this. I live like 2 blocks away by an evacuated. You guys brought me back, so thank you guys for doing this. It's really important. We got them out.
So I don't know if the impact shows on television talk about how serious, sad, and scary this is.
Oh, it's terrible. Like about 5 minutes ago, there was about 90 people lined up in this parking lot. There's ash coming in, embers blowing. You know, it's Christmas of fire, and a lot of older people are freaking out, concerned. But a lot of people from the community came out and helped pack these guys, get them away. So I think it was really, it's sad, but it's really impressive when people come together like this. So it's good. It's overall positive.
Did you see SWAT too out here?
I did. I think I did see them out here. Yeah, we were loading gurneys into SWAT trucks. So yeah.
The wind's powerful. Do you live around here? How do you feel about tonight? Do you have a go bag?
It's already in the car, ready to go. Yep, I live about a block over there. Look at that. It's the embers coming in. We should go though. It's coming down the street.
So when they said it was going to be this bad, did you believe it would be this bad?
I mean, we knew the winds were coming, right? But it's never as bad as until you see the fire over the top of your house. So.
And you can see it widespread, as I was trying to tell our viewers, if they're not familiar with this area, this stretches a couple miles across, not only in our mountains, but now in our communities that are densely packed with homes.
Oh, it's crazy. Yeah, well, while we were trying to load this woman into a stretcher over here, 2 of the fire trucks pieced out because the house is on fire not 2 blocks south of us. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy.
So what are your plans tonight?
Apparently Westwood is also evacuating, and I'm going to head that way. So.
God bless you.
Yeah,
nice to meet you.
Appreciate it.
The community coming together, that's always the silver lining, but it's hard to see that when there's just so much agony, pain, and this is, as we keep saying, only the beginning.
All right, just a remarkable scene unfolding there in Altadena. We've been checking in with Jen for the last half hour or so, and we've seen 99 residents of a senior living facility there all evacuated safely in a very touch-and-go situation as this fire that's burning in Eaton Canyon. The winds are pushing the embers down into the Altadena area. We've been reporting a massive evacuation zone, Lake Avenue to the west, Eaton Canyon Golf Course to the east, all the way down to Washington Boulevard to the south. Hundreds and hundreds of homes in the path of those embers and ultimately the flames in Altadena tonight. A very serious situation unfolding. Good news, those 99 residents are safe tonight.
Yeah, it's an emotional moment here in Southern California as you watch so many many people who are frightened, who are losing their homes, who are trying to evacuate. And then you see the other side where you see two people that were just there talking to Jennifer McGraw that are doing their best to come out of their homes, come drive to the situation and help those people. And that is humanity tonight, and it's really good to see. In the meantime, we want to go to Sandra Mitchell. She's also on the ground in the Pacific Palisades, where conditions are truly becoming even more dangerous by the minute. Sandra.
Cher, it is just hard to believe that the winds are getting stronger and the conditions out here are getting more intense, but that is exactly what we're seeing tonight. Take a look behind us. We're at Villa de la Paz and Sunset Boulevard in the heart of Pacific Palisades near the village. That was a 4 to 5 story apartment building when we arrived on the scene a little while ago. The roof has now collapsed down through several levels of that building. And just beside it was a Shell gas station. Again, this is Villa de la Paz and Sunset Boulevard. The Shell gas station, a complete loss. This apartment building, a complete loss. And this is what we are seeing all over the village of Pacific Palisades. The fires just spreading because of the embers, because of these intense winds, just carrying the embers from building to building. And we talk about buildings that are lost. We saw Palisades Charter Elementary School. I watched as that just completely burned to the ground. Dry cleaners we've seen burning, restaurants, houses, condominiums, apartments. And we talk about all of these buildings, but when we think about it, all of these also represent lives. Our neighbors here in Southern California who have spent their lives building businesses, building their lives around a community, and now all of that is going up in flames tonight. It really is just so heartbreaking. We talk about the winds getting more intense. We were sitting in the life truck. I can tell you my photographer, Thomas Lynn, he's holding on to a fence right now as he tries to stand up. Our live truck, it's a big van. It has a lot of heavy equipment. But as we sit inside the van tonight, it is absolutely rocking from these gusts of winds. So we have the fire trucks behind us. Yes, fire crews are here on the scene, but they are not trying to put out this fire. Why? The buildings are lost. There's really nothing they can do when they're up against these wind gusts. They keep telling us that their number one priority tonight is to save lives, and they have done that. The evacuations came early. People moved out of this area. We really don't see anybody walking around anymore. The second priority, of course, is structure protection. But when you're up against these kind of conditions and a fire takes off like this, there's not much they can do. So they move to the next building and try to douse it and protect the structures that are beside the ones that are already burning. So fire crews here, they've been here for a few hours. Again, Villa de la Paz, Sunset Boulevard. I can tell you, when the people of the Palisades are allowed to return to their neighborhoods, this is going to be a completely different scene. So many businesses have been lost here tonight. So many homes. I think the places where they stop to get their morning coffee, fill up the gas tank, many of those structures are no longer standing. Cher, Micah, back to you.
Haunting images to look at tonight, and to be sure, utter devastation at daybreak tomorrow at first light as we get a better read on the degree of devastation tonight as we bring Vera Jimenez back in. Shades, Vera, of October 2007 and a firestorm in Southern California, a Santa Ana wind event, multiple major fires burning simultaneously.
Oh, it's just devastating. And every time I hit refresh, I'm thinking, is it going to change again? Is it going to change again? And indeed it has. 56 miles per hour, 32 miles per hour, the sustained winds, the gust of 56. That's at the Pacific Palisades, and I don't have a direct reading from there, but I was looking at Malibu Hills, which is just to the west of it. We're seeing gusts are now up to 79 miles per hour. I was looking at the other areas, Eaton Canyon, 29 miles per hour, but at Henninger Flats, which is just above it. So Eaton Canyon is here, Henninger Flats is here. We're talking 82 miles per hour. It went from 70 when we first started reporting on the Eaton fire to now up to 82 miles per hour. So the winds are definitely getting stronger, and they're getting stronger very quickly. I was also checking the wind speeds in Calabasas because they are also under an evacuation order. 20 miles per hour there, not that bad. Luckily, parts of the San Fernando Valley, like in Burbank, where the winds are really strong, Burbank has been right around 30 and 40, 30 and 40, but they're seeing gusts of 71 miles per hour. And so again, the winds are going to continue to get strong. And as I timed it out for you, you could clearly see that even though the winds are going to begin to subside on Wednesday, they're going to continue, and they're going to continue in those favored areas coming out of that 5-14 split. So coming out of like the Santa Clarita Valley area and heading towards, it's more in like a westerly direction, southwesterly direction that they're going to be moving. And so again, we are going to see those winds stay continuously at least at wind advisory levels. Perhaps maybe even that high wind warning will be allowed to continue because these winds don't look like they're going to subside there. We've timed it out multiple times just to see if maybe there is an update that says something different, and it does not. We also have strong winds heading out of the Cajon Pass. These are the current winds right now. So out of Ontario, 35 miles per hour. The Cajon Pass is where the 215 and 15 meet in the Inland Empire, and then you go up to the high desert. If you take that down, usually that wind pattern will move from the Cajon Pass towards the southwest. So it will move like over the Santa Ana Mountains, through the Inland Empire, obviously, over the Santa Ana Mountains, and then down towards Pacific Coast Highway, down towards the Pacific Ocean. And so again, those two regions, that's what we call the favored passes and canyons. We also talk about areas that experience crosswinds, like the 210, which of course takes you out of the western end of the viewing area towards the east across the region. They get really strong gusty winds. That's a lot of times where we see overturned trailers. That is a very good possibility that we will wake up to tomorrow morning, because remember, the strongest winds are going to occur during the overnight hours. So the 210, we get dangerous crosswinds, trailers, motorhomes. We often see, especially those trailers that aren't carrying any cargo and that are light, that the backs are light, those overturn on a regular basis through the 210, along the 15, along the 91, sometimes even on parts of the 60 and the 10. And then of course, as we head towards the west, the 118 tends to get those really strong, dangerous winds. We don't have a lot of big tractor trailer traffic through there, so we don't see a lot there, but we do see a lot of down power lines and tree limbs, and obviously dead and dry trees go down in those areas a lot. Also too, parts of the 405 as you head out of the valley, those sometimes can be impacted too. So that's what we call the favored passes and canyons, those regions that get regular high winds. This was a high wind warning and a wind advisory across the region for everyone, no matter where you were. And I have not seen that in some time, where it's just a blanket of brown and tan because it's a high wind warning or a wind advisory. I'll keep checking the wind speeds and bring you guys more updates. I'll send it back to you guys for now.
Vera, thank you. We want to take a look at this picture from LA Live in downtown Los Angeles and what it looks like looking at the Palisades fire. Pretty incredible. You know, earlier we had this photo, this video, this live picture, and it was, you could just see the plumes of smoke. As the night is falling, you see this, you know, the red fire, the orange glow, rather, is what I'm trying to say here. And you just wonder how much wider is it going to get, because that is, even on any of the live shots that we've been showing you with our reporters, you will see the embers kind of cast and go right below their feet and have to jump out of the way, like Mary Beth did at the Will Rogers State Beach parking lot there at the command post. But there you have it, this incredible orange glow that looks so ominous, and and it's only just getting started, it really feels like.
One of 2 fires burning across the region tonight as Southern California is on fire. And that will be a headline across every major news organization across this country and around the world, to be sure, in the hours and days ahead. Rachel Menitoff has done terrific work for us throughout the night here in the Palisades area, moving sort of from neighborhood to neighborhood and giving us a very revealing vantage point on the move tonight. Rachel?
Sure, Micah, as it happens, we were trying to get to Malibu, to Dukes, where we're hearing about several people being treated for burns, and we weren't able to make it. We were about a mile away on PCH. We're on PCH right now. There's not much to see where we are, except for a couple of first responders, their vehicles. But in Malibu, when we were on PCH, it was almost like an inferno. Fire on either side of us as we drove from the Pacific Palisades into Malibu. Unlike anything I've ever seen before, all of those beachfront homes that you see when you're driving along PCH were reduced to rubble, completely engulfed in flames. And we got to a point about a mile from Dukes, where we were heading, where it was just too dangerous to cross the intersection. Those embers from those massive fires were going into the street. Our visibility was incredibly low because of the smoke, and we made the decision to turn around because it was becoming really dangerous, really scary, unlike anything I've seen before. So unfortunately, we had to turn around. We're heading now back toward the Palisades and Santa Monica, where it's a bit safer, and we'll continue to try to get some updates from Dukes. But it was incredible what we saw in the Palisades, and this fire is spreading tremendously. And PCH, all of those homes along PCH were in the path of this tremendous fire. It's eerily quiet right now. This is, the Santa Monica Pier, typically a place that's bustling with people and tourists. But it is eerily quiet now, with first responders stationed at some of these homes. We saw a couple of fire lines where, the firefighters line up, their trucks line up in front of the homes to try to protect them, and they fight the fire from the ground up onto the hillside. We saw some of that along PCH. And then a lot of these parking lots, a lot of these beach parking lots are being used as command centers, where firefighters and police are setting up, and they give orders and they deploy from these parking lots by the Santa Monica Pier. There's a lot of evacuations going on along PCH, those Malibu homes, those gorgeous beachfront homes, that are typically idyllic, now up in flames, and tremendously dangerous conditions. And as the wind picks up, it is so frustrating, I can imagine, for these firefighters, because they keep dousing the homes with water, and they are putting their heart and soul into fighting this fire, and yet there isn't much progress, at least initially, at least from what we saw. So very difficult situation from the ground. Mike, I'll send it back to you.
Certainly. Yeah, we can feel it. We're not there in person, but we can see it. We understand that situation going over to Dukes was a precarious one, and one that you didn't want to get yourself into. But as she's going into Santa Monica, it reminds me that San Vicente to the north in Santa Monica has been alerted to evacuate. So if you are in that area, start your go bag, start your evacuation, find a place to go. There are evacuation centers that you can go to. One of them is in Westwood, the Westwood Recreation Center. Some people are going there. So, it is, as she makes her way toward the flames yet again of the Palisades fire, where it's a little bit safer and get a better vantage point. In the meantime, going over to Dukes, where some people have injuries and burned hands, from what we understand, is what's happening over there. We'll get a better picture of what it's like there when we can get into that area.
So you have Palisades, you have Santa Monica, all areas north of San Vicente under an evacuation order. You also have evacuation warnings now in Calabasas. So have your go bag ready and be ready to go at a moment's notice as the Palisades fire continues to spread out to adjacent communities. To the north and east in Altadena, John Fenolio covering another major fire underway in Southern California tonight. This is the Eaton Canyon fire that is spreading into the neighborhoods of Altadena tonight. John?
Micah, that's right. And we are on New York Drive near Eaton Canyon Drive. And I just kind of want to paint a picture here. You can see that that is at least one home burning right there. But then if we pan the camera to the left, we can actually see firefighters here down on the ground. And that is 1, 2, 3, 4 homes. You can just barely see their silhouettes, but they're back there with hoses. That's about 4 homes that are currently burning right now. And again, it's from these winds, ferocious Santa Ana winds. And if we spin the camera 180, I just kind of want to show you something. We've seen dozens of homes burning here in this foothill community. You can see the glow there. That's from another spot fire that has popped up. Just beyond that and to the left, you can see another home burning in the hills just above that small spot fire. LA County fire crews and other agencies are doing the best they can to try to get on top of these flames, but it is an incredibly difficult effort as these howling winds continue to blow. And you see the ember cast there. That is part of the problem. These embers are pushed by the Santa Ana winds, the full thrust of this blaze, and are carried in some cases for miles, as we've been reporting here all night long. Again, dozens of homes burning here in Altadena from the Eaton fire, which broke out just after 6:30 this evening. Calls came in for about a 10-acre brush fire, which then exploded in size in just a matter of minutes. By last count, it was 400 acres, but it has certainly got to be larger than that as these howling winds continue to fan the flames here in Altadena. Share, Micah.
And we saw those ember casts just run across the road there at such high speed, and you know, you think about how far those embers are going to fly, and you said miles, and it's with this kind of wind right now, it's no doubt that these embers are flying onto the roofs of homes and buildings and brush miles and miles away, as we have been discussing that the evacuation area for Altadena is also quite vast. You know, this is it is good to see that there's no one really that is there, that this area has been evacuated. But at the same time, you look at these flames and say, how much can they do? I mean, Mother Nature's winning tonight.
Yeah, Mother Nature is calling the shots out here, Cher and Micah, and it is just a ferocious firefight as crews try to get the upper hand on these flames. But with the Santa Ana winds and more severe winds expected later tonight, it is just a daunting effort. That evacuation zone, again, is a very large swath of this foothill community. Lake Avenue to the west, Eaton Canyon Golf Course to the east, and Washington Boulevard to the south. That is hundreds and hundreds of homes here in Altadena that have been forced to evacuate as these flames continue to spread. And as we mentioned earlier, you just look up into the hillside. We're going to try to bring you some of those pictures. You look up into the hillside and you just see flames erupting around these homes, and it is just heartbreaking to see. The winds are so strong that they are knocking over power poles, knocking over street lights, knocking over street signs, ripping the shingles off of roofs. And then of course the embers, they get up into the attic, they get up into these roofs, and these homes go up so quickly. If we turn the camera 180, I want to show you another fire has just popped up. You can see from our vantage point just up the hill there. It's hard to see because of all the blinding smoke right here, but way up in the hills there is another fire, or another hot spot that is flared up from the Eaton fire here, that is just exploding in size this evening as the Santa Ana winds continue to pummel this foothill community. Cher, Micah.
All right, John, stay safe, protect yourself, and we'll get back to you shortly here. Again, he's at very close to the Eaton Canyon trailhead, this fire originating in the Eaton Canyon area, and Vera, you see the winds, you've been talking about them. The gusts are increasing tonight as they continue to push downslope along the San Gabriels into Altadena.
Indeed, they are, Mike, and we're going to continue to see that pattern as we work our way into those overnight hours. Here's the live look from our Mount Wilson camera looking down below. You can see the fire there. You can see the smoke billowing. You can see even some fire between these branches here. And we're talking right now winds at about 20 to 30 miles per hour. Now, where John is at the surface, I don't know if, in case you didn't hear it earlier, where I get the wind speeds from are about 5 to 10 miles off the surface. Where John is on the ground, the winds are actually going to be a little bit stronger, because what happens is when we have fires in progress and when they are this strong, they create little microclimates of their own. So what happens is the winds become more erratic and they get stronger. And remember that Mother Nature is always trying to balance. Everything is about a balance in nature. And so what happens is when a fire flares up here, it gets really hot, and then we get air rushing in to try to cool it down to balance it out, and then it gets hot here. And so it's just this movement. It's this like wave of air moving from one side to the other, from here to there, just trying to control what's going on and to balance things out. And that's why these winds become so erratic and they get really gusty. And before you know it, sometimes like earlier, one of the shots, I believe it was Carlos was saying, look, it looks like there's a little bit of circulation there, because it almost looked like we were starting to get some rotation in a little fire that was developing. Luckily it didn't, because that in and of itself could be very disastrous as well. What I do want to continue to time out are the winds for you, so you know how to prepare, so that once 6 o'clock and 7 o'clock roll around on Wednesday, you don't just kind of go, okay, well, we're done. We're not, because we're not going to be done. Again, these winds are going to linger through the week. We do have that dome of high pressure. Once that area of low pressure continues to exit to the southeast, a ridge of high pressure is going to come in and fill that void. And as it does, the circulation around that is going to maintain these northeasterly winds. They will not be as widespread. Like, you look at this map and it's almost a solid map of colors. When Wednesday rolls around in the evening and the winds start to subside, you're going to start to see more of these little pockets here where we actually have areas where the winds are dying down. That's Wednesday, 1 o'clock in the afternoon. This is now 7 p.m. So it's this region here, the northwestern end, and then the southeastern, that are going to continue with this pattern. They're not going to see a lot of relief. That's Thursday, almost 1 o'clock in the morning. That's Thursday, 3:30 in the morning. And there hasn't been much change in these two regions. We continue into Friday. That is now 6:25 a.m. 6:25 a.m. And look at this. How much change has there been? Not a lot. This is what the models are saying now. This could possibly change, and we hope that it does. But it's not until Friday at 10:20 in the morning that we finally start to see more of those numbers drop somewhere between 10 and 25 miles per hour. In fact, we're seeing very few spots. They're right there in Riverside. That's about a 25 mile per hour little pocket. As we head towards the western end out of Santa Clarita, we're seeing very little of that. And in fact, most of those winds are going to stay below 20%. And then finally, 5:30 in the evening, most of the winds are now over the Pacific Ocean, as you can see in that corner of your screen. By Friday evening, though, we do see those winds revamp again, but hopefully not for an extended period of time. Of course, the other part of this weather story is not just the winds, but it's also the dry vegetation, the low relative humidity. Dry air dries out vegetation because everything evaporates. And when that vegetation starts to release that moisture, it evaporates because it is so dry. Look at these percentages. 12 in Van Nuys, 18 in downtown Los Angeles, which, by the way, is extremely low because it's west. It's west of the mountains. The sea breeze typically moves in, fills all of it. Nothing today. These winds are too strong. 16 in Ontario. Let's go ahead and get to Wednesday, 8:50 in the morning. 13%, 20%, 19%. 9%. So we are going to see some of these values possibly drop depending on how strong the winds continue to be and how much heat there is, because now these fires are generating heat. That's also going to continue to dry out there. Remember that those winds work as a blow dryer. Think of it as a blow dryer. What happens when you turn on the blow dryer? It evaporates the moisture in the air. Well, that's what's happening with these winds. And there you have it. 11:30 on Friday, 15, 13, 15, lots of teens. We're going to continue to be very dry. We'll get another update for you, and I'll be back shortly. Back to you guys for now.
All right, Vera, thank you. Earlier today, during the initial wave of evacuations in the Palisades, people found themselves in traffic gridlock. So they abandoned their cars and walked, sometimes ran to safety. Many people just left their cars in the middle of the road, clogging one of the only streets in and out of the area.
And that meant firefighters couldn't get in. Rick Chambers here now with more on what happened next. Rick.
Yeah, Micah, that clog became a critical obstacle as responding fire crews found themselves unable to get in and reach those neighborhoods that were right in the fire's path. So as you just saw there, the firefighters did what they had to do. They cleared away.
This dozer is just moving these vehicles out of the way.
This was not something we had seen before at a wildfire. An LA County fire dozer clearing a Palisade street of cars and trucks left behind by fire fleeing residents.
Unfortunately, it's an emergency situation, and this is what they have to do.
Reporter Gene Kang telling us that dozens of vehicles left behind near Sunset and Palisades by people who were desperate to avoid the flames stretched curb to curb as far as he could see. Initially, fire hose was run around the blockage until Dozer 5 began using its huge blade to push the clog off to the side, making room for waiting fire trucks to move through.
Yes, it is causing damage, as you can hear from the screeching noises, but that is what they have to do.
I have friends up there right now, and they can't evacuate because it's stuck on Palisades Drive.
Actor and comedian Steve Guttenberg, who lives in the neighborhood, ran through the jumble of cars and trucks, trying to move as many as he could to open the roadway, eventually putting out a plea with KTLA.
Leave the keys in the car so that we can move your car so that these fire trucks can get up Palisades Drive. What's happening is people take their keys with them as if they're in a parking lot.
That impromptu parking lot resembled a wrecking yard by the time Dozer 5 finished its work. But first responders did get through. But no telling how much destruction was caused to people's homes by the delay. Now, I've had people ask about insurance. Now, it's unclear if insurance is going to pay for that type of damage, but the overriding point here is don't leave your vehicle in the middle of the road. If you do have to stop and get out of it, pull over, go up on the curb onto the shoulder, and always leave room for those trucks to get by. It was a crazy scene there.
Oh my God.
In the Palisades today, guys.
It certainly was. It was hard to believe that they were being bulldozed, actually. And so, but that's what happened because they needed to get through. And again, you know, they're trying to save people first, then property. And if they're trying to get people out, they're going to do whatever they can to get, you know, get you out of the way, so get your car out of the way, that is, and get you into safety, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And the emergency continues to unfold in Altadena as well. John Fanilli, in a neighborhood where a number of homes have burned. This all coming out of the Eden Canyon area where a fire has exploded in size and has spread into a neighborhood in Altadena. John, do you hear us?
2 years. Sharon is the owner of the stables here.
And what is your name, sir?
My name's Nick, and this is my wife, Ellen.
Nick and Ellen, and you guys obviously were told to evacuate.
We actually came from Santa Clarita to come help my daughter.
Come and help the horses, because there's lots of horses that they need help with in order to get them to the other side of the reservoir to keep them safe.
And what are you hearing right now from your daughter, from officials about getting these animals out?
They're trying to keep the horses as wrangled as possible. They let them out of the stalls and they're running around and they're trying to harness them and get them over across the reservoir to keep them safe. But the sparks are flying and the horses are very upset, of course.
It's just a frightening scene when you look around and see this inferno. I mean, it breaks your heart to see all of these homes. These are all homes that you see behind us that are burning right here. Is your daughter okay?
She is. She called us and she just needs extra hands, so we're coming.
Oh my gosh, and authorities were able to let you through to get in here?
We parked a ways away and we've been walking for a while.
Okay, and what's your plan once you get there?
Just to have extra hands to help harness and hold one horse in each hand and get them as far away as we can to keep them safe.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, this is just heartbreaking. We ride our horses underneath this bridge and up in the Eden Canyon, and this is just heartbreaking to see.
Oh my
We stopped at, what, 3 houses on the way here
Yes,
and grabbed
yeah,
people's
grabbed
hoses, and we're
hoses
putting
and
fences
trying
out.
to put out fires as we were walking.
Yeah, and you see that the fire crews, LA County fire crews and other agencies, they've posted up to do the structure protection, try to get water on some of these homes, but it is a daunting effort. There's just simply not enough fire crews to put out all these homes.
Agreed.
Well, guys, tell me your names one more time, please.
Nick Larson and Ellen Larson.
Nick and Ellen, well, thank you guys so much for speaking with us. I hope your daughter's okay. I hope you can get those horses out.
Thank you.
Okay.
God bless you guys.
Yeah, take care, guys. All right, well, you can just see that it is a daunting effort here. We're on New York Drive, near Eaton Canyon Drive, and everything you see behind me, these are all homes that are currently burning right now. We just spoke to that couple right there who came from Santa Clarita. They're trying to help their daughter get her horses out. Just a frantic firefight and a mad scramble to evacuate this foothill community as the Eaton fire continues to grow in size, fanned by the Santa Ana winds. Cher and Micah, I can't hear you right now. I'm going to send it back to you in the studio, and we'll bring you another update in just a few moments.
And you just want to plead with some people out there that know that these warnings have been out since yesterday. We're not saying we don't know how these started, but a lot of these fires, they can be done are human caused, right? And now we know that they're also the embers that are flying as well. But this is just, please, this is our home. This is Southern California. So many areas are burning. So many people are being displaced. So many people are losing their homes and their businesses. It is just devastating to watch the rapid fire igniting in so many different communities and all the people that are being affected tonight.
Yeah, the conditions just so challenging and believe it or not, continuing to get worse for firefighters and residents, anyone in the path of these fires and with all this wind. Meteorologist Vera Jimenez is looking at, among other things, the humidity, which is so critical in all of this, Vera.
It is. Keep in mind that we haven't had very much rain, and we have. Sure, you're right. We've been talking about the potential for these winds as early as last Friday, and last Friday we were still saying, there's a 50% chance, and then by Monday it was like, oh no, there's no chance. I mean, it's like this is happening. This is definitely going to happen, and here it is, and here we are dealing with it now. And of course, the other big part of the weather story continues to be the relative humidity values. Because remember, in order for these fires to actually spread, you need dry vegetation and you need winds. But sometimes you don't even need the winds because, as you've seen, there is a lot of dry vegetation out there because we are looking at now moderate drought conditions because we haven't had enough rain. All of our rain has ended up in either Northern California or Central California. We have received very little rain from all of the systems that have been dropping that are supposed to feed us as well aren't feeding us. They're getting stuck by a very strong and persistent dome of high pressure that is riding very high in the jet stream. And instead of dropping to allow for those systems to come in, it's not happening. So what's happening now is this. We've got very dry air in place because vegetation absorbs water, and as that releases it through evaporation, it feeds the air, and then you get the onshore flow, and that also feeds the air. So all of these things work in combination to, again, bring moisture into the atmosphere. But when we don't get rain and we've got strong Santa Ana winds, we end up with this. And even if the winds are present, when you have years when we haven't had a fire in a particular region, and if the vegetation is very dry, like for example, near Eaton Canyon, you get not just wind-driven fires, but you can also get fuel-driven fires. And that means that even if the winds aren't present and there's enough dry brush out there, those fires will just race and spread and gobble up any dry vegetation that is nearby. So that's the other part of the weather story is as we look at this, we are definitely concerned. The ocean is supposed to move air towards us and back over the surface where we can pick up some of that moisture so that our bushes and our trees and all of our vegetation gets fed. And when it's not, it gets brittle and dries, and gets hot, and sometimes it's even dead before the fire even reaches it because it's so dry and dead. So tomorrow, 8:50 in the morning, we're talking 20% in downtown. That's just kind of a reference point because it kind of sets the stage for what happens elsewhere. 13% in Van Nuys, 19 in Ontario, and we'll continue to move through the afternoon. 9 in Van Nuys. So again, these are just a few readings, but 9 in Van Nuys leads me to believe that that's not going to be the only area that comes in the single digits. There's going to be plenty of other areas that are going to be in the single digits as well. 22% in downtown Los Angeles on Thursday at 2:25 in the morning, 28%. So we're seeing a little bit of improvement on Thursday when those winds begin to relax and we start to see more of that onshore flow. And in fact, even here, just in Orange County, this would be like Newport Beach, Seal Beach, Huntington Beach. This area here is starting to see some improvement. Santa Ana, this is going to be John Wayne Airport, 30%. That is a definite improvement. 32 in Chino, that's definitely looking up. And of course, I wanted to show you this map earlier. This is the Western mega drought. So we are seeing a huge region where we are now in drought. So in this tan color where we are mostly here in Southern California, Ventura has gotten a little bit more rain, so they're in the yellow. They're dry. We here are moderately dry, and then as the colors get darker, severe, once you're over the state line, they're in extreme drought conditions in some areas. And in some areas, in some pockets, they're even under those exceptional conditions. So again, if we don't get rain soon, we are going to be in a lot of trouble. We haven't really looked at the 7-day forecast, and I thought maybe I'd show it to you just in case you were interested. 58 degrees tomorrow in the high desert. That's going to be very cold. And then we're looking at temperatures in the low to mid 60s as we make our way towards the weekend. And I'll have another wind update for you because that right now is the huge weather story. I'll bring that to you as soon as I get one. Back to you guys.
Vera, thank you. Now at 10, 2 major wildfires are carving a path of destruction through Southern California.
A pair of life-threatening infernos have exploded in size. They're showing no signs of slowing down at this hour. Scenes of chaos, heartbreak, and devastation in the Pacific Palisades, where the fierce flames have destroyed homes and forced tens of thousands to flee. And the winds are only expected to get worse as the night goes on.
And in the Altadena and Pasadena area, another brush fire is devastating a community, burning homes and leaving families rushing to escape. That includes dozens of senior citizens evacuated as the flames moved in. Let's begin with KTLA 5's John Fenoglio. He's live in Altadena with the latest on the Eaton Canyon brush fire. John?
Yeah, Cher and Micah, this fire broke out just after 6:30 this evening and shortly thereafter exploded in size. Take a look over my shoulder here and I can show you that by our count, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, at least 8 homes that are currently burning right here off of New York Drive near North Altadena Drive. This is just near the Eaton Canyon Reservoir. Brush fire that began at just 10 acres and within 15 minutes exploded to some 200 acres. Right now, we're being told that the fire stands at around 400 acres scorched so far, but certainly that number is expected to grow as the winds continue to fan these flames across this foothill community. This is an area that is under mandatory evacuation orders at this moment. Hundreds of homes, people told to leave their homes in a moment's notice. And it's Lake Avenue to the west, Eaton Canyon Golf Course to the east, and Washington Boulevard to the south. That is a large swath of this community here in Altadena that were told to pack their things and leave immediately as this fire took off early this evening. And you can see the homes are torched. They are burning out of control right now. We've been following LA County fire crews closely as engine companies position themselves in front of these homes to try to get water on hot spots. But it is just an incredibly daunting effort. They just continue to jump from one house to the next. And when they realize that they simply cannot save a certain home, they go to the next one that they think they can try and save. But again, it is an incredibly difficult effort right now. And you see all these fire crews right here. This is CAL FIRE coming up New York Drive, heading towards North Altadena Drive right there. More resources on the way here for this destructive wildfire that is now chewing through this community here in Altadena. We are trying to make our way into some of these foothill areas. We understand that there are more homes on fire in the hills just above us right here. We're trying to get up there to see if we can talk to some of the folks. We did speak with a couple a short time ago during our last live report who told us that they are trying to help their daughter get her horses out to safety. They say that she needs help trying to round up her animals and get them out of this fire zone. So we don't believe that there are many people still left in this area as the flames continue to spread. But again, there are some people who are having a difficult time getting out of here. Of course, we heard from Jennifer McGraw earlier, who showed us just how many people are trying to evacuate this area. She's been speaking with some of those evacuees, and we know that many people who live in and around this area tonight are very worried about what may become of their home as these flames continue to spread. So we're going to keep an eye on things out here, and we'll bring you another update soon. For now, reporting live in Altadena, I'm John Fenolio. Sharon Micah, back to you.
John, thank you. We continue to cover this fire near Altadena from a number of angles. Jennifer McGraw was speaking with a number of people trying to help some 99 residents of a senior living facility in an area adjacent to John's position, also in Altadena. Jen?
Yeah, Mike, I was since relocated and I still am a little south of John, and we're here in front of this home that firefighters are desperately trying to save and get this fire out, but at this point it looks to be a loss. We are here on Washington and Woodland, driving around this entire neighborhood and through these foothills. Palm trees are on fire, trees are on fire, and it is multiple streets. This is the first time tonight I would say that the wind has slightly calmed down compared to what it was earlier as those 99 patients were being transported. We saw that many of them couldn't walk. Many of them were being wheeled into different buses, even into a LAPD SWAT van to get them to safety. And as the last person was getting loaded up, we saw embers flying at us. There is no telling what is going to happen to that convalescent home, but the good news is that the community came together. Those 99 people are going to be saved tonight, but no doubt scary. This entire community is terrified. These winds are like nothing we have ever seen, and this fire is jumping from street to street. And where you saw from where John is, there are homes burning to the north of him, there are homes burning where he is, and there are homes burning where we are. And again, we've been talking about these winds all night. Firefighters are stretched thin. We've seen so many crews. You know, we've even seen the crews on the ground trying to get that fire out on the hillside near that Eaton Canyon trail. For those of you who are not familiar with the area, Eaton Canyon is a popular hiking trail. There's a campground up above, and then obviously down below, a dense community full of schools, churches, and homes. And as these firefighters work tirelessly tonight, again, they're in the Palisades, they're here, and there's no telling just how many homes are on fire right now, but we know that for sure it is dozens, and it's just absolutely devastating. We have seen such caring people tonight helping others, but it's so heartbreaking to see people lose their homes, flee from their homes, and in this case, the fire's so erratic. Why this home? And you never know why it's going to be this home. Because if you look, pan down the street, Ken, there are no other homes that are on fire. It's just this one. But again, if you go from street to street, it's the same thing that we're seeing. And these firefighters are working and they're watching the homes that are right next to it to make sure that these embers aren't bouncing into the eaves of these homes. And, you know, one home goes up and the next home goes up. They have a major issue. Devastating, especially for the family who may be seeing this tonight, who had to evacuate. We're in a mandatory evacuation zone. Much of this area up to Foothill has been evacuated. Just, again, you guys, just heartbreaking to see. But also the heroism that is going on tonight is something that is really beautiful to see.
It certainly is, and they're doing such an incredible job, and with limited resources in the sense that we cannot fly, LA Fire and LA County Fire and all of the different agencies that could help, with the firefighting effort can't do it because of the sheer fact that it's too windy and dangerous. And we're talking gusts of up to 100 miles per hour here, and we'll get an update from Vera in a minute, but certainly they're doing all they can to every structure, home, business, to try and mitigate the loss. But again, we are fighting against Mother Nature here, who is really in a ferocious mood tonight.
Yeah, the scenes of devastation, not only in Altadena, but of course in Pacific Palisades as well, where we have been watching a fire destroy dozens and dozens of homes and structures in the Pacific Palisades area throughout the day into the night. It is an eerie picture there tonight. KTLA's Sandra Mitchell on the ground with a live look at just how bad it is still there tonight. Sandy.
Yeah, Micah, it's really bad. We are living through an absolutely catastrophic event here in the Los Angeles area tonight. Just behind us, what was a 5-story apartment building. You can see the flames are still raging tonight, but this building has been destroyed. We have watched over the past several hours as the roof collapsed, then the top floor, then the other floor, just collapsing onto itself, but there is still so much inside, and the fierce winds just feeding these flames. Just beside that, I should tell you, we're at Villa de la Paz and Sunset Boulevard. Just beside that is a Shell gas station that also is completely destroyed. We passed by Palisades Charter Elementary School. That has burned to the ground. We watched as that went up in flames so quickly tonight. Fire crews are here, yes, but they just can't fight against these flames. Once a building catches fire, excuse me as I try to catch my breath, the winds are just so intense right now. Once a building catches fire, the firefighters are really just held back. They cannot go into these buildings, just too dangerous, too extreme. So they're trying to do structure protection to the other buildings around it. Earlier tonight, we were down on the beach and we talked to some of the evacuees who came from Tahitian Terrace. It's a mobile home park, a beautiful place to live. And they told us about the harrowing escape that they had earlier tonight. Let's listen now to evacuee Tony Vaughn.
It just moved so fast. It came over the hillside. Embers started landing and catching things on fire. And that's when my son yelled, "Dad, we got to get out of here." But my neighbor was still in his house. And I said, Michael, Michael. And I'm banging on his wall and saying, we got to go, we got to go. And he was really slow at getting out. He wanted to get in his car. I knew it was going to take too long. So I just pulled him in my truck and we got out of there. Things were burning.
So many heartwarming stories tonight of people helping each other, but also so many heartbreaking stories. I can tell you tomorrow when the sun comes up over Palisades, Pacific Palisades is going to look very different. We have seen so many businesses have burned, schools in the area have burned, homes have burned, apartment buildings and condominiums. This is a beautiful spot in Los Angeles, just a great place to live, a great place to come and visit. But tomorrow it is going to look very different. So many people have lost so much tonight. And as I said, it is just heartbreaking. The firefight is not over. Conditions are getting worse. The wind, it's hard to believe that it can get more intense, but it just does get more intense as the hours go by. Micah and Cher, back to you.
All right, Sandra Mitchell live for us there in the Pacific Palisades, and KTLA's Mary Beth McDade has been covering the Palisades fire for us tonight, and she joins us live with the latest on the raging firestorm from her vantage point. MB.
Yeah, hi there, you guys. Yeah, we were trying to make our way up to Dukes and Big Rock. My last hit, we had talked about something. There were some injured people coming down from the mountainside that were requiring some medical help. However, when we started going up there, oh man, it was just like, just raining down embers. There were some power poles burning at the bottom, about ready to fall off. A lot of low-hanging electrical wires. And so we just decided we got to get out of here. It's just silly to try to even make it up there. Far too dangerous. So we came back here, and this hillside's really gone up now. And joining me, we have Captain Eric Scott. And Captain Scott, if you can kind of bring me through. I know we had some people injured up there at Duke's and Big Rock.
Yes, we did. We had multiple people that were walking towards that restaurant Duke's that had suffered some burn injuries. So we realigned some resources to assess them and provide medical treatment.
Okay. And then also there was a female firefighter injured. I understand she was hurt in her head. What can you tell me about her?
25-year-old female. She was out on the lines and she suffered a significant head injury, so we had to rapidly treat and transport her to the hospital. So just those last couple of incidents within the last hour and a half gives you a little bit of idea of some of these challenges. These were the winds we anticipated. These were the winds we warned people about. These were the winds we were worried about.
Wow, I mean, these are unbelievable, and you guys really called it, because 10 o'clock, my goodness gracious, they have really just whipped up here, and how are you guys going to deal with this all night? No air support, you can't fly, and these winds are unbelievable. As you guys have been saying, they're life-threatening winds.
They are, and that's what we signed up for, and we just want people to heed the warnings. We want people to evacuate when we say evacuate, and this is an extremely dynamic fire, explosive fire growth. Pay attention to the wireless emergency alerts that we put out. I got you. And the evacuations, you could get a full update on lafd.org/news.
Boy, they are something. How much do you think this gust is? I mean,
get you inside.
I'm like holding out with all my might. This is unbelievable. Yeah. All right. Thank you very much. We're going to be out here all night with you, and we'll continue to get updates. And thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Oh my God, these gusts, I can't believe it. They're really powerful. I'm fine 1 second and the gust comes through and it literally just, lifts you up off your feet. And we've got all these embers raining down around us. So it truly is just kind of hell on earth up here, I gotta be honest with you. All right, that's gonna do it for me at the command post at Will Rogers State Beach. We'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Mary Beth, be safe. Anchor yourself to something solid, and we'll see you again shortly. Jen McGraw in Altadena as a number of homes continue to burn here. This again, the Eaton Canyon fire that has spread into the neighborhoods of Altadena tonight. Jen?
Yeah, Micah, we were just at that one home on fire and we looked down the street as we were turning around. We saw these multiple homes on fire. We're hearing massive explosions out here, home after home. Firefighters are down the street working on another home right now, but there's just not enough resources. Again, we're on Woodland off of Washington here in Altadena. This is absolutely heartbreaking. And when these homes go up in flames, we know that these embers stretch far. And just about a mile away where we were earlier, we could see multiple palm trees on fire, multiple trees on fire. And as you heard, the explosions. Obviously, we're keeping it safe and staying in the middle of the street and have an exit plan. It appears to be that this entire neighborhood is evacuated. And as I look over, I see a mailbox on fire by our truck. Firefighters, again, doing all they can to help this community, but these winds are ferocious, they're fierce, and they're fast. I live not too far from here, maybe about 10 minutes, and I could see the entire hillside on fire, and that was around 6:30. Ken, watch out! Fire truck. As I was saying, that whole hillside was on fire. And by the time I got out here, it was like multiple homes were on fire. Embers are flying everywhere. Devastating to see. And just how many homes ultimately this will be throughout the night, thinking that the wind is only going to get worse, is terrifying. And you can see how crazy it is out here. Look at how dark it's getting.
Yeah, and you can see how quickly these homes
I've been in a lot of fires
go up.
And this is wild.
Yeah, and how quickly a neighborhood can go up, and there's a prime example of it. All the embers and the powerful gusts, and it just takes a couple of seconds and you've got more problems with more homes. This is what firefighters are dealing with, not only in these neighborhoods in Altadena, but of course in Pacific Palisades. We've been watching that throughout the day into the night.
Yeah, we have. And you see those embers just make their way down the road. And you know, both you and I, Micah, have been out on the field and have covered fires before, but nothing like this. This seems like just a whole nother level. We want to go to Carlos Salcedo. He is in the Pacific Palisades, and Carlos, you know, has been covering the fire for us there for some time now. Where are you in the Palisades?
Sure, we are in the 800 block of Radcliffe Avenue in Pacific Palisades. It is still an inferno out here. You can see just how strong the flames. Oh, whoa! And you heard that explosion there. This is the back of a home here. Trees up in flames at the moment. The flames spreading to the home here again, the 800 block of Radcliffe Avenue. Of course, we want to keep our distance, but we're hearing some bangs going on. We obviously don't know what's exploding, but just within the last 5 minutes, the flames have consumed this property, and it's images like this, dramatic images that we've seen all night long. The winds, the gusts, again, they're intensifying as well, which is helping fan these flames. Not only homes that have burned, we've also seen businesses and schools. We saw as the charter elementary school just went up in flames consuming the entire school, the entire property there. Also the nearby high school, the charter high school, also going up in flames. But again, just how intense it is. You know, we're gonna have to, you see the embers there, we're gonna have to get out of here at the moment. So I'll send it back to you guys.
Oh my gosh,
Yeah.
no, absolutely got to get out of there.
Get safe, get yourself to a better location, and we'll check back in with you, Carlos. It's a dynamic situation, obviously. We've been describing this throughout the day and into the night, and you see Exhibit A there of how quickly things can turn in any given situation, not just the winds, but other hazards as well that present themselves when neighborhoods go up in flames. It may have been a propane tank there that exploded. It looked like a series of them over the course of the last couple of minutes. Very, very dangerous, and if you're too close to something like that, it can spell big problems for you. So Carlos, we'll lose the shot and you guys get safe, and we'll check back in a bit.
Yeah, all right, shut it down, and then we'll get back to you. This is the view from a airplane from KTLA photographer Paul Sanchez as he's giving us an aerial perspective to the devastation in the Palisades. Sky 5 unable to fly due to a temporary flight restriction put in place because President Biden is in town, but this is an incredible view of what it looks like from above.
Yeah, we will have more in terms of an aerial perspective, we believe, tomorrow once the sun comes up and we begin to get a good measure of the level of devastation here. But if you've been watching the coverage, you can deduce, frankly, dozens and dozens and dozens of homes in the Palisades area have been lost. The Palisades Village under siege tonight. Homes along PCH, along the beach, gone as well. One of two communities under siege tonight. Altadena struggling as well, as we saw moments ago. Entire neighborhoods burning, rows and rows of homes from a fire that is spread out of Eaton Canyon into the neighborhoods of Altadena. And case in point, we've got Jen live in that neighborhood that we just saw a few moments ago. Boy, those aerials over Pacific Palisades, something else.
Yeah, it's overwhelming to see how wide of a space that it is consumed, and makes you worry about all of those homes that are there. We want to go to Altadena, as you mentioned, Micah, and take a look at this video. It is just pitch black, no visibility whatsoever. The firefighters just disappearing into the dark. Let's go over to Jen McGraw right now. She's been watching this community and watching these homes ignite in minutes. Jen?
Sure, Micah, this is just unbelievable. We've seen homes perfectly fine and standing, and now just multiple homes on fire. These firefighters now trying to put out the brush that just caught fire before my last live shot. And I look over to my right and there's another home on fire and the winds are picking up. This neighborhood is in big trouble. And sadly, I look down the street as things are blowing up and embers are flying. I look down the street and I see hardly any fire trucks because it is so stretched thin at this point. Firefighters doing all they can to save this community, but at this point it's becoming a desperate situation. I bet you guys can hear the wind just howling. And as again, I can't begin to tell you how crazy it is to drive street by street by street, streets miles away, and see that palm trees are on fire, homes are on fire, daycares are on fire. We did drive by the Pasadena High School, and that was okay at that point, but there were some trees on fire.
It seems that we are losing your audio there, Jen. And it could be due to the wind and the area.
Sorry.
There you are. You're back.
I don't know. Yeah. So I got in the truck and I moved it real quick because I just wanted to make sure that there was enough room for firefighters to come down the street and fight this, because it's getting even worse. And if you pan over here, Ken, none of that was on fire. That house to the left wasn't on fire. Down the street, homes are on fire. And it just seems like an impossible task to ask these firefighters to do more than they're doing, because they're doing an incredible job, but just up against the world. This is insane. I've never seen anything like it, and I've covered so many fires, including the Paradise Fire in Northern California, where fire was all around me. But this is so widespread. This is covering miles. I'm just south of where John's at, on Washington, and he's on New York, so we're not far apart, but it's like multiple communities just burning down. And look, come this way, Ken. It's almost hard to breathe out here because of all the smoke.
Wow.
This home right there, Ken, was not on fire when I started this live shot. And then these are the firefighters that are down the street. And earlier, when I was watching the coverage with the Palisades, there were so many fire trucks out there. But again, it's a smaller region, and this area is so widespread. It's such a compact and dense community in Altadena, Pasadena. Right now, they're doing their best. It's just an unbelievable sight to see, and the winds that are just relentless and not stopping.
It is difficult to watch, and we know that the resources are there. More resources are arriving in the Altadena area. A large portion of the Altadena area under evacuation orders. Lake Avenue to the west, Eaton Canyon Golf Course to the east, all the way south to Washington Boulevard under evacuation orders. You're talking about hundreds and hundreds of homes, thousands of people that are under the threat here of a wildfire that is burning unchecked at this point. You have the resources in the neighborhoods, and the firefighters doing all they can to protect these structures, but there are more homes burning than there are firefighters in the area tonight. And so the challenge is real, and this is just one area that we're seeing in Altadena tonight that is burning.
Right.
John Fenoglio is in another neighborhood adjacent to this live picture. We want to check in with John. Have you moved, John? What's the situation there?
Micah and Cher, yeah, we have moved just a little bit. We're still on New York Drive near Sierra Madre Villa Avenue, and what you're looking at right here is a hillside that's just fully engulfed. LA County fire crews here trying to extinguish the flames, trying to keep some of these trees, these palm trees that are burning above power lines, from snapping and bringing down those lines with them. And you'll have to forgive me, the wind gusts here are just incredible. Almost takes your breath away and almost knocks you off your feet. They're so strong at times. But as we've been showing you all night long, dozens of homes are burning here in Altadena as this fire continues to spread. The Eaton fire, which began just after 6:30 this evening, started as just about a 10-acre brush fire and quickly exploded in size within minutes. It was over 100 acres. At last count, it was 400 acres, but that number is certainly expected to grow as these Santa Ana winds continue to fan these flames. And if we pan the camera to the left, you can just see the ember cast here. They're trying to get some water on this hot spot right here, but every time the wind gusts. It is almost like a wall of flames, a wall of embers that just continues to push this fire further and further into this foothill community, setting homes on fire. As mentioned, we've seen dozens of homes, rows of homes burning as this fire just continues to spread unchecked. LA County Fire, along with many other agencies, are doing what they can to try and get water on all these different hot spots, but it's almost an impossible effort as this fire just continues to grow in size. Now, we do want to let you know that closures right now include Pasadena Unified School District. All campuses closed Wednesday. And for people affected by this fire, we know that there are hundreds of homes forced to evacuate this area. Mike had mentioned that evacuation order just a few moments ago. Anybody who is in this evacuation zone can head to the Pasadena Convention Center at 300 East Green Street. That's where people can regroup. That is an evacuation center that has been set up for people affected by the Eaton fire here in Altadena. The wind's so strong at times, they've been knocking over power poles, knocking over street signs, street lights, and ripping the shingles off of roofs as firefighters try as they can to get water on some of these homes.
All right, John, your picture froze there, but and when you just look at what we're looking at right now, it's hard to believe that this is actually happening, especially when you see those embers. You know, we are used to seeing embers, you know, fly from, but not in that vast amount. It's like just like a Roman candle of embers that are exploding into the street. It's quite incredible, Vera.
It is. It's. You almost don't have words for it, to be quite frank. You almost kind of feel like, how do you describe it? Like, what is the appropriate word to describe what we are seeing other than it's just, you know, it's magnificent in just an extraordinary way, and that, you know, Mother Nature is just so powerful, and it's scary, and it's like amazing to watch. It's exciting. It's scary. It's all of it all at the same time, to be quite frank. So let's go back to the winds, because right now the winds are really the weather story. They're starting, you know, well, I've been saying this for hours. They're starting to pick up. They've been picking up now, guys. So here's where what we're looking at right now. 26 miles per hour in Ontario and Van Nuys. Right here, the northwestern end of the viewing area is really where most of the activity is taking place in terms of the fire. And then, of course, heading towards the east a tiny bit. San Bernardino, 24 miles per hour. As we look at the relative humidity values this afternoon, I was looking at the history of where the relative humidity values were throughout the day, and most of them started to drop in the teens early this evening, like 4 o'clock, 3 o'clock, late afternoon, early evening. Santa Monica Airport for an hour was down to 3%. It went from 5% to 3% to 3% to 5 to 4. So it stayed in the single digits for almost all afternoon, and it's still in the single digits. So it's like 9-10, 9-10. So again, that's the other part of the weather story. Here's where they're sitting at right now, and what we really want to look at is the future winds. But I do want to give you a reminder, we have an air quality alert, not because of the fires, but now because of the fires, it has now extended, and so it is going to be a broader air quality alert, which means if you have any respiratory issues, stay indoors, limit your exposure, because it's just going to aggravate whatever issues you may have. The red flag warnings and the fire watch, well, I'm sure that fire watch is no longer a watch and actually now a warning. It just hasn't been updated, but it's widespread. You can see that it's from Ventura, thankfully not into Santa Barbara, pardon me, but Ventura, LA County, Orange County, Riverside, or San Bernardino and Riverside. As far south as San Diego, but things have improved a little bit. Now LA proper is out of the red flag warning. Yesterday at this time, they were predicting, the models were saying, yeah, it looks like this is also going to be under threat, and then also to the Orange County coastline heading into San Diego. So a tiny bit of improvement. I always want to give you a little silver lining whenever I can, and so that's my bit of good news tonight. So we do have in the mustard color, the high wind warning in the tan color, the wind advisory. Some of these may get dropped tomorrow evening around 6 p.m., but even if they do get dropped, some will get converted to wind advisories only because the winds are going to linger. The winds aren't going to shut off immediately like you do a garden hose. They're going to continue to trickle and linger through Thursday and possibly even as late as Friday. When I was thinking about how best to describe the winds to you, Category 1, Hurricane Category 1 is 74 miles per hour. Category 2 is 75 to 110. So think about that and what those guys are standing in outside, because some of those wind gusts right now are starting to get in the upper 60s and 70s. So when you see Mary Beth getting blown away, that's why. And those are the only winds that we really are used to when we see the reporters covering hurricanes. Well, our people are right now in some of those conditions, and they're going to continue to be in the overnight hours. So look how widespread this is. The Inland Empire, thankfully, there's nothing been reported there in terms of fires. But what I am worried about for tomorrow morning for the Inland Empire will be the overnight big rigs, the trailers that haul sometimes empty cargoes. Those are the ones that get toppled. We see that a lot on the 15. We see it on the 91. We see it on the 10, and we see it on the 60 through the Inland Empire. So that's what my concern is as we head into tomorrow morning. The winds as we continue, again, they haven't changed, but if you're just tuning in for the first time for the 10 o'clock news, this is what the winds are going to look like tonight as we continue into those overnight hours. There will be very few and far between spots that are not going to be impacted by the winds. They are going to be out of the northwest. Again, my legend only goes to 50 miles per hour, but we've already seen wind gusts stronger than that, 82, 83. Malibu Hills has already had wind speeds there of 83 miles per hour. In fact, parts of the west area. I was also looking at Calabasas because they're also under a wind, under an evacuation order. The winds there have also been really gusty as well. Not nearly as strong as the Santa Monica Mountains, but definitely the winds are there. And then as we continue through the evening, that's 1:55 tomorrow afternoon. Again, beginning to subside a little bit, but still pretty dangerous and pretty strong. That's Wednesday, 7:35 p.m. I'm just going to continue to move so you can clock the winds for yourself. 1:25 in the morning on Thursday. Still looking at these two areas. They spread out quite wide from Santa Clarita down towards like parts of LA proper. Look, this is the 60 here and the 605, so through most of the west side, all the west side, heading towards the San Gabriel Valley. In the Inland Empire, we're seeing those winds out of the Cajon Pass stretch through parts of Riverside, San Bernardino, and then towards the Pacific Ocean. And then they will re-strengthen again 3:35 p.m. on Thursday. Now you're back to seeing those pinks and magentas, which mean the strongest winds, 55, 60 miles per hour. That's Friday, 6:35 in the morning. Again, these winds are going to linger. This is going to be a very slow-moving event because we're going from a trough of low pressure that is bringing those winds in to then a ridge of high pressure that is going to continue to bring winds in. Even though they're two completely different systems, it's about the position and the circulation around each one of those systems that then will be producing these winds and this effect. Finally, 10:30 in the morning on Friday, and you think, okay, great, we're done. Take a look. I'm going to keep moving. We've got winds there, and then look at that. Santa Clarita Valley, up towards the high desert, across the high desert, and they will be getting some pretty strong winds, and that's Friday at 11:30. So we are going to see a break, but it's going to be a slow time to get there. And then we're back to the relative humidity values. We're clocking it out into the future. That's Wednesday, 8:50 in the morning. We're going to be less than 20% in most areas and down into the single digits. We're really close to that now in some areas, but we're staying in the low teens, 12, 13, 14, and 15, sometimes 18. So we're already in the low teens, and there's a slight chance that we could see even more single digits as we continue through Wednesday into Thursday. So that's what we have going on. And then, of course, we talked about this earlier. We're very, very dry. We're not under a severe drought, but we are getting close to it because we're not getting any rain anytime soon. We did get a little bit of snow over the San Bernardino Mountains this morning. I know it sounds really odd that we're talking about Santa Ana winds and fires at the same time that we had snow, but we did have snow because of the position of that area of low pressure. We had 5 inches of snow over the San Bernardino Mountains. We had snow again along that ridge, and then we had rain on the eastern side in the desert. How often do we get rain in the desert? Well, that was this afternoon as well. So we've got these two positions that are just, opposing. But they happen because this is Southern California and our weather is dictated by the topography. All of our microclimates are because of the topography. LA Coastal Basin, we haven't talked about the 7-day because nobody really cares about it. But just in case you do, 73 and 75 Wednesday, Thursday, and then mid to upper 60s over the weekend. And I'll send it back to you guys, and I'll get another wind update when I get it, and I'll share it with you.
You got it. Vera, thank you. We want to talk about the evacuation zones. There is a lot of information here. We'll work through it slowly for you. For the Palisades fire, evacuations have been expanded to East Kenter Avenue, north to Mulholland. The evacuation orders are still stretching south to PCH and west to Topanga Canyon Boulevard. For the city of Santa Monica, an evacuation order has been issued for everyone north of San Vicente Boulevard between Ocean Avenue and 26th Street. An evacuation warning has been issued for Santa Monica between Montana Avenue and San Vicente. The Westwood Recreation Center is now serving as a shelter, allowing residents to remain overnight. They are also accepting small animals.
All right, we want to go to Altadena for the Eaton fire. These are the areas under mandatory evacuation east of Altadena Drive, Kinaloa Canyon Road, Outpost Lane, Glen Springs, Coolidge, Miranda, Roosevelt, Veranda, Ken Clare, Fox Ridge, Canyon Close, Grand Oak, north of New York Drive, east of Altadena Drive, west of Sierra Villa Avenue, and a shelter for evacuated residents is available at All Saints Church, located at 132 North Euclid Avenue in Pasadena, located directly across Pasadena City Hall.
As the Palisades fire rages on, we continue to learn more about the people who were forced to evacuate and are now fearing they've lost their homes, their livelihoods, or both.
Our Courtney Friel spoke to one man who had to evacuate his business and fears it may be gone. She joins us live. Courtney?
Hi, guys. There is going to be a ton of devastation in Pacific Palisades, and with 30,000 residents there evacuated and nearly 3,000 acres burned so far, so many tonight are experiencing anxiety on what they will return to.
It was a matter of 10 minutes up the hill and another 10 minutes down the hill that fire had jumped from the highlands over Palisades Drive and was on the hill that my transitional living houses are at startup recovery.
Greg Champion raced up Paseo Miramar to quickly evacuate his staff and sober living patients. But when he tried to return to get a dog at one of the homes,
Could only get 2/3 up, hopped out of the car, began running, and we got 100 yards away from the house before the fire department literally grabbed us and said, if you go any further, you're going to die.
But that one is just a total loss. This is so heartbreaking.
While he doesn't have official confirmation that 2 of his transitional houses burned down, he believes they're likely among these homes burning on the street.
I live in the Palisades. My kids go to school in the Palisades, and my place of business is in the Palisades. And in no short moment, I basically saw much of my life go up in flames.
Greg says all 3 schools where his children go were on fire at some point. He's evacuated with his family now and is anxiously awaiting the daylight hours and official confirmation on the status. But with 30 years of sobriety under his belt, he knows he can get through this difficult time and has already had so much outreach from the local recovery community.
We will rebuild. We will startup will keep going, and we will keep doing great work in the recovery community. I will promise you that.
making the scenario different from most of the fires that we cover. Because of the flight restrictions with President Biden in town, there are no news choppers flying. And that's typically how a lot of viewers can usually see in an aerial view that they've lost their homes. No doubt we'll be hearing many more stories like Greg's in the days to come. Back to you guys.
All right, Court, thank you. Well, earlier today, during the initial wave of evacuations in the Palisades, people found themselves in traffic gridlock. So they abandoned their cars and walked, sometimes ran to safety. Many people just left their cars in the middle of the road, clogging one of the only streets in and out of the area.
And that meant firefighters couldn't get in. Rick Chambers is here now with more on what happened next, I reckon.
Yeah, Mike, and as you can imagine, that became a critical obstacle as responding fire crews, as Cher mentioned, found themselves unable to reach the neighborhoods in the fire's path. So the firefighters did whatever they had to do to clear a way.
This dozer is just moving these vehicles out of the way.
This was not something we had seen before at a wildfire. An LA County fire dozer clearing a Palisade street of cars and trucks left behind by fire-fleeing residents.
Unfortunately, it's an emergency situation, and this is what they have to do.
Reporter Gene Kang telling us that dozens of vehicles left behind near Sunset and Palisades by people who were desperate to avoid the flames stretched curb to curb as far as he could see. Initially, fire hose was run around the blockage until Dozer 5 began using its huge blade to push the clog off to the side, making room for waiting fire trucks to move through.
Yes, it is causing damage, as you can hear from the screeching noises, but that is what they have to do.
I have friends up there right now, and they can't evacuate because it's stuck on Palisades Drive.
Actor and comedian Steve Guttenberg, who lives in the neighborhood, ran through the jumble of cars and trucks, trying to move as many as he could to open the roadway, eventually putting out a plea with KTLA.
Leave the keys in the car so that we can move your car so that these fire trucks can get up Palisades Drive. What's happening is people take their keys with them as if they're in a parking lot.
That impromptu parking lot resembled a wrecking yard by the time Dozer 5 finished its work, but first responders did get through. But no telling how much destruction was caused to people's homes by the delay. And who knows at this point if insurance is going to be paying for any of this type of damage. But the main point here is don't leave your vehicle in the middle of the road. If you actually have to pull over and get out, pull it up over the curb and onto the shoulder or the median, and always leave room for those trucks to get by. Guys, back to you.
All right, Rick, thank you. We want to go back to now the breaking news in Altadena, which has been a ferocious fire there by Eaton Canyon. Let's go live now to Jen. She's there with a look at what the devastation is like now. Jennifer McGraw.
Yeah, Sharon, Micah, when we first came to this street, it was 1, 2 houses, and now there's just dozens on fire. I have Assistant Fire Chief Espy with me for the LA County. Talk to me about the progress tonight, if any.
We're making as much progress as we can. It's been a tough firefight for us, but the high winds and the ember casts are really giving us a difficult time.
Resources, do we have new resources coming?
We do have more resources coming. We're trying to get on each side, each division of the fire. Many of us are asking for more resources, so we're getting them out as fast as we can, but we definitely have more resources coming.
So when I was talking to him earlier, because this is my community, and it's one thing to report on a community and feel heartbroken, but to watch my beautiful foothills burn down is devastating. And I asked him, I said, so what, is it just all going to go up in flames? And your response was beautiful.
Absolutely not. We're going to do everything we can to make sure all of you can come home to your wonderful homes in this wonderful neighborhood. Absolutely.
A lot of people tonight worried, panicked. What would you say to them?
Be reassured that our firefighters are going to work all throughout the night and all throughout tomorrow and however long it takes us to make sure that we get a handle on this fire and save as much of this property as we can.
So you said you have about 200 people, personnel?
That is here in Division Mike, which is with the division that they're currently in now. There's more firefighters than that on the entire fire, But yes, the division might have about 200 firefighters.
So when I look at that truck right there, is that a private company? Are there private companies assisting as well?
That's Angeles National Forest, and what we call that is a Type 6. It's like a pickup truck with the fire pump on the back, and most of the departments have those for the brush area. So that's Angeles National Forest.
How far has the fire stretched? Because I try to impress upon our viewers just how massive this is and how the spot fires are going. Has it reached the 210? Are you worried about it jumping?
It has not reached the 210 yet, but it is moving quite fast, and it's moving so fast that we're trying to keep up and keep a handle on it. But I'm not quite sure how far south it's gone down.
If people see it creeping closer, should they call 911? I mean, I'm sure the dispatch is inundated with these phone calls right now.
Yeah, they're being inundated. We are.
All right, it looks like we're having some difficulty with your live shot. You are back, Jen.
To continue to get more resources in, hopefully during the daylight hours, we can, and the winds calm down a little bit, we can get our air resources back in the air and really give that air attack that we really need. Those water dropping helicopters and fixed wing aircraft, that really helps us out.
So will that begin at early in the morning?
I'm not quite sure. It's really dependent on winds and how, they were here this evening, but the winds got too high for them and we have to shut our aircraft down.
Well, thank you. And I know absolutely everybody in this community is just absolutely so thankful for the firefight and for the help. And hopefully we can get that air support as soon as possible. Back to you guys. Thank you.
All right, Jennifer McGraw with us from Altadena, talking with fire officials there. Hundreds of firefighters on the ground. Again, far too windy for them to fight that fire from the air. So they're dealing as best they can on the ground, trying to get out ahead of it, as you heard the fire authorities saying, and trying to anticipate as best they can as this fire spots out ahead of itself. Again, it started in the Eaton Canyon area and exploded in size. It started about 6:30 tonight. It has now grown well over 400 acres. And from our count, dozens of homes have been lost in the Altadena area in a number of neighborhoods there near the mouth of the Eaton Canyon trailhead and as you move south and west toward Washington Boulevard. So a large section of Altadena for sure. Hundreds of homes under evacuation orders tonight, as we've been reporting. A very real danger, a frightening situation unfolding in Altadena.
Certainly, and it's the same for the Pacific Palisades. Pretty much all of the Palisades under an evacuation order, including parts of Santa Monica north of San Vicente Boulevard. You're looking at some 10,000 homes there that are under threat. And we've seen so many of the businesses and the homes go up in flames in the Pacific Palisades. And we are in that mode right now where between 10 p.m. and 5 a.m. Are to be the most destructive winds and strongest winds as we head into this night. So let's go over to Vera Jimenez right now. She's got an update on the winds in both areas where those fires are raging.
Yeah, and as I was thinking about it, tomorrow morning, right before the sun comes up, sometimes that's when we get the strongest winds. And so tomorrow morning, the winds are starting to pick up now. And, through tomorrow morning, right before the sun comes up, we're probably going to see another push then. So again, widespread red flag warning. I just wanted to show you what's being impacted so that, again, when I want to take you to the map so you can see what I'm talking about in terms of our weather system. So again, when I was talking about the ridge and how high it's been riding and why we haven't gotten any rain and why it's so dry and why this system came out of the Arctic and why it's dropping down. So it's coming from the Arctic, which is one of the coldest regions for us, right? And because this tropical jet stream is riding so high, instead of, allowing systems to drop here, what's happening is it's bouncing all of the systems up even further to the north and then dropping down. And so this system came out of the Arctic. It traveled through the Great Basin, which is already a cold region compared to what we experience here in Southern California. And now tomorrow around lunchtime, that's where it's going to park itself. Now the circulation around that, as you can see, some of it is still coming into Southern California, like this little bit of it here, that's still feeding the Santa Ana winds. Some of it is actually going towards the east and out of the region, but But this little bit that is still feeding Southern California then is going to combine with this ridge of high pressure that is starting to, as you can see, the amplification is moving and turning and wrapping around this area of low pressure. So it's northerly winds that are turning in back towards Southern California. And so then here's where those are combining, and that's what it's going to look like tomorrow at 12:45 in the afternoon. So we're still going to be looking at dangerous winds. As we move through the Thursday, that's 1:20 in the morning, that is now shifting a little bit out of the region further into Mexico, and this again continuing to amplify and still bringing winds out of the north, and then eventually those will also shift out of the northeast. And so here now we're looking at 4:15 in the afternoon. These winds were out of the north. Now again, they're shifting out of the northeast. So we're going to see them turn again. And then there you have it. That's now Friday, 2:45 p.m. Look at this little patch of winds right here. These are still northeasterly winds, and those are still going to be impacting us. Now that area of low pressure isn't even a part of our weather story anymore. That's 11:30 on Friday, and we're still looking at northwesterly winds. So these winds are going to be slow moving as they cross through the region. And again, it's because of how strong and how amplified this big dome of high pressure is. And that's why, as I walk you through that map with the winds, you see, and again, now we go back outside to the live shot. This is the Mount Wilson camera, by the way, and this is now that Eaton fire. And as you can see, you can even see it through the trees here. Look how far it's spreading over. Really, really impactful there. The smoke, you can see it's very dark out, and that means it's very active. So now that we go back to the winds, as I clock you through those winds, now you know why the winds are going to take forever to actually make their passage and go through the time, is because that big ridge of high pressure is just so strong, and it's not going to move. I mean, we're talking tomorrow. I will update that map to Saturday so you can see what will happen on Saturday. So in case you want to see the winds, I'm happy to show them to you. Again, you can see the winds are a little bit variable right in here, and this is going to be along, I would say, like the 514 near Santa Clarita Valley, a little bit of variation there. But most of these winds are going to continue out of the northeast, heading from the interior sections out of the foothills towards the Pacific Ocean for both not just the northwestern end, but also towards the southeastern end of the viewing area. Because then remember, then we go into San Diego. And by the way, San Diego is also experiencing some gusty winds, and they also have some red flag warnings. So again, we're focusing here locally, but this is a widespread event, not just impacting, our 5-county region. Thursday, 4 p.m. in the afternoon, the high desert is now starting to see some of those bigger winds. Palm Springs, we're looking at 50 miles per hour there through the Coachella Valley. And then as we continue into Friday, 6:40 in the morning, very little change in the map. Luckily, though, we do have one little pocket here as you make your way out of Yucaipa towards Lake Elsinore and moving into, this would be like heading towards San Onofre there. And that's what we're seeing. All right, that is 10:35 on Friday. Luckily, it looks like here's where our break is going to be. 10 to 15, 20 miles per hour. The winds will diminish a little bit more, mostly over the Pacific Ocean and over our desert areas. And then we see the winds return again on Friday. That's 11:30 p.m. And again, mostly over our desert areas is where we are going to see that swath of winds. I'll have another update for you shortly. Back to you guys for now.
All right, Vera, thank you. KTLA Sandra Mitchell on the ground in Pacific Palisades, where conditions are becoming more dire by the minute.
Sandra joins us live from another vantage point. The wind continues to howl tonight, Sandra.
Micah and Cher, I can't tell you how devastating this fire is. We are along PCH. It feels like we're standing beside a volcano. That's the side of the road on PCH. So many beautiful views, so many beautiful homes and businesses destroyed tonight. Just a few moments ago, we drove through the Sunset Palisades area. I got to tell you, I got a little choked up. There were so many houses burned in the Huntington Palisades area, just home after home after home as we drove down Sunset Boulevard in that neighborhood. So many homes, and they're not just, there are huge embers falling on us right now. Those homes are not just maybe a little damaged, they were burned to the ground. There is incredible devastation. We are actually living through just a catastrophic event here right now in Pacific Palisades. The winds for the moment not as extreme as we have seen earlier tonight, but we've been all through Palisades Village, the shopping center there is fire surrounding it. There has been fire burning up some of the light posts there, the lanterns throughout the village swinging wildly in the wind tonight. But as far as we can tell, none of the businesses in that village have been damaged or destroyed. But all around there, huge apartment buildings burned, dry cleaners burned, gas stations burned. The winds just whipping this fire and carrying these embers wildly throughout the neighborhoods and throughout some of the businesses there. We talked to so many people who had to evacuate. They ran down to PCH. Many had to abandon their cars. Earlier tonight, we talked to a young man, Luke Vaughn, who told us about his harrowing escape from the Tahitian Terrace mobile home park. Let's listen to that.
It just moved so fast. It came over the hillside. Embers started landing and catching things on fire. And that's when my son yelled, "Dad, we got to get out of here." But my neighbor was still in his house. And I said, Michael, Michael. I'm banging on his wall and saying, we got to go, we got to go. And he was really slow at getting out. He wanted to get in his car. I knew it was going to take too long. So I just pulled him in my truck and we got out of there. Things were burning.
Again, we are along PCH where you see this fire burning up the hillside here. Right now, firefighters really not attacking this fire. They will just let this dry brush vegetation burn itself out because behind this, no real structures are threatened. But I can tell you there is a lot of devastation in Pacific Palisades tonight. Micah and Cher, we'll send it back to you.
All right, Sandra Mitchell along PCH tonight. Meteorologist Vera Jimenez watching conditions for us, changing by the minute.
Yes, indeed. Take a look. We're back to the Pacific Palisades. The winds have dropped off a little bit, the sustained winds. However, the gusts are still pretty strong at about 54 miles per hour. And then, of course, as I mentioned, it's the relative humidity that we keep watching. We've seen these values at 17%. They were actually a little bit lower earlier this evening. They were down to 15% and 14 at one point. But at 17, it's a slight improvement. But again, that is still within that region where we get concerned. Earlier this afternoon, I was looking at the relative humidity values near Santa Monica. And at the Santa Monica airport for a good part of the afternoon, those numbers were in the single digits. I've been looking around, especially near the fires, both the Eaton fire and the Pacific Palisades fire, and the relative humidity values there have mostly been in the teens. I've seen a lot of 12s, 13s, 14s, and 15s. The entire region, of course, is going to be rather low. I've seen other places like Calabasas. They were sitting at about 18% in terms of the air dryness, and of course those numbers are going to continue to fall as the winds pick up tonight into tomorrow, and of course as the sun comes up tomorrow, because that always dries out the atmosphere as well. We are going to be looking at an extended period of not just strong gusty winds through Friday, but the air quality is going to be with us for a long time in terms of how bad it is, because now that we've got all those fires in progress, the smoke is going to spread. Right now, the smoke from the Pacific Palisades, because of the direction that the winds are blowing from the northeast, is pushing that smoke towards the South Bay, and it's going to continue even south of there beyond Long Beach and into parts of Orange County, I'm sure. With that, we're also going to see, folks that have respiratory issues. That is going to be a big concern as well. So that's what I have for now. I'm waiting for another update in terms of the winds and the gusts, and as soon as I get that, I will let you guys know. For now, though, I'll send it back to you.
All right, Vera, we thank you so much for that. Now at 11 o'clock, those two fast-moving wildfires fueled by the intense windstorms that are burning across Southern California right now, destroying untold numbers of property and endangering thousands of lives. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the news at 11 o'clock. I'm Rick Chambers.
And hi there, I'm Courtney Friel. The two major wildfires are carving a path of destruction through Southern California.
Yeah, they're being considered life-threatening infernos at this point, and they have just exploded in size over the past few hours, and now they show no signs of slowing down at all. Everywhere you look is scenes of chaos and heartbreak and devastation in the Palisades tonight. That's where the fierce flames have destroyed, as I mentioned, dozens and dozens of homes and forced tens of thousands of people to get out and flee. And those winds, as Vera was talking about, they're only expected to get worse as the night goes on.
And in the Altadena and Pasadena area, another brush fire is devastating a community, burning homes left and right and leaving families rushing to escape. That includes dozens of senior citizens evacuated as the flames moved in. And that is an image that we have not seen in quite some time.
We have a team of reporters out there covering all the different angles for us. The last time we saw Mary Beth McDade, she was along the PCH out there at one of the command posts, and the winds, MB, were gusting to almost hurricane force.
Oh my God, Rick and Court, it is just unbelievable, these gusts. They literally lift you up and move you across the parking lot. And yeah, I just want to show you this hillside behind me here. It is burning all the way up. Now, hours ago when we got here, that fire was several hillsides up. We watched as it went from one to the other to the other. Also, I should mention when we first got here, at the very top, we saw 3 homes with lights on. I don't think those homes are there anymore, I gotta be honest with you. I mean, we've been watching as there's been a lot of stuff burning up there, and I hate to say it, but I do believe it is the homes that we first saw when we got here. We've met a lot of different people. We met this guy, John, ages ago. He had gone up, he shot different videos. He saw that Tahitian terrace, mobile home park. He said, oh, there were at least 15 homes on fire up there when he was up there. He also got video. We saw as the flames jumped across PCH, they got caught a bathroom down by the beach here on fire about 500 feet north of where we're standing now. We also saw a lot of palm trees. Those things, boy, they just spark right up and burn down. And then we spoke with a gentleman, Ryan. He actually had a mobile home at that Palisades Bowl, and he doesn't think his home is there anymore. He was waiting it out, and then all of a sudden all the palm trees around his home, they caught fire, and he said, you know, I better go. And we met up with him here. He was on his way over to Simi Valley to go stay with his son, although it sounds like they may be having some of their own fire issues this evening. And, you know, firefighters and different state and city local officials, they've been saying, hey, these winds are really going to kick up at 10 o'clock. And boy, oh boy, do they kick up at 10 o'clock. And you know what? They're even worse at 11 o'clock. And these firefighters, they're doing the best they can, but it's Mother Nature. I mean, these guys are, there's not much they can do. Mother Nature, her wrath, she has unleashed it here in Southern California tonight. And boy, are we feeling it as we're watching all these embers just raining down here across PCH this evening, catching all these different homes and hillsides on fire. Truly is just absolutely heartbreaking, and we can only pray and wish for the best when all this smoke clears to see all the damage that has been done up here. All right, that's gonna do it for me here in I'm at Will Rogers State Beach. We'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
MB, before you go, the last time we talked to you during the 10 o'clock hour, you were nearly getting pushed over by the winds that are coming through as you talked to Captain Scott in that live interview. It seems that it is reduced a little bit at this point.
Actually, it hasn't, Rick. Just before you guys came to me, I was just blown across the parking lot. It's these gusts. You're fine, and then a gust will hit. And this time I kind of positioned myself a little bit more behind a big LAPD truck to, you know, help protect me. Yeah. But all kidding aside, these gusts hit me, and they just carry me right across this parking lot, Rick. It's unbelievable. And, you know, we tried to make our way north of here. We had, you know, been speaking to the different PIOs tonight, and, you know, we heard about some of the people that were injured. They had come down the mountainside. A few of them were at Duke's and being treated there. Some others were over at Big Rock, and we wanted to try to make our way up there to see how everyone was doing. But unfortunately, a lot of the power poles all along PCH, they're burning at their base. They're just ready to fall over. The wires are all sagging, you guys, as you know. It's very unsafe. God forbid those wires fall on us or a truck catches on one of those. And so my photographer, Kui, and I, we looked at each other. We're like, what are we doing? We got to get back to safety. This is just, you know, so unsafe for us to be driving along PCH. So we came back here, and, you know, as you can see, just everywhere you look, something's on fire. It's unbelievable. How can you control this with winds like this and gusts like this, you know?
Yeah, it's just that you
So
can't.
it's going to be
I think I just lost you guys. I'm sorry, what was that?
Thank you so much. I mean, we're saying what an incredible sight that is behind you. And you've been doing such a great job out there, Mary Beth. We'll check back in with you soon. Thank you so much. Also covering the Palisades fire, and somewhere in Pacific Palisades is our Carlos Salcedo, who's been out there. Carlos, what's your exact location right now?
Hey, we're in Court. Yeah, the smoke got to be just a bit too much for us, so we made it back down to Pacific Coast Highway, but you could probably hear the howling winds. You could also see the orange glow behind me. Now, when we were in the immediate fire zone, we just saw so much destruction, so much devastation, homes going up in flames, flames pretty much everywhere. We also heard a few loud explosions. Oh. Whoa. It is still an inferno out here. You can see just how strong the flames. Oh, whoa, and you heard that explosion there. This is the back of a home here, trees up in flames. There you go. We heard multiple bangs from the property there on the 800 block of Ratcliffe Avenue in Pacific Palisades. It sounded like propane gas tanks exploding. That property, unfortunately, went up in flames just within the last hour. And it's not just homes that we saw engulfed in flames, several businesses as well as schools. The flames consumed Palisades Charter High School as well as the elementary school. We were there as the flame shot out through classroom windows, embers from that burning roof flying down the street, spreading everywhere. The school's emergency alarms were also sounding off, so just a bit eerie hearing all of that. Many palm trees also going up in flames, catching fire. Now, we understand that all residents have been evacuated, or at least told to evacuate. We did see as a resident was leaving with his surfboards in the back of his Jeep as he was asking for an evacuation route. So we told them just to get on Sunset and their fire officials would help evacuate him. But just, yeah, a lot of uncertainty, a lot of chaos that we witnessed out here in the last several hours. The winds, of course, they've been picking up, dying down, but for the most part, they've been really, really steady. But again, we were just in the thick of things, a lot of particles in the air, so it's just very harmful to consume. So we had to make it back down here. I'll send it back to you guys in Hollywood.
Yeah, Carlos, the evacuations have been underway for much of the day. The only traffic we see on PCH behind you seem to be first responders. Do you still see anybody trickling out of the hillsides at this point?
Yeah, that's right. Like you said, PCH has been closed for the last several hours. We are seeing a few non-emergency vehicles, so we are safe to assume maybe they're residents that, you know, they got a last minute warning. We also got an emergency alert warning on our phones probably like 2 hours ago. So maybe they were the last stragglers just to get that emergency alert, and then we saw them leaving. But again, as you see, a lot of fire trucks, a lot of fire tankers that have been going up and down Pacific Coast Highways. You see one going down right now, as well as the flames. This fire is still burning. It is still very much an inferno out here.
Carlos Aceto for us on PCH out near the Palisades. We thank you for that. Other than the emergency lights and the glow of that fire, everything seems to be dark along the coastline. We're hearing that about 100,000 homes are without power all around the Southern California area.
And I personally know people who are staying at their homes trying to defend their space, which of course is not recommended. Maybe when we talk to Sandra Mitchell, she's also live in Pacific Palisades where the conditions are becoming more dire by hour, if she's seeing any residents who are still staying back.
Sandra, we can see that the winds have picked up a little bit since last time we talked to you.
Yes, and I don't think it is an overstatement to say this is a catastrophic event and catastrophic conditions here in Pacific Palisades tonight. We are along the PCH, but yes, it's closed, but incredible response by fire departments and first responders going through the area right now. Take a look behind us. You're going to see the hillside on fire. Again, this is along PCH, the world famous Pacific Coast Highway, one of the most beautiful drives in Southern California tonight. It is going up in flames. The fire several times has crossed PCH, and there were areas of the beach that caught on fire. I'm not sure what was burning down there on the sand, but we did see the flames leap across PCH in several areas tonight. We've been all through Pacific Palisades tonight, and we have seen homes burned, we've seen businesses burned, dry cleaners, gas stations, condominiums, apartment buildings. Just a few moments ago, we came from Huntington Palisades, that neighborhood, and there were so many homes destroyed along Sunset Boulevard. It just took my breath away as we drove through that area to see homes one by one just up in flames and completely brought to the ground by those flames. A little while ago, we were out on the beach here in along PCH, and we talked to some of the evacuees who came down from the Tahitian Terrace Mobile Home Park. They told us they had seen homes burning in their neighborhood. Just a beautiful view from that neighborhood. We talked to Luke Vaughn, and he told us his story of the evacuation. Let's listen to Luke Vaughn.
I mean, it was just all of a sudden. There was sparks coming down on the ground, and then before you knew it, all the palm trees were on fire. I ran down to a neighbor's house to let her know that we were getting out of there, and I went into her house to like make sure she was getting out. And when I came out, everything outside was on fire, just like that. When I went into her house, nothing was on fire yet. Came out, all the palm trees were on fire, sparks coming down at my face. I started sprinting up the street to my dad's house and got into his car, ran inside, grabbed our last few items, and then got out of
So many dangerous conditions right now. Yes, we've got the flames and the smoke and the embers flying through the area, but there is also so much metal debris and things that have burned coming off houses and buildings flying through the air. Just extreme conditions for the firefighters and anybody who might be left behind tonight in this. Again, we're live along PCH, and we'll send it back to you, Courtney and Rick.
All right, try to stay on your feet out there, Sandra. It's going to be a long night there. You may have noticed that in the background you do not see planes making drops or helicopters coming in with water drops. Nothing has been able to get in the air today.
No, because the winds are so strong, even if the water dropping helicopters and planes were trying to drop the fast check, it would dissipate everywhere and not do any purpose, not to mention the safety of the pilots. And another thing that I know a lot of people are wondering is, and what stands out in covering this fire from others, is that we don't have any news choppers around, even though it might be too windy to send our pilots up as well, but that is because of the flight restrictions since President Biden is in town.
Yeah, he's out in the Inland Empire, I think, for the dedication of a national park or something like that. Let's go over to the Altadena area. That's where another major fire has been burning for the last few hours. John Fanolio there. He's got the latest for us. John?
Cord and Rick, good evening to you. That's right. We're on the 2600 block of New York Drive here in Altadena. And as we've been reporting all night long, this fire, the Eaton fire, has chewed through homes. This is one of them that we're able to get close to at this hour, as we've been bringing you these images of homes that have just been ravaged by this blaze that kicked up just after 6:30 tonight. Started as about 10 acres and then within a matter of minutes exploded in size, scorching some 200 acres really in just about 15-20 minutes. At last count, the blaze, 400 acres, but we know that that number is certainly expected to grow in size because this fire is burning unchecked right here. And you can see how the flames have just scorched vehicles, scorched homes, destroying just about everything in its path. All of this due to this brush fire that again started very small and then exploded in size. We can tell you that LA County firefighters, along with other agencies, are doing their best to try and get water on these hot spots. But the fire is burning so fast right now that it's almost an impossible effort as they jump from hotspot to hotspot to try to get these flames out. Again, this is just one of the homes that we've seen that has been scorched by this terribly destructive fire that broke out in the foothills here in Altadena. As we walk back up this driveway, we're going to show you up in the mountain just how high up this fire is. It is really incredible. Of course, the flames are being fanned by these mighty Santa Ana winds that just continue to increase in severity tonight. The winds are fanning the flames at an uncontrollable rate. And right now, there are dozens and dozens of homes that have been burned to the ground. We don't have an accurate number because we just can't see. And We don't have any numbers from officials just yet because they are currently busy with this firefight. But again, you look up into the mountains, that orange glow way up high, and that is the Eaton fire, also burning here in the hills above Altadena. Now, we've been talking about the areas that have been forced to evacuate, and that is Lake Avenue on the west, the Eaton Canyon Golf Course to the east, and Washington Boulevard to the south. That's the evacuation zone. That is a very large swath of this community, encompassing hundreds and hundreds of homes where people have been forced to evacuate. So just a devastating evening for so many people who live here. There is a evacuation center that has been set up at the Pasadena Convention Center. That's located at 300 East Green Street. Again, evacuation center for this fire, the Eaton fire, located at the Pasadena Convention Center, 300 East Green Street. We continue to work around fire crews here, trying to stay out of their way as we continue to document this wildfire that is now chewing through this neighborhood here in Altadena. So we'll keep an eye on things out here, and we'll bring you another update soon. For now, reporting live in Altadena, I'm John Fenolio. Court Rick, back to you.
John, question real fast. Did you feel that most people were heeding the warning and getting out of there, or are you seeing any people standing back to try and hose down their roof, etc.?
I can tell you that we have certainly not seen many people out here. We did see one couple who was made their way all the way from Santa Clarita. They said they were coming out here to try and help their daughter rescue her horses that she was unable to corral as this fire took off just so quickly earlier this evening. So that was the only couple that we ran into. The winds are so incredibly strong, it's unbelievable. And when they blow like this, you can see how these embers can just get going. The full thrust of this fire is way behind us up in the foothills, but these winds blow and they push these embers, this ember cast, miles and miles away, which is why these homes are which is why so many of these homes are catching on fire right now.
John, those embers look like they're hitting you. Please be safe.
We are okay. Right behind us is a big open road, and we've got fire crews that are nearby. If we pan the camera to the left, you can see the firefighters that are right here. We've got LA County fire crews right there, and also on the other side of us as well. So we are being careful out here. We're doing our best to stay safe, and of course, but bottom line, it's hard to do when there is fire all around you, and that is the case tonight here in Altadena. Court, you asked about evacuees. We saw dozens of people on the very edge of the evacuation zone, some wanting to get back in, some waiting for others to come out, and since then we've seen a lot of vehicles exiting this area, this neighborhood, and of course local law enforcement are doing their best to get everyone out of here and keep everyone out while firefighters continue to extinguish this blaze. Again, an evacuation center is set up at the Pasadena Convention Center, 300 East Green Street. Court, Rick.
All right, John Fenolio there in the Altadena area. We appreciate that. Unfortunately, those spot fires are going to continue throughout the rest of the night. The winds are only going to be picking up as we start nearing the midnight hour and into the early areas of tomorrow morning. There are evacuation zones from Lake to Eaton Golf Course south of Washington. If you're in that zone, you should start packing up if you haven't already, and probably a good idea just to get out now before things get worse as the night wears on.
It happens so quickly, and as we toss to Jennifer McGraw, she's live in Altadena with images from earlier that was just incredible, seeing all of these seniors being evacuated from a senior living center. Are you still nearby there, Jen?
Court, Rick, no, we've moved up into the foothills. We're here in Altadena. The scene out here is just absolutely devastating, but also terrifying. What is this going to look like when it's over? People aren't going to have homes to come home to. Where are these kids going to go to school? How are the parents going to explain this to their children? When I say there's going to be massive destruction, it is going to be unbelievable. I'm hearing Sierra Madre is even being evacuated. So if you're not familiar with the San Gabriel Valley, as you're driving on the 210 East, it's Sierra Madre, Altadena, and so on, and Pasadena to the south. And this whole community is going to have damage. And from that 2-story home that was not on fire 20 minutes ago is on fire, and I don't know if you can hear the alarms going on as well. I spoke with the assistant fire chief earlier with LA County. They say they have 200 personnel on the ground, and that is not nearly enough. More homes burning than personnel. But I'm told that they do have resources, not only from California, but resources coming from other states to help in this firefight. You can even see this home right here that has been torched to the ground. It's barely, you can see the walls that are barely standing. Earlier, as you mentioned, Court, what an unbelievable sight to see. 99 elderly people, all who needed help and assistance getting out of that convalescent home, being taken in vans, being taken in Pasadena SWAT. I mean, everybody is pitching in to help this community, and seeing those people just absolutely breaks my heart. Those are grandparents, those are parents, and just to see that they were so helpless is just so heartbreaking. And we're seeing, and I'm sure that this isn't just the one situation. I'm sure there are many situations where people are having to flee, possibly hospitals. I watched a daycare burn down. It is just so very sad. Back out here live, those trees that are now on fire, the embers that are flying, this is just like an absolute war zone, knowing that firefighters can't keep up with this. The winds are just too fierce and fast and all across the community. So to give you a perspective, we're north of the 210, we're south of where John is, but between the 210 and where we are, there's so many fires, so many palm trees on fire, so many streets on fire. When we got to this community, there were only a couple homes on fire. And now there's just dozens and dozens of homes. And when you look at the fire trucks, there's just a couple, and there's, hundreds of homes, if not thousands, that are being threatened right now. And when I was talking to the assistant fire chief, I asked him any word on how this started. Obviously, they don't know at this point, but it looks like it started somewhere in the foothills. And if you're not familiar, there's beautiful hiking trails up there. So Eaton Canyon is a wilderness area, and a lot of people go hiking up there. There's even a campground out there. I really hope that someone didn't start this fire by camping up there. That I can't imagine that would happen, but this is just absolutely unbelievable. And I'm afraid that this is going to be going on for days. And it's not just here, but we're hearing other fires popping up. So you have to imagine just how those resources are going to be stretched thin, and then the Palisades, and we're not even over. So I don't know, Rick and Court, it's just kind of terrifying to be true.
Well, it's understandable. It's understandable. The scene behind you is apocalyptic at this point. I wanted to talk to you a little bit about when you were at the senior care facility earlier, Jen, and you actually had volunteers. Instead of fleeing the area, you had volunteers coming in to help with those seniors get on the buses.
Yeah, Rick, somebody told me that they saw that they were doing this on our channel, and so they rushed over. I think his name was Seth, and he lives not close by, and he ran over there, and he was actually helping, and that's what they needed 2 people per person. There were 99 elderly people. They needed so many resources to help many of them disabled get on these buses, try to calm them down. Can you imagine how terrified they must be, especially if they're maybe don't have all their thoughts right? I can't even imagine my grandparents going through that. That would just break my heart. And also, when I was talking to people who actually work there, they told me, we trained for this, but this is unbelievable. This is something that they could never have imagined. And some of them were crying. Some of them were holding the elderly people's hands. It was just truly an incredible sight to see. And those patients, those seniors, they're actually at the Pasadena Convention Center. Some of them are going to hospitals, so they do have places to go, but obviously it's not home. They won't go home for possibly quite some time. And that's the other thing. This is going to be under an evacuation order for a very long time, and it's not going to be easy to repopulate. there's going to be a lot of damage. And so, again, that's what I talk about. What is this community going to look like when this is over?
Yeah, Jen, and the main wind event is set to be from 10 p.m. all the way to 5 a.m. So it is going to be a long night. We will check back in with you. And unfortunately, we've been talking about the Palisades fire and the Eaton fire. That's not all that's going on in Southern California right now. We are learning of another fire that has broken out in the Sylmar area. It started about 10 minutes after 10 o'clock, just north of the 210 freeway near the 514 split at Roxford. Immediate evacuations are being ordered, and that fire is now about 100 acres and growing. The 5 freeway has been completely shut down.
And not far from that, a fourth fire, now we understand, has broken out in the Sun Valley area, again along the 5 freeway, this time near Lankershim. The 5 is being shut down, as Court just mentioned. Firefighters trying to put out the flames, but of course with the winds blowing, it's almost a futile attempt to try it at this point. The fire is being called the Tamarack Fire, and we think this one may have begun as a vehicle fire that then quickly spread to structures and then the brush. Firefighters having a tough time at all 4 of these locations tonight. Let's bring Vera in and talk about the weather out there. V, we've been mentioning the almost near hurricane force winds that are blowing throughout many areas tonight, and that's not going to get any better for a few hours.
You know, it's really interesting because the Burbank area has been getting some really strong gusty winds. The sustained winds there have been between 30 and 40 miles per hour. And again, that's kind of the region that you guys are talking about. And so I'm not surprised. As you can see, this is the live shot from just a little bit north. This is our Mount Wilson shot, just a little bit north of where that Eaton fire is taking place. So let's go ahead and take a look at where we are. I've been watching the winds, and thankfully, I've not seen the winds increase that much. The winds have pretty much stayed steady in terms of like maybe the last hour and a half. I haven't seen a big jump in those winds. But earlier this afternoon along the San Gabriel Mountains, which is again the winds that are the mountains that are butting the Eaton fire, 86 miles per hour. The Santa Susana Mountains earlier this afternoon, 71 miles per hour. Along Pacoima, also in the San Fernando Valley, again that's near those 2 fires that just broke out near the 210-5 split near Sunland, 78 miles per hour, and along the Santa Monica Mountains, 65 miles per hour. So as Rick was mentioning, for hurricane force winds, I put this together just so that you can see what we are going to be dealing with. Category 1 hurricane winds are between 74 and 95 miles per hour. Category 2 are 96 to 110. So if we do get wind speeds that actually reach 100 miles per hour, we're talking Category 2 hurricane force winds. That it's just incredible because we're used to seeing that in areas where we either get tornadoes or where we get hurricanes. So, pretty scary stuff. The relative humidity values, again, what we've been talking about a lot, because this is not just a wind-driven fire, it's also a fuel-driven fire. Because remember, even if you have gusty winds and there's enough vegetation that is moist, it's not going to catch on fire. But because it is really dry, we haven't had any rain, we're almost in, we are in a moderate drought. We are looking at very dry vegetation, and that of course has to do with the air and how much moisture there is in the air and how much rain we get and how much evaporation we get from the moisture from the fuels. And so because we've had no rain, it is extremely dry, and some of those fuels are so dry that they spark on fire because it's so hot as the fire is approaching. We've seen the photogs mention that in past, and also too the firefighters also talk about that phenomenon. Very crazy to think about. 17% right now in the Inland Empire. So the air quality, of course, is going to continue to suffer as we move through the next few days. We do have a widespread red flag warning that is going to last until Friday, and the reason why it's going to last until until Friday. Even if the fire red flag warning does diminish, it will be dropped to a fire weather watch. So that just means that the winds aren't quite as strong, but they're still strong, and so we'll see that until at least 5 p.m. on Friday. As we look at the overall situation, you are either under a high wind warning or under a wind advisory. We're talking winds out of the northeast, 20 to 40, and as we're experiencing now, that's really an understatement. It's more like 20 and like 50 and 55 and 60 miles per hour. Gusts are going to be between 60 and 100 miles per hour, and that is going to be the possibility across the entire region. Remember, we watch 5 counties here. It's Ventura, Los Angeles, Orange County, San Bernardino, and Riverside. So again, that is all being fired or produced and fueled by this area of low pressure that is moving out. Once that is out of the picture, then it's going to be all about this big dome of high pressure. And again, that is going to take its sweet time to get through. By Friday evening, this is still, by Friday 11:30 p.m., this is still going to be impacting our weather because it's going to be moving very slowly to the east and through the region. So again, that's what the mid and upper levels of the atmosphere look like, and that's what's causing these Santa Ana winds and, of course, the dry air. The winds, as we time them out, that's 7:45 tomorrow morning. Widespread winds at least 50 to 55 miles per hour. I would venture to say it's probably stronger than that. And then by 2:45, they begin to weaken and subside a bit, but we're still looking at very dangerous conditions in a few of those regions. These are what we call the favored corridors, the favored passes and canyons and the favored corridors for the Santa Ana winds. Again, moving from the east towards the Pacific Ocean. The regular wind pattern is in the opposite direction. The winds come off the Pacific and move towards the east, but this is the Santa Ana wind pattern. This is Thursday, 2 o'clock in the morning. We continue to advance. The winds are still with us. That's 4 o'clock in the afternoon on Thursday, and then we move through Friday, 6 a.m., so almost 7 a.m. We're still looking at similar winds. Finally, Friday at almost 11 a.m., we'll start to see the wind subside, and we'll get a break. But we're not done with them. Just watch. We'll still see a few regions like West San Fernando Valley, Agora Hills, and then towards Long Beach, and then again in the high desert area. And then as we continue to move into Friday at 11:30 p.m., the winds are going to be over the high desert. And again, we're talking winds anywhere between 30 and 50, 55 miles per hour. And the relative humidity values will also continue to suffer. We are going to be looking at some of those flirting in the single digits. So we'll get another update as soon as I get them. I haven't seen a significant change, which in this case is actually really good news that we're not seeing those winds get that much stronger. But I'll be watching them and I will let you know when that changes. Back to you guys for now.
Before you go there.
Yep.
It is a chilly night and you don't really associate that with Santa Ana winds.
No, that, Rick, great point. That happens to be because this is a very cold wind event that is coming out of the Arctic. It's coming out of the north. And because of that, the winds, even though we do see that warming trend as the winds move from the mountains towards the Pacific Ocean, they warm up through a process called compressional heating. And that's just a bunch of molecules, air being funneled through these narrow passages, through these narrow passes and canyons. And so as they get pushed and funneled, they compress. Think of like when you put air in a tire, the air heats up. And so the same thing happens when you push those winds through those passes and canyons. Not only that, but then they also drop in elevation. They go from higher level to sea level, and that drop in elevation is called downsloping, and that also has a compressional heating effect. So all of that generally brings those temperatures up, and so sometimes by the time we get to the Pacific Ocean, the temperatures are in the upper 80s and 90s along the coast. So that is not going to be the case, and that's because, again, those really cold winds out of the north cause the strength, the type pressure gradient is what we technically call it, and that's what is creating this really strong Santa Ana wind event, and why it's also a cold wind event instead of a hot wind event.
All right, Vera, we appreciate the explanation. Thanks. We want to go back to John Fenolio. He's in Altadena now, and you can see the fire, another home going up behind you, John.
Yeah, Court, Rick, that's right. We're on the 1400 block of North Altadena Drive, and as the Santa Ana winds intensify here at this late hour, so do the flames. And this is, like you mentioned, another home, another series of homes that have just been gutted by flames as the Eaton fire continues to explode in size. Our little recap here, it all started just after 6:30, a 10-acre brush fire, estimated 10 acres, and within a matter of minutes, it took off 200 acres, last count 400 acres, but we certainly expect that number, that acreage to grow as this fire continues to spread unchecked here in the foothills throughout Altadena. We brought you some of those images earlier of one home and all the vehicles in the driveway that were scorched by flames, and throughout the evening we've been showing you entire streets that were on fire, rows of homes that completely gutted by flames as this fire continues to spread. We have seen downed trees, down street signs, down power poles, even down street lights, all of it the result of these destructive Santa Ana winds. And as we make our way through this neighborhood, we continue to see streets like this where homes have just been ravaged by flames. So we're going to keep an eye on things out here, and we'll bring another update soon. But for now, reporting live in Altadena, I'm John Finilio. I'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right, John, and here is a map of the Eaton fire. These are the areas under mandatory evacuation east of Altadena Drive, Keneola Canyon Road, Outpost Lane, Glen Springs, Coolidge, Miranda, Roosevelt, Veranda, Kenclair, Fox Ridge, Canyon Close, Grand Oak, north of New York Drive, east of Altadena Drive, west of Sierra Madre Villa Avenue. A shelter for evacuated residents is available at All Saints Church. It's located at 132 North Euclid Avenue in Pasadena, directly across from Pasadena City Hall.
And as for the Palisades fire, evacuations have been expanded a bit now to East Kentner Avenue and north to Mulholland Road. The evacuation orders are still stretching south to the Pacific Coast Highway, west over to Topanga Canyon Boulevard as well. For Santa Monica, an evacuation order has been issued for everyone that is north of San Vicente Boulevard. This is between Ocean Avenue and 26th Street. An evacuation warning has also been issued for Santa Monica between Montana Avenue and San Vicente. The Westwood Recreation Center, though, that is now serving as a shelter if you have to get out. That allows a lot of residents to remain overnight as well. It's also accepting small animals.
And we want to share this view with you. It's from our KTLA photographer, Paul Sanchez. He was flying into Los Angeles. It's an aerial perspective to the devastation in the Palisades. Of course, we've had to rely on our ground crews for all of the coverage because Sky 5 has been unable to fly due to a temporary flight restriction. That's been put in place because President Biden is in town. There is going to be a ton of devastation in Pacific Palisades, and with 30,000 residents there evacuated and nearly 3,000 acres burned so far, so many people tonight are experiencing anxiety. They're on pins and needles on what they will return home to. Earlier tonight, I spoke to one man who had to evacuate his business and fears it may be gone.
It was a matter of 10 minutes up the hill and another 10 minutes down the hill that fire had jumped from the highlands over Palisades Drive and was on the hill that my transitional living houses are at startup recovery.
Greg Champion raced up Paseo Miramar to quickly evacuate his staff and sober living patients. But when he tried to return to get a dog at one of the homes,
Could only get 2/3 up, hopped out of the car, began running, and we got 100 yards away from the house before the fire department literally grabbed us and said, if you go any further, you're going to die.
But that one is just a total loss. This is so heartbreaking.
while he doesn't have official confirmation that 2 of his transitional houses burned down, he believes they're likely among these homes burning on the street.
I live in the Palisades. My kids go to school in the Palisades, and my place of business is in the Palisades. And in no short moment, I basically saw much of my life go up in flames.
Greg says all 3 schools where his children go were on fire at some point. He's evacuated with his family now and is anxiously awaiting the daylight hours and official confirmation on the status. But with 30 years of sobriety under his belt, he knows he can get through this difficult time and has already had so much outreach from the local recovery community.
We will rebuild. We will, startup will keep going, and we will keep doing great work in the recovery community. I will promise you that.
And earlier today, you may have seen this scene. During the initial wave of evacuations in the Palisades, people found themselves in traffic gridlock. So they just got out and abandoned their cars and started walking and running away to safety. But those vehicles, as you can imagine, that they left behind just clogged one of the only streets in and out of that area, meaning that the firefighters couldn't get in and had to do something.
This dozer is just moving these vehicles out of the way.
This was not something we had seen before at a wildfire. An LA County fire dozer clearing a Palisade street of cars and trucks left behind by fire-fleeing residents.
Unfortunately, it's an emergency situation, and this is what they have to do.
Reporter Gene Kang telling us that dozens of vehicles left behind near Sunset and Palisades by people who were desperate to avoid the flames stretched curb to curb as far as he could see. Initially, fire hose was run around the blockage until Dozer 5 began using its huge blade to push the clog off to the side, making room for waiting fire trucks to move through.
Yes, it is causing damage, as you can hear from the screeching noises, but that is what they have to do.
I have friends up there right now, and they can't evacuate because it's stuck on Palisades Drive.
Actor and comedian Steve Guttenberg, who lives in the neighborhood, ran through the jumble of cars and trucks, trying to move as many as he could to open the roadway, eventually putting out a plea with KTLA.
Leave the keys in the car so that we can move your car so that these fire trucks can get up Palisades Drive. What's happening is people take their keys with them as if they're in a parking lot.
That impromptu parking lot resembled a wrecking yard by the time Dozer 5 finished its work, but first responders did get through. But no telling how much destruction was caused to people's homes by the delay. And people have been asking, what do these folks, the vehicle owners, what do they do now? Is insurance going to pay for all that damage? Well, at this point, we don't know if insurance will pay for it, but the overriding point here is don't leave your vehicle in the middle of the road. If you do have to get out, pull it over, get up over the curb onto the shoulder if you can. You always have to leave room for those trucks to get by.
Let's talk about school closures that are going to be in effect tomorrow. Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District is closed, as well as Arcadia, Glendale, Burbank, Pasadena, and South Pasadena Unified School Districts.
And here in Los Angeles, the Unified School District, the following schools are going to be closed tomorrow. Canyon Charter Elementary School, Marquez Charter Elementary School as well, Palisades Charter Elementary School for sure, and Paul Revere Charter Middle School.
Well, my kids go to Paul Revere,
yeah.
And so dealing with them being evacuated today, the line was insane. I waited 3 hours. Parents had to show their ID like one by one. It was crazy, but I can tell you that my 7th and 8th grader are kind of happy that school is closed tomorrow. But also the teachers, I can tell you, they had to leave everything inside. So I know one teacher who, like her ID, her purse, everything is still in the school. So she's hoping that she can get back in and get that stuff.
Yeah, so many people out there in both locations, and now we've actually got 4 fires that are burning around Southern California. Vera, so many questions right now, so many people wondering what they're going to have to come back to.
Oh, unfortunately, Rick, the situation is at this point too precarious. The winds are supposed to be getting stronger. Some areas have picked up a little bit, but not significant. Some of the areas, like where the Pacific Palisades fire is, that hasn't changed very much. I'm also watching the Eaton fire, and that hasn't changed very much. Now I've started monitoring, I think it's the Hearst fire is what they're calling it according to CAL FIRE, the 5-210 area where where that fire is now taking off. But as we take a live look outside, we go back out, and as you can see, this tree is definitely swaying, so the winds are with us. You can see that the smoke is continuing to billow. We're waiting for it to turn white, but that's not going to happen anytime soon. And the reason being is because in this particular region, there is a lot of dry fuel. We haven't had a fire here in years. We did get a period of rain, but then we haven't had any, so all that fuel now is dry and ready to go off. So these are some of the earlier wind gusts. I showed you one panel earlier that had one set of winds. This is a different set of winds. Fremont Canyon is in Orange County. They already had 80-mile-per-hour winds, 77 at Arrowhead Springs, Running Springs 74, and 70 at Lytle Creek. We are looking at the winds right now, and as you can see, we haven't seen much change in these winds either. But if you're wondering about the newest fire, so that is going to be, this is, let's see, I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong side. It's more like here is where it is, because this is the 126, which means the 5 and the 210 is like in this particular region where we are seeing some gusty winds. But as you can see, we haven't seen much change in the last hour and a half. As we take a look at the water vapor imagery, this is one that I wanted to show you because this shows you how much moisture is in the air. Where you see this orange, never mind the Monday, I didn't have enough time to pluck that guy off, but where you see the orange and the gray, that is where we don't have any moisture. That is when we are dry. So there is a little bit of moisture here and a little bit of moisture here, obviously, because we're over the Pacific Ocean. But here, all this orange, that means there is nothing. That is dry, bone dry. All of the moisture is well to our north and over the Pacific Ocean. This is where that ridge of high pressure is. It's like right about here is the border. So again, most of the moisture is well to our north and not here where we desperately need it. We're back to the winds, just in case you're just tuning in it's almost midnight. I was going to say at 11 o'clock, but I don't even have track of time right now. The winds are going to continue out of the east. We've clocked these out for you, and because, of course, this is the big weather story, it's all about the winds and all about the relative humidity values. And when those will go up, when the onshore flow will return, and when the winds will subside. We'll run it through for you. This is going to be the time when it starts to change. This will be a slight change in the pattern, not enough to like completely turn the winds off, but at least we are going to see less of the pinks, which is 50 to 55 miles per hour, and we're seeing more of the oranges and the reds, and that, if you follow the legend across, will be somewhere between 30 and 40 miles per hour. So yes, we are going to see a bit of a break, but is it going to be enough to completely call off the fire weather watch or the red flag warning? Probably not completely, but at least we will see a tiny bit of a break. And that's what I have for now. I'll send it back to you guys.
All right, Vera, appreciate it. Vera was talking about fires that were burning up around the 5 and the 210. This is a live shot out of Sylmar. This is where one of those fires is burning right now. You can see the horses are trying to be put into the trailers so they can get them out of harm's way. Behind, you can see that orange glow up in the hills there just beyond the overpass, and the winds again gusting in this part of the San Fernando Valley. You can see the flames kind of being reflected off the smoke there. We have another fire that's burning not far from there along Sun Valley. The 5 freeway is a mess right now. If you don't have to head out, they're shutting down parts of it as these people in the foreground here are working to evacuate some of the large animals in the area. You can see the big rigs heading over the overpass there. They're going to be in danger because of the heavy gusts that are moving through. And then, of course, this fire is beginning to spread dramatically.
Yeah, this Sylmar fire, it broke out 10 minutes after 10 o'clock tonight, just north of the 210 freeway, near the 514 split at Roxford. There are evacuations in place. And at last check, the fire was 100 acres, but growing. And as for the Sun Valley one, that is along the area of the 5 freeway near Lankershim, and that one is being called the Tamarack Fire. And also near the 5 freeway, which is completely shut down, as Rick mentioned.
And throughout the rest of the night, the numbers will probably be changing dramatically, so they won't be all that important, really. But for the Altadena fire, again, we've been told that that's at least 600 acres at this point. So all 4 of these fires are burning throughout Southern California right now. If you do not have to be going outside, let the first responders, the fire trucks, the police officers, let them have the streets. They need it right now. Some of these areas are critical to the residents that are living there.
We want to get back out to Jennifer McGraw. She has been covering the Eaton fire for us and joins us live in Altadena in front of more houses burning.
Yeah, Court and Rick, it's just so hard to hear and heartbreaking, not only the elderly people that had to be rescued, but when you talk about the animals and the horses, that is so difficult on the animals because they're so scared and they don't know what's going on. A lot of people have had to evacuate their animals here in this area too. This is a horse country community, but nothing like Silmar, so my heart is with them tonight. But yeah, the firefighters, like, this is apocalyptic. Look at it. It is just so devastating to see all the damage that is being created tonight. And when you talk about the winds not ending, it's almost like we need the cavalry. We need help from multiple states. And I'm told that help is coming, excuse me, from multiple departments and multiple states, and hopefully that help comes soon. What we're really looking forward to is tomorrow. We're hoping these winds will die down enough so that we can get some aircrafts in the air, because you saw how much progress they made in the Palisades fire, because you saw they had the super scoopers, they had the ocean, so they had a whole lot of air activity. We've had none. And this community stretches all across the 210. We're talking Sierra Madre, Pasadena, Altadena, and this fire is just spreading. It is fierce. They have more than 200 LA County personnel on this fire. They also have excuse me, the forestry on this fire, because again, this happened up in our foothills, up in our mountains, near the Eaton Canyon. That's what it is, the Eaton Canyon area, where hikers love to go up there. It's a beautiful area that unfortunately all those hiking areas are being torched, and heartbreaking to see these homes that are being torched. What are these people going to come home to? All schools are canceled, so I know that families are panicked tonight, and those elderly people, what are they going to come home to? Are they going to have a home to come home to? Will they be displaced? There's a whole lot of unknowns right now, and it's even more frightening to think that this fire is far from over, and we're out here with all the firefighters who are absolutely doing their best, but there are not many of them. And when you hear about these fires popping up, the Silmar fire, I also got a text from a friend that said she sees a fire burning near West Covina. So you can imagine all these cities are trying to scramble right now to beat the clock, to beat this wind. And as Vera says, that's just not going to happen. So hopefully we get some more support out here. And yeah, it's just going to be a long, heartbreaking night, no doubt.
Yeah, Jen, it's an ominous sight to see all those embers like there. And you see the firefighters to the left of your picture kneeling on the ground with the hoses. It's almost futile for them to be spraying water on here. It's just blowing everywhere.
It's not just blowing everywhere, but it's not doing much.
Yeah.
And that's what's so challenging. It's like a blowtorch with a water hose, and it's not ending. And I don't know. I wonder how they're feeling. If they're feeling helpless, because they're trying their best, they're doing everything, and it must hurt their hearts and not feel very rewarding to be out here and watch many homes burn.
Oh yes, we thank the firefighters out there for their service for sure. And from our perspective, it looks like those embers are getting dangerously close to singeing you, Jen. So please be safe. We are going to switch gears and go back to the Palisades fire. KTLA 5 Sandra Mitchell, she's on the ground in Pacific Palisades, where the conditions are becoming more dire by the hour.
Yes, Sandy.
Yeah, more dire, Rick and Courtney, more extreme. The wind's really picking up right now. We're hearing some small explosions behind us. We're in the 500 block of North Chautauqua Boulevard in one of the neighborhoods here in the Palisades. And you can see we've got at least one structure, perhaps two homes burning behind us. The flames probably 30 to 40 feet in the air, this thick black smoke, and all of that blowing embers throughout the neighborhood, which of course increases the danger of more homes catching fire. Again, you hear those small explosions in the background. We've got extremely high winds bringing down some of these beautiful older trees in the neighborhood. 500 block of North Chautauqua Boulevard is exactly where we are. Earlier tonight, we were out along PCH. We saw the hillsides burning there, looked like a volcano. I can tell you the wind is kicking up even more. Just a few moments ago, we were sitting in our KTLA 5 live news van, and the photographer, Thomas Lim, remarked to me, oh my gosh, it feels like we're on a boat. The wind so strong, getting under our live truck and just rocking it back and forth. At one point, I was a little concerned that we might actually tip over. So the wind's doing a lot of damage out here as far as bringing the trees down and also spreading these fires, the embers just blowing through the neighborhood. When we were out earlier, we saw some of the evacuees along PCH gathered along the beach there, and we talked to Anders Jensen, and he told us about his harrowing escape from the Tahitian Village mobile home park. Let's listen to Anders.
And there was a lot of wind, so and it was coming in our direction. The smoke was above our head, so we knew that it was, coming our direction. And then I got the most important things out of the house, put it in the car, hosed the house down, and the bushes. There's a lot of dead leaves and stuff, so that'll burn really well, of course. Hosed it all down, and then I went down to Sunset, and Sunset was blocked. You couldn't leave. It was just full of cars.
And of course, that was one of the problems with the evacuations this afternoon. Cars just getting blocked on Sunset Boulevard and PCH. Only one way out of the Palisades neighborhood along Palisades Avenue and Sunset. And that was really frustrating some people and causing extreme conditions. Many people had to abandon their vehicles and simply get out and walk. If you're anywhere in Southern California tonight and in a fire-prone area, here's a good tip. The fire crews are telling us if you do have to abandon your vehicle, leave the keys in the car so they can move the car if they have to. It sounds like something that would go against what we're used to here in Southern California, but they are pleading. If you do have to evacuate and abandon your vehicle, leave the keys in the ignition so they can safely evacuate the car for you. Again, we're along the 500 North block of Chautauqua Boulevard in the Palisades. We've got at least one home burning behind us. We drove through the Huntington Palisades neighborhood earlier along Sunset Boulevard, and there was so much destruction there. It was almost breathtaking, just home after home that was burned to the ground. For now, live in the Palisades, Courtney and Rick, we will send it back to you.
All right, Sandra, thank you so much. Sound about explosions going off in the neighborhood, and you couldn't really tell if it's windows blowing out or maybe tires on cars that are going off. But we also had some of those explosions earlier today in Altadena as well, and that's where Carlos is.
No, Carlos is in Palisades for us.
Oh, you're back there.
Carlos, are you hearing anything about Malibu? Because I keep getting texts that people are losing their homes there. It's like an inferno. Oh, his IFB might be having trouble.
Okay.
I can hear you.
All right.
If we're ready.
Go ahead.
Yes, hi,
Hey,
Carlos.
Rick and Court. Yeah, so I'm standing on Pacific Coast Highway where we are getting some strong gusts right now. We've been getting hit with ash, soot, and some sand since, again, we are off the coast here. And there you go, a few more police cruisers as well going by Pacific Coast Highway. Now, I will say we were by the immediate fire zone earlier, and it was just heartbreaking to see home after home just burned to the ground. Just heartbreaking images there, flames pretty much everywhere. We also heard a few explosions, some explosions that we had escaped. Take a listen. Oh, how strong the flames. Oh, whoa.
So bad, I can't do anything.
It was fun earlier. Now that was my photographer Jeff Armstrong and I driving through the raging flames, escaping to safer ground following some explosions from a house fire that sounded like they were coming from a propane tank. We heard multiple bangs on the property there on Radcliffe Avenue in Pacific Palisades. Now it's not just homes that we saw fully engulfed, several businesses as well at some schools. The flames consumed Palisades Charter High School as well as the elementary school. We were there as the flames shot out through classroom windows, embers from the burning roof flying down the street. The school's emergency alarms were sounding off, so just very eerie to hear that. Many palm trees all going up in flames. Now, we understand that all residents have been evacuated. No one was injured. We did see a resident who was leaving with his surfboards in the back of his Jeep as he was asking for an evacuation route, but again, just very chaotic at times, just seeing the flames everywhere that it was so unclear, which way to exit, whether to exit north, whether to exit east or west on Sunset Boulevard. So again, we are in safer ground here along Pacific Coast Highway, but we are seeing a lot of emergency vehicles going in and out of this area. As we keep hearing, more fire crews, they're on the way from all parts of Southern California. We saw some fire crews, some fire engines from Long Beach as well. So just the manpower out here coming just to assist the fire crews that have been on the ground all day. Pretty remarkable to see, but just also very heartbreaking with all the damage, the destruction, and the devastation that we have witnessed as well.
Carlos Acedo there along PCH. We understand that the fire has jumped PCH a couple of times during the early evening hours. Carlos, thank you so much. You saw the banner there on the screen at Carlos as we head now into the midnight hour here on KTLA. 2,900 plus acres, no doubt that has grown significantly since that number was put out by County Fire earlier, and we'll try to keep the numbers as up to date as possible.
I can tell you that I'm getting sent several videos of people complaining that they didn't feel like they saw enough fire personnel helping out. Of course, that tends to happen, but as we toss it out to Mary Beth McDade, I'm wondering if she has heard that sentiment from people that she's talked to as well, or is everyone applauding the response?
Well, Gord, I'm actually at the command post. So I can tell you, in speaking with all the firefighters and all the LAPD officers, they can assure you that they are working their butts off, and we are watching it in action here. I mean, I feel like I'm in one of those blockbuster movies where, it's becoming hell on earth. The only problem is this is actually reality. This nightmare is real. We watch this hillside go up. There's the homes at the top. No doubt they're gone. Just to my north, we've got those two new mobile home parks. We had our guy, our buddy John, who rode his bike up there. He saw the flames jump over to this side of PCH, set one of the beach bathrooms on fire, as well as some palm trees, and then he rode up in to those mobile home parks, and we have some sound with him, and he went up there and witnessed some of those police officers going up there to try to save some people, and he witnessed at least 15 mobile homes burning down.
The mobile home park started going up. There was a guy sort of screaming for the fire department to come up and help him there, and two LAPD cops that were parked on the side seemed like they were getting frustrated, and they actually said the hell with it, and they actually ran up the hill and tried to help this guy. It was pretty cool to watch that happen. Yeah, it was wild. The mobile homes went up pretty quickly.
About how many did you see burning?
Right on PCH, the front three right there on literally at the corner of that street, and then behind it there's a canyon going up there where it looked like there was probably 15 structures on fire. This is by far the craziest fire I've ever seen. It's incredibly fast moving and literally apocalyptic. It's just it jumped PCH while I was standing there, which I didn't think it could do. It caught some of the bathrooms on fire. All the palm trees were burning on the ocean side.
Yeah, it really is apocalyptic up here. You've got embers flying around, you've got power poles burning down, you've got wires coming down. It really is absolutely treacherous up here. We're also hearing about some injuries where some people actually walked down the mountain. A few went to Dukes and requested some medical help, and you had first responders going up there to help them. Some other people came down in the Black Rock area, and you also went over there to have people help them. And so from what we are seeing, these guys are working very hard, Court, back to your original question. And, you know, I know that they were saying that, it's nearing 3,000 acres. It's got to be well above and beyond that, because my photographer, Kui, and I, we've watched as it's gone from hill to hill to hill. I mean, there's just no way that, you know, with these winds out here, how can you possibly get an upper hand on this? And so it is going to be one heck of a night out here. As we know, the real bad winds kicked in around 10. They continue to get increasingly worse, and they're supposed to last till at least 5 in the morning, although they're saying they expect this wind event to stick around until at least Friday. All right, that's going to do it for me. We'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Mary Beth, I feel like we need to tether you to the ground. But thank you so much for saying that about the firefighters.
I mean, the truck's rattling. It's,
Sure.
I know, it's crazy.
It's crazy.
But yes, the firefighters for sure are working their butts off. That is.
They're so spread out, though. There's so many areas that are burning right now, and as MB was talking, you could see her being blown around. The winds are just whipping embers everywhere, so every time they start getting a handle on something, another one pops up. We've got at least 4 fires that are burning right now just in the LA area, so it's a tough night. It's going to be a long night.
One of the fires we're covering is the Eaton fire, which has now exploded to 1,000 acres. That's where we find our John Fenolio, who is also going from home to home. They're burning behind him. Hi, John.
Cord and Rick, 1,000 acres and growing as the Santa Ana winds intensify here tonight at this late hour. Take a look behind me. You can see just utter devastation here in Altadena. We're still off North Altadena Drive right now, and as we slowly make our way through this neighborhood, it's like every time we turn a new corner, there are just more scenes of destruction like this. You can see the flames just completely tore through at least a half a dozen homes in this little subdivision that we're in right here. You see the cypress trees have been burned, and then, of course, as we look down the road here, we see more homes burning. So this fire started just after 6:30, coming in as a brush fire at about 10 acres, and quickly exploded in size. Within a matter of minutes, it was up to 200 acres, then 400 acres, and now at last check, 1,000 acres. And you can just see how the Santa Ana winds are fanning the flames, pushing these embers miles off of the foothills and into these neighborhoods where all of these homes are currently being burned. It is a very large evacuation zone, which includes Lake Avenue to the west, Eaton Canyon Golf Course on the east, and Washington Boulevard to the south. That is a very large area encompassing hundreds and hundreds of homes, and it's just devastating. Your heart goes out to all the people who have been forced to evacuate. Before you came to us here live, we saw a man who was trying to walk down this road to see if he could get closer, and he looked like he was crying, he looked like he was cursing, he had his hands on his head, a gesture of utter desperation as he appeared to be looking at what may have been his home or a family member's home burning here in Altadena. We can tell you that the winds have been so strong. We've seen down trees, down power poles, down street lights, and shingles ripped off the roofs of some of these homes as the winds continue to intensify here. For those people who have been forced to evacuate, there is an evacuation center at the Pasadena Convention Center that's located at 300 East Green Street. Pasadena Convention Center is now an evacuation center located at 300 East Green Street. We are continuing to try to talk to folks out here. We did speak with one couple a short time ago. They said they got a call from their daughter. They came all the way from Santa Clarita because she needed help trying to get her horses out of the area. She needed help trying to corral those animals, and they were desperate to try to reach her. Listen to what they had to say.
Just to have extra hands to help harness and hold one horse in each hand and get them as far away as we can to keep them safe.
Yeah. Yeah, this is just heartbreaking. We ride our horses underneath this bridge and up in the Eaton Canyon, and this is just heartbreaking to see. We stopped at 3 houses on the way here and grabbed people's hoses, and we're putting fences out.
Trying to put out fires as we were walking.
Of course, LA County Fire, along with other fire agencies, are out here trying to extinguish these flames, but when it gets to something like this, they move on to structures and property that they believe they can in fact save. But so many homes that we have been seeing, and we don't have an accurate count because we just don't know yet, but we have seen dozens and dozens of homes that have caught on fire and are a total loss. We're going to keep an eye on things out here, and we'll bring you another update shortly. For now, reporting live in Altadena, I'm John Finolio. Sending it back to you.
Yeah, John, before you go, we're watching the wind shift from time to time and blow the smoke right over your head. We saw you earlier at one location pick up a garden hose and try to put the bushes out at one home. With the way the winds are blowing right now, I would guess that staying behind and trying to fight this fire by yourself would not be a smart thing to do.
No, it isn't. And, you know, we had just arrived on scene when that happened, and as we were talking about how the ember cast was igniting some of these homes right in front of us, that's when a little side of the home caught on fire there. There just happened to be a garden hose right there, and we put it out before we got out of the way, and fire crews arrived shortly thereafter. Firefighters, along with law enforcement, are telling everybody everyone who is in this evacuation zone to get out. If you haven't done so already, to get out now, because the winds are going to intensify throughout the night, and of course this fire is burning unchecked right now. The latest acreage scorched is, according to officials, 1,000 acres, but we believe that there certainly has to be more than that, because this fire is just raging out of control at this hour. So authorities are in fact urging everyone to evacuate. They don't want anybody to be in this fire zone. As they try to salvage property, protect property from burning down, the last thing we want to do is have to be worried about trying to save people's lives who don't have the proper fire protection, and certainly could accidentally put themselves in harm's way. Rick, Court.
Exactly.
Well, thanks for helping out with the hose. There's been several reporters today that we've seen helping firefighters out that way. John, stay safe. We'll check back in with you shortly. In the meantime, here is a map of the Eaton fire. These are the areas under mandatory evacuation. East of Altadena Drive, Kinaloa Canyon Road, Outpost Lane, Glen Springs, Coolidge, Miranda, Roosevelt, Veranda, Kenclair, Fox Ridge, Canyon Close, Grand Oak, north of New York Drive, east of Altadena Drive, west of Sierra Madre Villa Avenue. And a shelter for evacuated residents is available at All Saints Church, which is located at 132 North Euclid Avenue in Pasadena, which is located directly across from Pasadena City Hall.
And for the folks at the Palisades fire, evacuations have been expanded there to East Kempner Avenue and North Mulholland Road. The evacuation orders, they are still stretching south to PCH and west to Topanga Canyon Boulevard. As for Santa Monica, an evacuation order has been issued for everybody north of San Vicente Boulevard, between Ocean Avenue and 26th Street. An evacuation warning has also been issued for Santa Monica between Montana Avenue and San Vicente. The Westwood Recreation Center, though, that is now serving as a shelter for the folks and allowing many of them to remain overnight if need be. It's also accepting small animals at this point.
We want to show you pretty much the only aerial view we've been able to give you. This is from our KTLA photographer, Paul Sanchez. He is either flying home to Los Angeles or taking off, I'm not sure, but it just shows the magnitude of the devastation in the Palisades. We have not been able to fly Sky 5 due to the temporary flight restrictions put in place because President Biden is in town. However, the winds are so strong tonight that there's a chance we would have been able to send our pilot and photographer up, and that's also what is impacting firefighting helicopters and planes in the aerial firefight. And Vera Jimenez is joining us now. She has more on what the actual wind conditions are right now, because we are still in this wind event from 10 a.m. or 10 p.m. rather to 5 a.m.
Oh yeah, we're going to be in this wind event, unfortunately, for longer than that. But that's when, you're right, Courtney, that's when the winds are supposed to peak. I want to take a live look outside. This is our Hollywood camera looking off towards the west, obviously, and look at that. We're in Hollywood here, so we are quite a distance off, but oh man, that looks so scary off in the distance there. I've been looking around at the winds because now we have 4 fires in play. So we've got the Pacific Palisades fire, we've got the Eden fire, the Hearst fire, and I'm calling it the Lancashire fire because that one doesn't have a name yet, but that's the one that's off the 5 in Lancashire. So the winds near there, because of course we don't have exact readings right where the fires are taking place, but these are the closest. So Malibu Hills, 84 miles per hour, Henninger Flats, which is just a little above Eaton Canyon, 77 miles per hour. The Newhall Pass is closest to the Hearst fire, and that's going to be near the 5 and the 210. So just above that is the Newhall Pass, 46 miles per hour. And then along the Burbank Airport, that's again that fire along the 5 in Lancashire near the exit there, 43 miles per hour. So those are the latest wind gusts near the fires, not exactly there, but you know, those winds are going to travel. So that's about as close as we're going to get. So again, the red flag warning, if you know, you're just dropping into town because you've been out of town, these are going to be the strongest wind gusts out of the northeast, 60 to 80 miles per hour. Relative humidity values are going to drop to probably 10%, perhaps maybe even slightly lower than that. This timing is going to be between Tuesday and Friday. Some of these winds will begin to taper off as we get into Wednesday late afternoon, early evening, but they're not going to go away completely. That big dome of high pressure that's going to control our weather is going to stick around. It's going to make a slow move out of the region, and because that's going to move out slowly, the winds will also slowly diminish. And of course, this is going to be widespread, meaning everyone, when you see the map, is going to be in the red. I've been showing you the 500 millibar chart. That's the one with all the contours of different colors, and it's got the big H and the L for high pressure and low pressure. Well, this time I wanted to show you the water vapor imagery because this one shows you where the moisture in the atmosphere is. And so this is where we are. This is where the fires are taking place. And look at how dry it is. When you see the orange, that means it is extremely dry. Gray is like, it's dry, but it's, you know, above, you know, 20%, 25, 30%. It is still dry, but at least there's a little bit of moisture in the atmosphere. When you're seeing the orange or the brown, that means it is bone dry. And that's exactly where we are. We are also looking at now conditions that are, well, moving from moderate in terms of the drought to severe, and that's because we are well below where we should be in terms of the water year. And that is very important in the equation because we haven't had any rain. That means we have a lot of dry fuel out there. We have a lot of growth because remember, we have had a few seasons where we've had decent amount of rain, even above average amounts of rain, and that produces a lot of growth, a lot of healthy vegetation until it dries out and then it becomes dead vegetation. And if you have regions like Eaton Canyon, for example, that hasn't had a lot of significant rainfall and that has had a lot of overgrown brush and hasn't seen a fire in a while, that means there is a lot of vegetation to gobble up right now for those fires. And so that's why we're keeping a really close eye on the drought monitor because the water season, if you don't know, begins in October. It goes to April. So October, November, December, January. We are now 4 months into the October, November, December, January. Yes, so now we are 4 months into the water year and we haven't had any rain. It's all stayed in either central or northern California, which means we are extremely dry. Not only is it important for that reason, but we also haven't had a lot of really strong onshore flow. That is where we get our overnight recoveries. When you hear me talk about that, that is a typical pattern. That is a shift in the winds. During the overnight hours, we typically see, or late afternoon, early evening. It's primarily late afternoon, early evening. Overnight, sometimes we see offshore flow, but it's during that late afternoon, early evening when the onshore flow moves back in. It moves back in to bring cooler air to moisten and, balance out the atmosphere in the interior sections. And when we don't get that, because we have these Santa Ana winds that blow everything back over the ocean, we get a lot of drying. And so that's why I think the drought monitor and showing you this is really important as to why we need rain, why we need that rain from the north. And that's what I have in terms of the update, just in case you want to see 1 7-day forecast. Low 70s on Thursday, mid 70s. And this is Orange County coastal basin. So Orange County and LA, not exactly the same temperatures, but similar temperatures. I'll be back later with another update, and I'll keep you up to date with those winds. Back to you guys for now.
Yeah, Vera, before you go,
Sure.
we were talking about Palisades and the Eaton fire, but we also have 2 others that are burning, as you know, out along the 5 freeway,
Yep.
the 14 in Sylmar, another
Yep.
one in Sun Valley. The winds coming down out of the Newhall Pass there, how big of a factor is that?
That is going to be a huge factor, Rick. A huge factor, because that is a pass. That is one of those canyons where the winds get funneled. So the winds go from this to now they're being all pushed into a tight little canyon. And that's where you get a lot of that compressional heating. It produces a lot of energy. I've described it as either when you're adding, basketball with air, it expands, right? It creates a lot of energy, and if it doesn't have anywhere to go, it produces a lot of force. And so that's what we're going to see. Also think of it, if you want to think of it another way, that analogy doesn't work for you, what happens when you put your thumb over a garden hose?
Yeah.
And that's exactly what we're going to see. And that's why that Newhall Pass is going to be one of those significant areas. And then you get the little winds, the strong winds that create their own little climates. You have those erratic winds. And now you're seeing those ember casts spread. And those fires continue to grow.
Yeah, spot fires everywhere.
I love that we're getting such a deep dive of knowledge from you tonight, Vera. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Talk to
My
you soon.
pleasure.
All right.
We're going to go to Jennifer McGraw. She has been covering this Eaton fire out in Altadena, which is now at 100 acres. And let's see what she is in front of now. She's been in front of different homes burning.
Over 1,000 acres at this point.
What did I say?
Yes, now 1,000 acres. Ken and I just decided to drive around the community. I was telling you earlier that we were seeing trees on fire all over the place, and now we're not really seeing that. We have seen fire trucks everywhere putting those out, but the problem is we're seeing just building after building like this one, and this looks like a massive facility. And you know what? I'm pretty sure that this is the convalescent home that those elderly people were rescued from. In fact, I keep seeing all over the area wheelchairs that are all along the sidewalk. So I'm pretty sure that this, and those are the hospital beds. Oh, this is devastating. All those people, thank God those 99 people were rescued, because literally after the last person was rescued, we saw embers just charging at us, flying down the street. Luckily, those people, they got out safe. They were all taken to the Pasadena Convention Center. Just awful. How horrible to, who knows what's going on, how scared they were leaving their facility and then now having to go to the convention center or local hospitals, trying to rehome them. Obviously, if this is their home, and I'm pretty sure it is, we'll have to look it up. It's called the Two Palms. But firefighters all over the area trying to do their best. And when I say homes and buildings keep catching fire, it's just incredible. We're driving around and things that were not on fire are now totaled. And there are so many firefighters out here trying to do their best. We know that more firefighters are on the way. We're hoping for air attack in the morning. But this is unfathomable that this is happening here and in other parts of our community with spot fires popping up. And to think in the hiking areas up on top of the mountains, 77 miles an hour, that is outrageous. This fire is absolutely raging, and gusts down here literally blow the car and the trucks around. Rick and Court, I just can't believe it. Those seniors, and now to look at their home. and it's gone.
Yeah, Jen, we're looking at those seniors being loaded onto buses and into ambulances. You said earlier that a SWAT truck even pulled up to help take some of the folks out of there. It was really a show of community earlier in that area, Jen.
Yeah, I mean, people from all over, volunteers, people who work there, family members of people who worked there. I said it early when I was talking to one of the workers there, and she said, you know, we plan for this, we practice this, we know what we're doing, but just to have to do it and to have to do it so quickly and under these conditions, and it was, you know, nighttime, people just rush out of their bed, out of their gurneys, put into many buses, multiple buses, and then the Pasadena SWAT right there loading somebody up in the back of their rig and getting them out and just in time. I mean, look at those seniors. It has to just be.
Yeah. And that was a haunting image of those beds out at the curbside where, you know, a lot of those seniors were wheeled out in their beds, being brought out to the waiting ambulances and then wrapped in blankets, and some of them had to be taken out of those beds and put on stretchers and put into the ambulances. It was just a poignant view that we saw earlier today.
We want to talk about another fire that's happening. There's actually 4 fires happening in Southern California right now. This one is in Sylmar. It's being called the Hearst Fire. It's forcing evacuations. The fire has now exploded in size. It's burning at least 100 acres. The Los Angeles Fire Department issued evacuations for the following areas: north of the 210 freeway from Roxford to the Interstate 514 freeway split. The flames broke out around 10:10 p.m. just north of the 210 freeway, near that 514 split. LA City emergency alerts posted on the evacuations on X, adding that those not in the evacuation area should shelter in place. Caltrans also announced on X that all lanes of the westbound 210 were closed at 11:38 p.m. with all traffic being diverted off at Roxford Street. Also, the southbound I-5 connector to the eastbound 210 is closed, and that we should expect more closures soon in this vicinity, so just avoid the 5 freeway at all costs.
Yeah, we saw horses, a number of horses being loaded into trailers or held by the reins at the curb there. A lot of those properties out there in the Sylmar area in Sun Valley are 2, maybe 5 acres, and a lot of them are small farms and small ranches, so a lot of large livestock out there is a little skittish right now with the winds blowing and the flames.
We have a live picture
Is
right
this
now.
Sylmar again?
Is this coming? It looks like it's coming from one of our news vehicles.
Yeah, this is the Sylmar area, and you can hear those winds blowing in the background. You can see the flames moving up the hills. Just on the other side of those hills from there, you would be entering into the Newhall area, the Santa Clarita area. So as these winds are blowing here, the evacuation orders are likely going to start picking up, because you can see the flames that are just almost parallel to the ground moving into the very dry grass that they have out there along the 5 and the 210. We saw some of the people being evacuated earlier. If you're able to see what, and I know that about 200,000 to 300,000 people are without power at this hour, but if you're able to see the pictures that were being put out there, if you're in this general area, it's time to start packing it up and move. Go north if you can on the 5 freeway up into the Santa Clarita, the Castaic area. Find some place to hang out up there. You do not want to be moving south of the 5 or the 210 freeway. A lot of first responder traffic is moving in there, and that's the direction that the flames are blowing as well. So try to move if you're anywhere around the Sylmar or Sun Valley area. Santa Clarita, you need to be watching what's coming up from behind. But if you're in some of these areas here, you want to move to the north. Do not try to get to the south at this point.
Rick, you and I have covered a lot of fires over the years, and this one really feels like it's Armageddon in Southern California, truly apocalyptic. I can't even believe that we're discussing 4 separate fires, and then our crews can only get to 2 of the fires. Malibu apparently is an inferno with homes going
both
up.
sides of PCH.
Yeah, on both sides of PCH. We unfortunately don't have anyone there. We haven't been able to have Sky 5 flying over, which has been very unfortunate. But even with the winds being so strong, we don't even know if we would have been able to put the chopper up there, even with the flight restrictions with President Biden.
And I know there were some people earlier that were mentioning that they just didn't see the fire coverage that they wanted from the fire departments.
Yes.
But this is typical that in a wind event like this, the fire crews are spread so thin, and the fires and the flames are moving so quickly in a number of different directions that they have to be spread out, and at the same time they're still trying to protect the city and the county areas where there is no fire. So you got to give the firefighters a big break tonight. They've got their hands full when they're watching these homes and these buildings burn down. They're feeling as if maybe their efforts are not working at this point, and it's got to be depressing for a lot of these men and women that are out there grabbing a hose and trying to put out some of these flames. But there's just so much these folks can do on a night like this, and as Court mentioned, we've never seen this type of a scene. I've been out here 30 plus years covering a lot of fires, never have seen a situation like this, and it's going to be going on for a number of hours. So if you're being asked to evacuate, or you're in an evacuation zone, you need to get out. You don't want to be staying behind and having those firefighters who are supposed to be fighting the fire have to be dragging you out of a building or a house and getting you to safety while other people are in danger.
Yeah, this is going to be a story that lasts for a long time, because there is so much devastation out there right now. I mean, I'm seeing videos where along PCH, the Real Inn restaurant has burned down, that Mastro's has possibly burned down, that Duke's is in flames, and the Palisades Village, and tons of buildings and homes. And we're going to be hearing from so many people who lost their homes. And let's not forget that we cover many counties here in the Southland, and they're all under some type of wind warning event right now. And we just pray at this point that it sticks to these 4 fires and doesn't erupt with 10 or 20.
Yeah, fingers crossed it'll stick to the 4, but as you watch the movement of these flames in the wind, that's almost unlikely that it'll stay here, but we're hoping that that's it. I know Carlos Aceto is in the Malibu Palisades area along PCH. He's been there for hours and hours today. Carlos, let's throw it to you. Things behind you anyway look as if they've calmed down a little bit.
Yes, a little bit. And I will say this windstorm has turned into a sandstorm since we're right on the beach here along Pacific Coast Highway. Our faces are being hit with a lot of sand right now as we get a gust right now, a lot of ash, a lot of soot. You probably do see the orange glow behind me. Now earlier we were close to the flames in Pacific Palisades, and I will say it was just heartbreaking to see so much devastation. Home after home burned to the ground. We even heard a few explosions coming from a property where me and my photographer, we just had to jump into the news van and get out. Oh, how strong the flames. Oh, whoa. Now that was Jeff Armstrong and I driving through the raging flames, escaping to safer ground following some explosions from a house fire that sounded like they were coming from a propane tank. We heard multiple bangs on the property off of Radcliffe Avenue in Pacific Palisades. And it's just not homes that we see fully engulfed, several businesses as well as schools. The flames consumed Palisades Charter High School as well as the elementary school. We were there as the flames shot out through classroom windows, embers from the burning roof flying down the street. The school's emergency alarms were also sounding off, so it was just eerie to hear that. Many palm trees also just going up in flames. Now we understand all residents have been evacuated. We did come across one resident who was trying to get out. He had surfboards in the back of his Jeep truck there, and he was even asking us what direction, and we just told him to go talk to fire crews just down the street. But yes, it was a lot of chaos, a lot of uncertainty, a lot of mayhem as flames surrounded us everywhere. We saw embers flying down the street. So very frightening, as you saw in those images from earlier there. Again, we were escaping the flames on Sunset Boulevard, but we didn't even know where to go. We were thinking of maybe even just making a U-turn because we were going through some raging flames. Also, those heavy dumpster bins, the wind so strong that they were just pushing them through intersections. So that just gives you an idea, an indication of just how strong these Santa Ana winds have become.
All right, Carlos on PCH for us tonight near the Palisades. We appreciate it. We've been talking about the winds after 10 o'clock tonight. They really started to build up. We expect that to continue until at least 5 tomorrow. But Vera was even saying that just before the sun rises, they could get very, very strong. And it's going to be a frightening scene when the sun rises tomorrow, just to see how devastated many of these communities are.
Right. We've had to rely on our ground crews, which we can only see from their perspective how it's going. John Finolio has been out in Altadena at the Eaton fire for us, and I'm sure tomorrow morning it's going to look like a war zone there.
Yeah, quoted Rick, the scope of the damage here is probably going to be pretty astounding by the time the sun rises. A couple of hours ago, we brought you this image. We're right above Eaton Canyon Reservoir, Dove Creek, for a frame of reference on New York Drive. And the homes that you see smoldering behind us, well, those were roaring infernos a couple of hours ago, but flames have gutted those homes. And if we pan the camera all the way to the left, we can give you a better idea of what this row of houses looked like. You can see that those homes off in the distance there are still really going right now, totally engulfed. Firefighters have been jumping from hotspot to hotspot to try and put out these flames before they totally engulf these homes. But once it turns into a situation like the one you're seeing right here, well, they move on to other structures they believe they can save. Again, the Eaton fire here in Altadena has scorched 1,000 acres. It began just after 6:30 this evening at about 10 acres and within a matter of minutes exploded in size. Last count 1,000 acres, but again, the damage just untold at this point, as we have seen dozens and dozens of homes that have been burned by this wind-driven, fast-moving fire. We continue to watch firefighters throw everything they've got at this blaze, with their engine crews and line crews, things like that. But they don't have any air support right now because of the winds, and of course, firefighters, all firefighters in Southern California right now, all fire agencies are stretched thin because of the enormity of these fires that are spreading, in many cases unchecked, throughout much of our region at this hour. There is an evacuation center that has been established at the Pasadena Recreation Center that's located on 300 East Green Street. Anybody affected by this blaze encouraged to go to the Pasadena Convention Center on 300 East Green Street. You just take a look at these pictures right here. These are rows of homes that have just been torched by the Eaton fire here in Altadena. Court, Rick, back to you.
All right, John. As we look at your picture, this is one of those all hands on deck moments. We understand that firefighters who have the day off or are on vacation, they are being called back in to support the ranks that are already out there. And while we're keying on the fires in various places around Southern California, the winds are also affecting other people, not even close to the fires. We understand a number of wires are down around the San Fernando Valley. Trees are being put down as we look at a light post there, or a wire
telephone
pole, yeah, that's coming down. I just got a message a short time ago that there is an enormous power outage in Studio City. So places, communities that are well aware, or away rather, from some of these fire lines are also having to deal with these strong winds.
I just got a text that people in West Hollywood just lost power, which you would think they're not even anywhere near a fire burning, but the utility companies trying to conserve and do whatever they can to prevent any possible power line from sparking a fire if they think it's in danger with all of the high winds.
Yeah, we understand that well over 200,000 homes now are without power, and some of those may be voluntarily shut down, like Court was mentioning, but I think a lot of it is just the winds blowing through. I've had some residents contact me saying that the big glows coming off the tops of the poles there with some of the things exploding through their neighborhoods. So if you do not have to venture out, this is not one of those nights that you want to be out sightseeing, and the looky-loos should be kept to a minimum, because it is just an awful thing to be seeing right now, with so many people hurting, so many homes lost, businesses lost. Amazingly, at this point, we have not heard of anybody being killed in these fires. We have heard of some injuries and people that had their hands burned and had gone down to seek some help along PCH, but amazingly enough, not much of that to report.
And no doubt there will be days and weeks to come where you can come out and help the communities rebuild. Jennifer McGraw, she's been in Altadena all night covering the Eaton fire for us, and that image, which hopefully will show, of the seniors being evacuated, it seems like just in time, because aren't you in front of that senior living facility? And an explosion.
Yeah, so I looked at the map, and we have, yeah, that was an explosion. That was kind of scary because that's near, what's the hospital, Ken? The Washington Boulevard. There's a hospital behind this side, but on this side, this is the Two Palms Rehabilitation Care Center. Then behind it is the terrace at Park Marino. That is the senior assisted living facility. You have an orthopedic group right here. You have Ultimed. This whole block is on fire, and we don't even know how far back this fire goes. And firefighters have been out here trying to do all they can to prevent the spread of the fire, but these embers are just flying with these fierce winds. Now take a look. These precious seniors who were loaded up by dozens of volunteers from all over who came, people who worked there, people, family members, they came and they helped. They took them out on their gurneys, in their wheelchairs. They put them on buses. Even Pasadena SWAT was out here loading them up and taking them to the Pasadena Convention Center. Some of them had to go to the hospital. They will obviously have to be relocated. This is just unbelievable. It is so hard to look at, and to know that this stretches blocks. I'm over on Washington and Del Rey. That is southwest of where John is, where those homes are burning. And then just down the street to my right, we also have a ton of homes burning. And Ken and I decided to take a drive just to kind of see what's going on. And we really do see a lot of fire trucks, not only fighting these fires, but getting ready and staged in case they do see a flare up, in case they do see any embers. And Court, you asked earlier, are people really heeding this warning to evacuate? And we have not seen anyone, unless they're inside their homes, we have not seen anybody or looky-loos. They have a really good police presence out here. They will only let you through if you're media, if you're fire personnel, police personnel. They're not letting anybody back into their homes because they don't want anybody to get hurt. But I will tell you, there's so much traffic around here too, that they want to make sure that they're getting the fire crews to where they need to be. So they would just want to make sure that everybody is safe and staying out of the way. And to your point about the power outages, on my Citizen app, I got an alert that said a transformer blew literally on my block. And then I called home, and of course the power's out once again. It's been off and on all day. I live out in Monrovia. In the San Gabriel Valley, these foothills stretch a far way. You have Sierra Madre that's under evacuation orders. You have Altadena, you have Pasadena, and there's no telling on how far this fire is going to burn, especially through the night, and what it's going to burn. We've already seen so much devastation, so many homes lost. John's seen so many homes lost. It's going to be terrifying for these families and these kids to come back. Some schools are burned. I saw a daycare burned down. Who knows what they're going to come home to? Rick Court?
The damage is going to be...
No, it's catastrophic.
So intense. It's really sad to process right now, to be honest. Vera is joining us. She has more updates on some of the power outages happening in the area.
Yeah, so I have an update on the numbers and also on some power outages. I wanted to show you the map, but I checked the distance, and so as we take a live look from our Hollywood camera towards the Pacific Palisades where we are looking at that fire in progress, that is 10 to 12 miles distance as a crow flies. So it's just fascinating to watch that glow in the sky, especially now that it is so dark. But let's go ahead and talk about some of those updates that I just mentioned. So in Malibu Hills, which is going to be pretty close to the Pacific Palisades, we're looking at wind gusts now up to 86 miles per hour near the Henninger Flats and near the Eaton Fire, 77. The Newhall Pass has now gone up to 55. That is almost a 10 mile per hour change. So that's pretty significant. And Rick, we were just talking about that Newhall Pass a minute ago. And in Burbank, we are now seeing the winds increase there as well. Not that much. They went from 43 to 45, but that is still an increase. So I wanted to share that with you. As we go ahead and take a look at the max Doppler, this is where we get the rain and we get the winds, but we also get some power outages. So anywhere in this yellow area, you are going to be impacted by power outages. I think Jennifer McGraw was just talking about living in Monrovia, so that's going to be like right about here. They have some power outages. The power outages even stretch towards the west, heading out towards Westlake Village, or east of the 5 there, in the western end of the San Fernando Valley, and then even parts of Orange County also have some power outages. And then take a look over the desert areas. All of those regions are impacted by those power outages. So, we definitely wish the best for those folks. Rick, I dug this up. You were asking me about the Santa Ana winds and why they weren't as warm as they normally are. This is a typical Santa Ana wind pattern event. So the winds come out of the Great Basin. They move into the high desert because that's just our topography. And then they move over the mountains. And again, this starts off as cold air out of the north, if it's coming out of Canada, or in this case, out of the Arctic, funneling into the Great Basin, which is along the Rockies, another cold mass of air. And so then it starts off as cold air, and then it goes over the mountains, as you see there, and then it flows down the mountains through those passes and canyons, and that is what we call compressional heating. Downhill air compresses and generates heat, and it also dries out the air. So even though this is what is being called a colder wind event compared to what we typically have, because usually when we have a normal Santa Ana wind event, sometimes the interior sections that tend to be warmer compared to the ocean, it's the opposite. The interior sections are actually colder, and the winds near the Pacific Ocean are hotter because of this process called compressional heating. This time we are going to see the temperatures warm up, but we're only going to go into the low 70s. So again, this downsloping effect generates not only heat, but also it generates speed as we go from higher elevation to sea surface. So that's what I wanted to share with you this time around. If I get another update, when I do, I'll share it. Back to you guys.
Vera, thanks so much. We're going to talk about the school closures that you'll need to be aware of for tomorrow. Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District is closed, as well as Arcadia, Glendale, Burbank, Pasadena, and South Pasadena Unified School Districts.
And here in the Los Angeles Unified School District, the following schools are going to be closed tomorrow. That'll be Canyon Charter Elementary School, Marquez Charter Elementary, Palisades Charter Elementary School, and Paul Revere Charter Middle School, where your kids actually, Courtney, go to school.
They were evacuated today.
And also in Topanga, the elementary school there, Kenter Canyon Charter Elementary School. Los Angeles Unified officials are saying tonight that they will continue to monitor the situation like everybody else, and if necessary, will prepare for the possibility of online learning on Thursday. A decision on that will be announced sometime tomorrow afternoon, probably right around 4 o'clock.
Yeah, there were a bunch of schools that have either been burned down to the ground or part of their campuses went up in flames today.
Palisades High School.
Yes, we'll know more again in the daylight hours. But KTLA 5 Sandra Mitchell for right now is live on the ground in Pacific Palisades, where the conditions are becoming dire by the hour. She's on the move.
Yeah, you can see she took shelter in the news van tonight. Sandra.
Yes, but the news van is being blown all over the place, guys. We're activating Drive 5 right now. I'm going to show you what's going on along PCH as we approach Temescal Canyon Road. We've seen flames all along the hillsides. The fire has jumped PCH several times. Right now, we've just got some embers burning up in the hillsides beside us. Emergency vehicles coming through this area. Again, we're live on PCH at Temescal Canyon. You can see these safety cones that have blown all over the road here. We've got a little bit of flames up on the hillside here. This is an area that was part of the evacuation zone, mandatory evacuations. A lot of people tried to get out of here earlier. Were stopped by traffic on PCH, which had backed up. We talked to some of the evacuees that were up in, you're going to hear that emergency alert going off on our cell phones. We've been hearing that all night, and that is just warning us that we're in a mandatory evacuation zone and we should get out. I'll tell you that we feel very safe right now. We would not be in an area where we feel like we're in danger. But this is PCH, just past Temescal Canyon. We've got debris blown all over the roadside. We've got some flames up ahead on the hillside. As I was mentioning earlier, there was a mobile home park that was evacuated in this area, and we talked to some of the people who literally had to run out of their. Let's take a listen now to.
And there was a lot of wind, so and it was coming in our direction. The smoke was above our head, so we knew that it was coming our direction. And then I got the most important things out of the house, put it in the car, hosed the house down, and the bushes. There's a lot of dead leaves and stuff, so that'll burn really well, of course. Hosted all down, and then I went down to Sunset, and Sunset was blocked. You couldn't leave. It was just full of cars.
All right, Drive 5 activated right now. We are on PCH along Temescal Canyon. We are actually just north of Temescal Canyon now, driving along the PCH, and you can see we've got flames on either side of us, just small flames, and then up ahead on the hillside, it appears that there are larger flames. So we'll hang out in this area for a while, check it out, and report back to you. But for now, we're live along PCH. I'm Sandra Mitchell, Court and Rick. Back to you guys.
Sandy, are you headed up to Malibu, or how are you just going to see how far you can get? Like, look at all that debris that's going to be in the middle of the road.
That is a power line. That was a huge utility pole or telephone pole that had been knocked down. All night we've been seeing huge trees across the roads and the streets, but that was the first time I've actually seen a utility pole that was knocked down by the winds. I'm sorry, Courtney, didn't hear your question. I was a little bit distracted by what we were seeing on the road. What was the question?
Oh, I was asking if you guys were planning to drive like up to Malibu, or at some point you'll stop and turn around, because there is an inferno happening in Malibu right now, and homes on the beach side of PCH are burning down.
Yeah, I wish I could tell you that we had a plan, but we actually don't. We're driving, and as we see things burning, because really they are scattered all over the place, we stop and we do a live shot and try to get as much information from that area as we can. I think we're going to turn around. It's getting pretty dark up here. As you know, there's no power in the area. Everything has been shut off, and we've got a lot of debris and things blowing across the roadway. So we'll turn around. We'll go check out the next location. But again, we really don't have a plan out here. It is all about safety and trying to bring the most accurate information. But right now, this is PCH right near Temescal Canyon.
Yeah, and as we look at your shot, Sandra, it looks almost like fireflies that are buzzing around the highway, but that in fact embers that are being blown, some of them good-sized embers that are being blown off the hills and down onto the roadway. We understand that the flames have crossed over PCH in a couple of different locations. So that whole area out there from Malibu all the way down to Santa Monica, just a horrible sight for everybody that's driven through there and gone up into the hills. It's not going to look anything like you remember when the sun starts to come up.
For a long time, of course, after the hills burn and we get a good rain, it will look green again. If you have to head into the city from that area tomorrow morning for work, you're probably going to have to go across to the 405, because most likely PCH is going to be shut down.
You may want to check and see if they're even going to be open where you work tomorrow. There are so many different areas that are being affected not just by the fire, but by the winds, the trees down, as Sandra was mentioning, the power lines that are down, the smoke, the air quality tomorrow is just going to be awful for many people in LA County and some of the other surrounding areas as well. So when you get up in the morning, you may just want to check. You may be told just to stay home and have a couple of hours off.
Sandy, I saw the sign. We were going to ask you where you are. You are crossing Temescal Canyon, so that's Will Rogers State Beach to the right of you, correct? The parking lot there?
Yes, we just, the parking lot's abandoned. Obviously, we've got a few emergency vehicles passing through the area, but we were headed north, and then we just did a U-turn. We're headed back toward the Palisades area, back more toward the village and the shopping areas and more of the residential area. Not seeing a lot of fire through this area. Most of the fire, I believe, is east of us in the neighborhoods up in that area.
Are you able to even get into where the Palisades Village is? And like I heard Gelson's was on fire. Some of the stores in the village, like Elise Walker, are on fire. This is just text that I'm getting from people who are in the know on that.
Yeah, Courtney, we were there a few hours ago, and we could see some of the shrubbery and some of the signage around the village was burning. I didn't see any buildings, any commercial buildings on fire there. Now we are, I believe, at Will Rogers State Beach. We're just approaching. Yes, exactly. The command post off to our right. To the left, you see the hillside on fire. You ask about the Gelsons. I can't confirm that. We did see Palisades Charter High School in that area destroyed. Several big apartment buildings went up, destroyed, and many homes in that area were lost as well. But as far as specific, I can only tell you a Shell gas station that I saw burning.
At Pali High, I know there were a bunch of like trees and bushes and things burning, but did you actually see buildings like burnt to the ground?
I can't speak for the high school. The Palisades Charter Elementary School is gone.
Okay. Yes.
It was burned. Yeah, it was gone. The Shell gas station and that area is gone. Yeah. We were there as it went up in flames. We heard the explosions, the gas tanks, things like that. The mini mart that's attached to that is gone. And as I said, several of the large apartment buildings in that area also gone. I don't have specific names. It's been really hard to get street names. Sure. Keep in mind, in some of those neighborhoods, it is pitch black. There is a lot of smoke. The street signs are either blown away or they're just blowing so hard up in the air that you just can't see them. And frankly, it's pretty dangerous there's a lot of metal and things like that flying in some of those neighborhoods. Pretty calm where we are along PCH right now as we head back toward the Los Angeles area, but up in the neighborhoods, a very different story.
Yeah, we heard the athletic fields have been hit hard at Palisades High School as well. Sandra, we've got your shot up. We're just kind of watching as you drive in towards the Santa Monica area. We also have a camera in downtown LA to kind of give you an idea. Do we have that shot that we can take from downtown to give us kind of a scope? Let's go to that, so people that are not near the fire lines, this is what it looks like from downtown LA, shooting down over the tops there of Century City and in towards over the 405, and then you can see the Palisades out there in the distance. That's how big, and this is what, 12 or 13 miles, I'm guessing, something like that, before you can get to the 405. So it kind of gives you an idea of just how big that fire is and stretching across the horizon there. Yeah. A lot of people being affected by the smoke that's coming out of there. It's going to be a long night for a lot of people on that side of town.
You could also see this fire from the South Bay, sure. Up north, really for miles and miles. And of course, with 4 fires burning in Southern California, the smoke quality, the air quality from all the smoke is just going to be terrible. Let's go back to Carlos Salcedo. He is also in the Palisades covering the Palisades fire for us. And it looks like are you at the command post now? I think Sandy just passed your live truck.
Yeah, they're over there. Yeah, so we're still on Pacific Coast Highway. We're actually at Ginger Roger Beach here, which is another staging area. Take a look here. We are seeing fire crews refueling, so they've been stopping here as well. And then if we pan over, you see more fire engines. And then you might see the orange glow. We were out there earlier at Pacific Palisades, sort of in the epicenter of where so many homes, so many schools have burned down. There you hear another fire engine pass us by, and it was just heartbreaking to see so much destruction, so much devastation, and we even heard a few explosions that we had to get away from. I believe we have the video, if I'm not mistaken. Oh. Whoa. It is still an inferno out here. You can see just how strong the flames. Oh! Whoa! And you heard that explosion there. This is the back of a whole tier 3 up in flames. There you go. Scary moments as we heard multiple bangs from this property in the 800 block of Radcliffe Avenue in Pacific Palisades. It sounded like propane tanks exploding. We heard at least 3. The property, of course, going up in flames. And it's not just homes, again, that were engulfed, but businesses as well as schools. The flames consuming Palisades Charter High School as well as the elementary school. We were there as flames shot out through classroom windows, embers pretty much flying everywhere, flying down the street. The school's emergency alarms also going off, as well as palm trees. And residents, we didn't really get a chance to see many residents there. Again, these evacuation orders have been in place for several hours, and many of them did heed the warnings. We saw one resident trying to get out maybe about 2-3 hours ago, but that was the only person there. Other than that, other than the fire crews, the fire personnel, as well as law enforcement, it was pretty much a ghost town. Again, power is out for much of the town, but just remarkable images that we keep seeing. But again, fire crews, they will be out here overnight. We keep seeing fire engines pull up here. Again, another staging area. They're refueling, they're getting ready for what's ahead. Rick and Court, I'll send it.
Carlos, I think I've seen that explosion video that you're in probably a dozen times tonight, and it still startles me whenever I see what we think was a propane tank going off. We appreciate all the reporting you've done from out there along PCH. Thank you so much.
I wonder if that was one of the tanks going up at the gas station that Sandy said burned down. That was probably dramatic to be around as well. Mary Beth McDade is right down the street from Carlos at the command center. And last time we saw her, she was almost blowing away. The wind was so strong. Are you still outside, MB? Oh, there you are.
Hello, Lovey. Yep, sorry about that. Yes, we are, and okay, so far so good this time around. They go in waves. At some point, at some point they want to blow you over, and then at another point not so bad. But Court, we are really just smack dab in the middle of this life-threatening wind event, and as we've been here throughout so many hours, we have just been watching as this, ferocious fire, or ferocious winds rather, are just making this fire roar, hilltop to hilltop to hilltop. And, we watched as this hill went up, and then you had, there were several homes at the top. No doubt they're now completely gone. I don't know if you can see way up there, but you can see that one home in the middle that we've been watching that burn for like the last several hours. And then just north of us, that's where some of the flames actually jumped the PCH, and they ended up catching one of the bathrooms over here at Boulevard State Beach on fire, about 500 feet north of me. Also some palm trees, and then there are 2 mobile home parks. Just so sad. That burned. Some of the witnesses told us that in there it burned at the Tahiti Terrace as well as the Palisades Bowl that he witnessed and took some videos of at least 15 mobile homes going up in smoke. We spoke to him earlier this evening and have some sound from him.
The mobile home park started going up. There was a guy sort of screaming for the fire department to come up and help him there. And 2 LAPD cops that were parked on the side seemed like they were getting frustrated. And they actually said, "the hell with it," and they actually ran up the hill and tried to help this guy. It was pretty cool to watch that happen. Yeah, it was wild. The mobile homes went up
pretty quickly.
About how many did you see burning?
Right on PCH, the front three right there on literally at the corner of that street, and then behind it there's a canyon going up there where it looked like there was probably 15 structures on fire. This is by far the craziest fire I've ever seen. It's incredibly fast moving and literally apocalyptic. It's just it jumped PCH while I was standing there, which I didn't think it could do. It caught some of the bathrooms on fire. All the palm trees were burning on the ocean side.
Yeah, you know, and even in speaking with some of the firefighters here at the command post, they're telling me that, wow, we have never seen such a sporadic wind event like this that has created just an absolute apocalypse. I mean, really, it is, you know, pretty much just hell on earth right now with all these homes going up in flames, so devastating. I know that they have not been able to give us an updated amount of acreage that is burned. I think the last press conference was 330 and it was nearing 3,000. Well, you got to imagine it is well beyond that. Also, there was one firefighter, a female firefighter, 25 years old, and she apparently severely injured her head and has been transported to a local hospital. We haven't gotten an update on her condition in the most recent couple of hours. And then there were also a couple of people that actually came down the mountainside that were also suffered burn injuries, and they went to Dukes, and some first responders went up there and treated them. Some other people have been asking about the Getty. They had heard some rumors, I guess, that the Getty Villa was on fire. The Getty Villa did not burn. I guess some flames did get on the grounds of it, but they managed to put them out. And yeah, obviously 0% containment at this point. I mean, this thing is just out of control. Mother Nature at this point, well, firefighters, they're just no match for her as we head into the morning hours here. For now, reporting live here at the command post at the Palisades Fire in Will Rogers State Beach. Court, Rick, we'll send it back to you guys.
Yeah, MB, we've all covered fires out there in that Malibu area, and usually PCH is kind of a natural fire break. So the fire comes down the hills and kind of stops there. Certainly not the case tonight. All right,
No.
MB, we thank you for that.
Okay, we are going to switch gears from the Palisades fire out to the Eaton fire in Altadena. John Finolio has been out at this one. It's 1,000 acres, probably more at this point, but that's the latest update. Anything new out there, John?
Well, Court and Rick, we can tell you that fire officials have updated the acreage scorched to 1,000 acres. 1,000 acres since this fire broke out just after 6:30 this evening, 6:30 Tuesday evening. Right now we are on New York Drive, just above the Eaton Reservoir, Fish Creek, and what we're showing you here is a row of homes that have already burned to the ground here. But if we pan the camera to the left, you can see other structures are still currently burning at this hour. All of this, of course, due to those Santa Ana winds that have intensified as the night wears on here. There is a massive evacuation zone currently in place for much of Altadena, parts of most of Sierra Madre, and parts of eastern Pasadena. Now, if you live in Altadena right now, the areas are Lake Avenue to the west, Eaton Canyon Golf Course to the east, and Washington Boulevard to the south. That is a huge swath of this community, hundreds and hundreds of homes, households that have been told to immediately evacuate. It is unknown right now how many homes and structures have been destroyed, but I can tell you that from going up and down this community, we have seen dozens of homes that are a total loss, and your heart just goes out to the folks who have been forced to evacuate here. We have not seen many people trying to come back into this fire zone, and that's good news, but we have seen a few folks who were trying to get back in, waiting at the perimeter, trying to get back in because they were worried about loved ones, worried about their homes, things like that. We've also received text messages on social media, people on X and other social media platforms asking, hey, can you go check on my home, giving us a street address. And the short answer is we want to do that, but we just can't do it for everybody. And so our hearts go out to those folks who are worried about their homes out here in Altadena. There is an evacuation center that has been established at the Pasadena Convention Center that's located at 300 East Green Street. I can tell you that just from being out here all day long, I've never seen a wind event like this. I've never experienced wind so strong that we see the trees knocked down from time to time. We certainly see some damage, but power poles, street lights, shingles ripped off the roof, and then of course the flames that are being fanned by these winds are just absolutely incredible and so devastating to see. Nonetheless, firefighters are doing what they can to jump on these hot spots and try to put these spot fires out, but when it comes to a community like this or a row of homes like this, they move on because, well, as you can see, they're a total loss. That's the latest live here in Altadena. I'm John Fenolio. I'll send it back to you.
Yeah, John, I can see you're having a hard time keeping your feet there. The evacuation center for the Eaton, is that still from Lake to the golf course and then south to Washington?
Yeah, that's the primary evacuation zone here in Altadena. Much of Sierra Madre also ordered to evacuate as these Santa Ana winds intensify here throughout the night, Rick.
All right, John, thank you so much. And I just want to point out what Governor Gavin Newsom said earlier, how you've never been to a memorial for a building. Yeah. So please, don't try to stay home and defend your property. Yeah. It's not worth it. Your life is not worth it.
Especially in these winds, it'd be hard to do. All right, let's take you to one of the other fires that's burning. We've got 4 right now at least that are burning. You're looking at a picture here from Sylmar where what's called the Hearst fire is forcing evacuations there now. The fire, again, we keep saying it's exploding in size, but that's happening all around our area. This is well over 100 acres now. Mandatory evacuations have just been issued for the Newhall Pass, the Wildwood, Eternal, and Calgrove areas of Santa Clarita, as well as north of the 210 from Roxford to the Interstate 5, the 14 split there, going up into the Newhall Pass. And you can see, we talked about this before, that a lot of large livestock are in this area because people have small farms and ranches, and and the horses have no idea what's going on out here, and they get very skittish. But a lot of people are bringing them down onto the streets and hoping that trailers come by and be able to take these animals out of harm's way.
Yeah, and just seeing those flames race up the hillsides, it has really progressed because this fire that we're talking about in Sylmar broke out exactly 3 hours ago at 10:10 p.m. Just north of the 210 freeway near the 514 split. And LA City emergency crews, they posted evacuations on X saying that those not in the evacuation area should shelter in place. And Caltrans also announced that all lanes of the westbound 210 were closed with traffic being diverted at Roxford Street. And if you're going to be driving at all, maybe you have to get up for work early, avoid the 5 freeway. The southbound I-5 connector to eastbound 210 is closed, and we have 2 fires that are burning along the 5 freeway, so it's shut down in many places.
Yeah, for the most part, you do not want to go south on the 5 freeway at all, past the 14 or past the 210. If you have to head that way in the morning, you probably want to call the office or at least try to get in touch. I know power's out to hundreds of thousands of people right now, but you may want to check and just to see if in fact people are coming into your work, because driving around pretty much all of the northern part of LA County right now is just a mess.
It's a mess. I mean, I feel like if it was a normal non-fire event with all of the wind, we would be talking about all of the down trees and the power lines and all the palm fronds in the street. It's really dangerous to be driving. And I actually thought about how you could be driving and a tree branch above you could just come down. It's killed people that way. Kirk Hawkins just checked in for duty. Yes. Nice to see you. I'm sure you've been watching the coverage like all of us. And what's the very latest over there?
Well, no, just a quick note. We had been talking about the downed trees and power lines and the power outages that were a problem. And just outside our studios, I live not too far away. And as I was getting ready, we lost power. And so there's spotty power outages here in areas of Hollywood, West Hollywood, Central Hollywood as well. Something that certainly is going to continue throughout the morning. But stepping out of the way, giving you another live picture, I believe this... Actually, I'm not exactly sure where this live picture is. It might be our Mount Wilson camera, but just showing how devastatingly close the flames are getting to some of our, a lot of our television towers as well. What we're expecting is that the winds still have not really peaked yet. It's still expected to continue to be an issue through the morning, likely continuing through Thursday now. It looks like that will still continue to be a factor. We've talked about the downed trees, the power lines, the power outages, hazardous driving conditions as well. There's also increased traffic, even at this hour. A lot more cars on the road to look out for. And then, of course, we're hearing about all of these airport delays because of the winds at LAX and at Burbank, flights being diverted to areas like Phoenix, San Diego. I've heard of a few other cases where they've just been turned around to their destination, and so something also to keep in mind. Talking about the winds in the Pacific Palisades, here's what we have for the 1 o'clock hour. Some of the wind gusts, 23 miles per hour for the standard winds. The gusting is 41 miles per hour. We have heard some reports of some winds in different parts of the Southland with gusts reaching 89 miles per hour. So there's still some time for stronger winds to develop. But we really still have several hours more for these winds to continue to strengthen. You can see we still have these low humidity levels. The temperature is fairly cool. Here's kind of a look at some of the weather headlines that we're tracking. We've got the major Santa Ana wind event that continues really through Friday. Extreme fire danger still a factor. And areas that typically aren't experiencing the wind, it's still a factor. And again, the reminder to watch out for power lines and other areas with various issues. 68 degrees is the normal high this time of year. Let's take a look at some of the latest wind gusts that we've seen. I was mentioning that we had one option that came close to about 90 miles per hour. This is 86 miles per hour in the Malibu Hills area, not far from Pacific Palisades. Eaton Canyon, at least one gust that we've been able to track, 77 miles per hour. The Newhall Pass, 55 miles per hour in Burbank, not far from where that Lancashire fire is, 45 miles per hour. So still incredibly strong, really historic wind gusts. Earlier, some of the gusts, as you can see from the Santa Monica Mountains, around 65 miles per hour, 78 in Pacoima, 71 in Santa Susana, and the 86 mile per hour winds in San Gabriel Mountains. We knew the San Gabriel Mountains were going to have some strong winds. We actually thought that the Santa Susana Mountains would be one of the big trouble spots, the 118 and the 210 corridor. We thought that's where we were going to see a lot of significant wind activity, and you can see certainly 71 mile per hour winds. So I'll step out of the way to give you an idea, the full satellite radar picture that we're tracking this morning. We've got an upper level trough of low pressure that currently is over southwest Arizona, an upper level ridge of high pressure building the Pacific Northwest. And because we have some northwest flow in place until Thursday, it's keeping this very strong, strengthened area of offshore flow, the offshore pattern responsible for these gusty winds still in place. And again, it's likely expected to continue until Thursday. We'll see things continuing to strengthen, and you can see some of those cautious areas of where the offshore flow is becoming more and more of a factor. We've got the red flag warning that continues, elevated fire concerns expected to continue to be a factor through Friday. It doesn't look like Friday it looks like Friday will be the final day of these winds, not necessarily the strongest gusts, but finally things should calm down. So we still are not anywhere close to getting any relief, at least from Mother Nature, at least from the forecast as well. Some of the Santa Ana winds, here's what we're expecting, and this was part of our forecast in this period of time that was expected to be the worst when it comes to the winds. Tuesday afternoon through Wednesday morning was expected, we have just a few more hours of this very critical period where things are expected to continue to be an issue. So here's what's continuing to be forecasted. Coastal communities, whether we're talking about Ventura County, Malibu, areas of Pacific Palisades, 25 to 40 mile per hour winds, those gusts upwards of 60 miles per hour. Our inland valley locations, and hearing from viewers in Sun Valley, North Hollywood, Burbank area, where those inland valley locations reporting some really strong winds, 30 to 45 miles per hour with those really, really strong gusts, still 70 miles per hour. Foothill and mountain locations. The mountains were a huge concern going into this, and they continue to be with those 75 mile per hour wind gusts, 30 to 50 miles per hour. And then even our high deserts, which the high deserts had been experiencing, at least areas of Apple Valley, Victorville, hearing from Hemet that there were some areas of really significant really, really strong areas of isolated wind gusts, those gusts around the 60-mile-per-hour range. So let's take a look at where the current winds are. Right now, we're seeing windy conditions in Ventura County. Up in Oxnard, you can see a little bit more breezy when we look at Camarillo and Van Nuys, which is at least some good news that it's not as windy there as it was earlier. 14-mile-per-hour winds at Burbank. As we zoom out, in this, we talk a lot about the Palisades and Malibu and Eaton Canyon, but so many areas of Southern California dealing with these really, really strong winds. 26-mile-per-hour winds in Santa Ana, 29 in Chino, 24 in Corona, San Bernardino, 28 miles per hour. Of course, the Cajon Pass is one of those areas where you want to take extra precaution, especially if you're in one of those high-profile vehicle situations. So we've talked about the fire weather warning, the red flag warnings, and the fire weather watches that are now in effect. You can see the bulk of Southern California impacted by all of this. We're seeing this continuing to be a factor until 6 o'clock on Thursday night, and the fire weather watch will be a factor until Friday night at 5 o'clock. We've got the winds, of course, we've got relative low humidity levels that are going to continue to be an issue, and then we've got warmer weather coming especially toward the tail end of the week. And speaking of the warmer weather, here's a look at some of the temperatures that we're seeing. 74 in Simi Valley, 75 in Van Nuys. This is what we're all expecting. We say tomorrow, but now the fact that we're at the 1 o'clock hour, we see for sure that this is the high temperatures that we're looking at for now. What we can say is later today. 68 in Santa Barbara, 69 in Westchester, 75 for Long Beach, 76 in Yorba Linda, 68 in Laguna Beach, 72 in Anaheim. We should see a high of about 75 in Chino, 62 in Victorville, 74 in Riverside, 76 for Palm Springs, and 75 in Temecula. You can just see how tremendous these drought conditions are and why, this is another reason why we're seeing such severe concerns associated with the red flag warning. Look at how dry things are. We look at the yellows in Fraser Park, Ventura County, Lancaster, Victorville, Big Bear, also reporting these moderate drought conditions. So this brush is dry, it is thick vegetation, and this is what firefighters are having to contend with on top of the winds. So here's a look at some of our 7-day forecasts. A lot of people wondering if Palm Springs and areas of the Coachella Valley could be a place to avoid some of the winds, and unfortunately, we're still seeing some strong winds in the forecast there. Across the LA area, again, another day ahead, we're looking at temperatures into the 70s with some really significant wind gusts. Orange County looking at some wind gusts continuing not only Wednesday, but then into Thursday with really strong winds. And that's the thing, is we won't necessarily see the relief that we're really hoping for anytime soon. Inland Empire will see a high of about 66 degrees. Those wind gusts expected to continue to be a factor, as you can see, all the way through Friday. Friday is when we finally start to get relief, and it's not a whole lot of relief. It's still expected to be a very big factor. Your San Gabriel Valley forecast, look for a high of temperatures into the 70s with some really, really significant wind gusts. And of course, the wind gusts continuing to be a significant factor in the San Fernando Valley, where we'll see highs in the 70s. So this is a very significant developing situation. We will keep you posted throughout the night. That's the latest for now. Rick, back to you.
Yeah, out back, Kirk, we can smell the smoke here at the station, so the air quality tomorrow for everybody is going to be nasty.
Yeah, very much so.
We all witnessed, I think, a number of unusual things today, but we want to roll some tape and show you. This was certainly one of them. Earlier, during the initial wave of evacuations over there in the Palisades, people found themselves in traffic gridlock. So they got out and abandoned their cars and walked and sometimes ran to safety. But as you can see there, the vehicles that they left behind started clogging up the only streets in and out of the area, and that meant the firefighters couldn't get in and they had to do something.
This dozer is just moving these vehicles out of the way.
This was not something we had seen before at a wildfire. An LA County fire dozer clearing a Palisade street of cars and trucks left behind by fire-fleeing residents.
Unfortunately, it's an emergency situation, and this is what they have to do.
Reporter Gene King telling us that dozens of vehicles left behind near Sunset and Palisades by people who were desperate to avoid the flames stretched curb to curb as far as he could see. Initially, fire hose was run around the blockage until Dozer 5 began using its huge blade to push the clog off to the side, making room for waiting fire trucks to move through.
Yes, it is causing damage, as you can hear from the screeching noises, but that is what they have to do.
I have friends up there right now, and they can't evacuate because it's stuck on Palisades Drive.
Actor and comedian Steve Guttenberg, who lives in the neighborhood, ran through the jumble of cars and trucks, trying to move as many as he could to open the roadway, eventually putting out a plea with KTLA.
Leave the keys in the car so that we can move your car so that these fire trucks can get up Palisades Drive. What's happening is people take their keys with them as if they're in a parking lot.
That impromptu parking lot resembled a wrecking yard by the time Dozer 5 finished its work, but first responders did get through. But no telling how much destruction was caused to people's homes by the delay. We've been asked what kind of recourse these drivers and car owners might have. Will insurance pay for this type of damage? We don't know at this point, but the overriding idea here is don't leave your vehicle in the middle of the road. If you have to get out, as Steve mentioned there a moment ago, leave the keys in the car and pull over to the curb, go up over the curb onto the side of the road, and always leave room for those trucks to get by. Courtney?
We'll have to follow up and see what happens in that situation. There's going to be a ton of devastation in Pacific Palisades, and with 30,000 residents there evacuated and nearly 3,000 acres burned so far, probably more at this point. So many people are experiencing anxiety overnight on what they will return to in the morning. Earlier tonight, I spoke to one man who had to evacuate his business and fears it might be gone.
It was a matter of 10 minutes up the hill and another 10 minutes down the hill that fire had jumped from the highlands over Palisades Drive and was on the hill that my transitional living houses are at startup recovery.
Greg Champion raced up Paseo Miramar to quickly evacuate his staff and sober living patients. But when he tried to return to get a dog at one of the homes,
Could only get 2/3 up, hopped out of the car, began running, and we got 100 yards away from the house before the fire department literally grabbed us and said, if you go any further, you're going to die.
But that one is just a total loss. This is so heartbreaking.
while he doesn't have official confirmation that 2 of his transitional houses burned down, he believes they're likely among these homes burning on the street.
I live in the Palisades. My kids go to school in the Palisades, and my place of business is in the Palisades. And in no short moment, I basically saw much of my life go up in flames.
Greg says all 3 schools where his children go were on fire at some point. He's evacuated with his family now and is anxiously awaiting the daylight hours and official confirmation on the status. But with 30 years of sobriety under his belt, he knows he can get through this difficult time and has already had so much outreach from the local recovery community.
We will rebuild. We will startup will keep going, and we will keep doing great work in the recovery community. I will promise you that.
All right, let's talk about the school closures for tomorrow that you want to be aware of. Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District is closed, as well as Arcadia, Glendale, Burbank, Pasadena, South Pasadena, Azusa, Temple City, Monrovia Unified School Districts. We've had more schools added to the list in just the last hour.
Yeah, no doubt that'll keep growing in the overnight hours. In Los Angeles, the Unified School District, the following schools are closed here as well tomorrow. Canyon Charter Elementary School, Marquez Charter Elementary School, Palisades Charter Elementary, Paul Revere Charter Middle School, Topanga Elementary, Kenter Canyon Charter Elementary. Los Angeles Unified officials say that they will continue to monitor the situation right along with the rest of us, and if necessary, they'll prepare for the possibility of online learning on Thursday. A decision on that will be announced sometime tomorrow. We're hearing right around 4 o'clock.
Yeah, ever since COVID, they're not going back. They know they can get those kids, since they all have their iPads, online if need be. Hopefully, though, not too many schools are destroyed. We know several have burned down, though. Carlos Salcedo, he has been out in Pacific Palisades for us all evening long, covering the Palisades fire. Any new information for us, Carlos?
Hey,
Courtney. Well, as you know, it's been a long night for all of us here working the assignment desk, from people behind the camera to you guys as well there in the studio. But you can only imagine how hard, how difficult it's been for these fire crews who have been here for more than 12 hours fighting these fires. I just spoke with a gentleman, a firefighter from Glendale. He did not want to go on camera, but he was visibly distraught, visibly upset as far as what he saw, what he witnessed today. He said on one block alone, half the homes were wiped out, and that went for a similar situation for just other areas on where he was assigned. So he was visibly emotional, but again, he just did not want to talk on camera. We are seeing fire crews out here. This is a staging area at Ginger Roger Beach. They're refueling at the moment, you know, but just the look in their eyes, of course, they're distraught, they're exhausted. They've been out here all day. They're going to be out here all night. And it's just a reminder of the work, the tireless work that these firefighters are doing. Again, there's a line of vehicles here, a line of fire engines that are waiting to refuel at the moment. So it just seems like they're finally getting a break here from the countless hours that they spent here at the Pacific Palisades fire. We were up there earlier, we were close to the flames, and we saw the intensity. We felt the intensity of the heat there. The embers, of course, another issue as they were just flying all over. My photographer and I had to kind of dodge the embers as they came at us. The wicked winds, another factor there. Some of us could barely stand, withhold our balance as the winds just kept coming, the gusts of strong winds. So just a lot that we witnessed today, Rick and Court. And you know, the night is not over. We're going to be out here until the early morning hours. But yeah, this is just a slight little break that, again, these fire crews from all over Southern California, from Glendale, from Long Beach that we saw up there fighting the flames, are coming down here to catch a little bit of a breath, and then they're going to head back up, as we will as well. Rick and Court.
Carlos, when you talk to the firefighters out there, and I know you've been in various neighborhoods, do you get a sense that they're just disappointed that they have not been able to do as much?
I think they're overwhelmed. They said they've never seen anything like this. The firefighter from Glendale, he showed me just pictures, some images that he was able to capture while fighting these fires, and he's like, I've never seen anything like this. And you know, he's been with the department for a long time, but again, his eyes got very watery, very emotional, just seeing the devastation, seeing the destruction, and from what we saw up there, again, it was home after home, so many businesses wiped out, foundations completely ruined, so much rubble, so much debris. And you know, it's dark right now. We're going to get a better indication during the daybreak as far as just how widespread this was. But as you know, it is still young. The night is still young, and we're still going to wait to get a better assessment as far as the destruction.
Yeah, I'm guessing when your job is to save the homes and the buildings and you can't, it's got to be a huge disappointment.
And Carlos, thank you for all your hard work out there. We can tell it's been draining on you. But we have both said, Rick and I tonight, and all of the reporters, that we've never seen anything like this. And most of what people are seeing is in the nighttime hours. It remains to be seen how bad things will be
about 3 or 4 hours from now.
In the daylight. Who knows when people will even be able to return back to their homes. Of course, we want them to be out of danger, but this is really shaping up to, I believe this will be like the financial impact of these fires, because it's not just the Palisades, but that is such expensive real estate, homes, businesses in that area, and in Malibu. It's just devastating, and thankfully no lives have been lost at this point. Everything else can hopefully be rebuilt, and we know the communities, after fires like this, really you see the local residents stepping up to help people who have lost everything, and for weeks from now we will be covering all of those stories.
And you mentioned the cost. The governor earlier today declared a state of emergency, said he was in contact with the White House. Obviously the president is here in Southern California, and said that they would be pitching in as much as they could to help reimburse the cost of fighting this fire. So at least a little bit of good news on the side of that. We want to go back to the Altadena area. John Finolio has been out there for a number of hours tonight. Every time we go to him, though, it just seems like something else is burning in the background. John, bring us up to date on what's happening there.
Rick and Court, the latest news right now is that the Eaton fire here in Altadena has scorched some 1,000 acres, but we expect that number to grow dramatically as the Santa Ana winds continue to fan these flames, flames that are just burning unchecked at this hour. Right now, the building you see burning here is the Pasadena Jewish Temple and Center. This entire complex houses this facility. And right now you can see that it is totally engulfed by flames, just like so many other homes and structures we have seen throughout this foothill community that have burned tonight from this wind-driven, fast-moving wildfire. As we've mentioned, that this was a wildfire that broke out just after 6:30 tonight, was about 10 acres, and within a matter of minutes exploded in size, grew to 200 acres very quickly, then 600 acres, and by last count, 1,000 acres. Very, very dangerous situation. The evacuation zone for Altadena is basically Lake Avenue on the west to the Eaton Canyon Golf Course to the east and Washington Boulevard to the south. An evacuation center has been established at the Pasadena Convention Center, 300 East Green Street. Again, that evacuation center, 300 East Green Street. It is the Pasadena Convention Center. Just a very, very volatile situation out here as hundreds and hundreds of people have been forced to flee their homes. We can tell you that Pasadena and Arcadia Unified School Districts are closed tomorrow as a result of this very destructive wildfire. And we can also tell you that we are still anticipating more severe Santa Ana winds tonight. Just to give you a perspective, an idea of just how dangerous and how fast moving these flames have been, the National Weather Service recorded a wind gust of 99 miles per hour up in the San Gabriel Mountains just north of Pasadena. And we have certainly seen the effects of these dangerous winds. And right now I'm speaking with a young man who knows this facility, the Pasadena Jewish Temple and Center. His name is Alex Fernandez. Alex, talk to me for just a minute about what's going through your mind. You see this place going up in flames. What are you thinking?
Oh man, it's hard to comprehend. I feel numb. I feel like wow.
Wow. Stand like this so that
okay.
if that fire comes at you, it'll hit the back of the skull.
Apocalyptic. Yeah, what do they say? Apocalyptic or something?
Apocalyptic.
Wow, totally. Yeah. They were kind to me. This place right here. When I wasn't doing good back in the days, they housed me here for 6 months and got me to think straight. Think about positive about myself. And now it's hard to be positive right now. But when I see this, real hard, man. I mean,
you know people here.
Yes. I knew people, and I just know everybody here was. They welcomed you if you're Mexican, Black, Filipino. They
sounds like you're saying they did a lot of good for a lot of people.
Yeah, they did totally. They did, and it's a numbing effect. It's hard to. I'm just looking at it, and I'm just sad, real sad right now.
Alex, you've been throughout this neighborhood. So have we throughout this community tonight, seeing so much of this destruction. We all fear that when the sun rises tomorrow, the scope of this damage is going to be much bigger than what we can see in the darkness. Do you worry about that too?
Oh, really? You took the words out of my mind. Believe me. Across the street, I don't think it's going to be here come morning. I hope not. But this is devastating. Devastating. I mean, it's not going to be here no more. I mean, where are the people going to, celebrate? And come here in peace. But yeah, like I said, I'm real numb.
Yeah, very sad. Well, listen, I know a lot of other people probably feel the same way. So thanks for talking to us.
Thanks for talking to me,
thank you, and stay safe tonight. Okay.
Yeah, good. Yeah, Alex Fernandez from Eagle Rock.
Okay. All right, Alex. We appreciate your time. All right. Well, you heard it right there.
Awesome, man.
He said he hopes that, you know, we're not going to lose other structures like this. He hopes that the homes across the street here on Altadena Drive will still be standing in the morning, but these ferocious winds continue to fan the flames here. The Eaton fire burning virtually untracked despite valiant efforts by LA County fire crews and other fire agencies here in the area trying to put this fire out, jumping from hotspot to hotspot. But as they get to some of these buildings, realizing that some are a total loss, they move on to the next property, next structure, next home that they think they can save, and this cycle just repeats itself over and over again. That's the latest here in Altadena. I'm John Fenolio. Court Rick, sending it back to you.
Yeah, John, we're seeing that in a number of different communities today. Not too far from where John is, Jennifer McGraw, I think, is still there in the Altadena area, and she had Jen, you had two of the more poignant pictures that we've seen tonight. The one where the senior citizens were being evacuated, and then the empty hospital beds at the curbside as the hospital or the senior facility burned to the ground.
Yeah, as you said, just a haunting visual to see there. And just, this is beyond comprehension. Ken and I went north on Altadena, and we went to Porter and Altadena, where they have all the 90210 bungalows. Driving through there was an absolute inferno. What you see behind me is absolutely what we were seeing. Dozens of homes on fire, and it is blowing to the west, and it is blowing fierce, and I fear what this is going to look like in the morning. I can't comprehend, I can't imagine, and I am so saddened for this community from Sierra Madre, Pasadena, Altadena. This is absolutely getting just ravaged. Come with me, Michael. You know, some people have chosen to stay behind, and when they say get out, they mean get out. But Michael said, you know, my family has evacuated, and I'm just going to stay until it's time to go. Michael, let's back up here a little bit. Talk to me about how you're feeling tonight. This is just across the street from your home.
It's unreal to see the entire neighborhood go up into flames. I mean, I feel bad for all the animals left behind, all the people that had to evacuate. Number one priority is safety. And I just want to advise everyone at this moment in time, it's full-fledged. Everything's on fire, as you see, and safety's number one. So do what you can, stay indoors, stay away, and take care of your pets. Make sure your pets are inside, or if you can, do whatever you can in order to maintain safety.
How does it feel? Emotional?
It's heartbreaking. I mean, I'm born and raised in this city, and to see my entire city go into flames, it's definitely heartbreaking.
It's almost as if it's just so tragic and so awful, and just it's an apocalypse. And the problem is these firefighters can't keep up with these winds.
They can't. I mean, there's only so much manpower. I know a lot of different agencies are doing their best to try to maintain and get to it, but there's just so much. It's never ending. It's like this is the end, you know?
It really feels that way.
Yeah, and I'm not talking about the movie either.
Right.
Yeah, like it's amazing.
We even saw a peacock, which peacocks are a part of our community, and he was limping and walking away, and it was just so sad to see just another injury, just another problem.
There's too many to count at this point. I mean, we don't know until the numbers really show up, but I mean, looking at it at this very moment, it's not looking very promising, to say the least. But we got a lot of agencies jumping in. I know the sheriffs are involved, Pasadena PD, Sierra Madre PD.
Governor Newsom announcing 1,400 firefighters heading our way.
I'm glad to hear that. We need all the power we could get.
The morning, we'll really see a transformation. Hopefully, when these winds die down, we can get air attack, and we can have the super scoopers, and we can have helicopters out here, and that's where we can really take action.
I agree. Whatever, it's all hands on deck at this point. Everything helps. Everything helps.
How's your family doing?
They're out in Studio City. They're okay. I mean, they're a little shooken up, but at this point, they're evacuated. They're safe. But I just decided to stay behind just in case someone needs help, or, you know.
How fast did this fire come? It was up on the hill. I don't know if you can see, Ken. with the fire truck in front of us, but it started up on the hill. How quickly did it come down to here?
I would say less than 2 hours. 90 minutes tops. 90 minutes tops.
And we're miles away from there.
Yeah, I mean, I was up at Mount Wilson the other day. That's about, I want to say, approximately 15 miles north. But with the speeds reaching 60, 80 miles per hour, it's traveling very fast.
Yeah, and we go hiking up there in Henninger Flats, and I was hearing 77 miles per hour.
Right.
And even down here, we're feeling these massive gusts.
It's unreal. Santa Ana has been around for decades. I mean, I'm 37 years old. I've seen a lot of Santa Ana winds pass through, but nothing like this.
When are you going to go?
Until everything's out. We're not leaving. Yeah.
Well, God bless you.
Thank you.
And your
Thank
family.
You for your
Thank you.
services. Thank you.
Again, this is just one story of so many. I cannot believe what I just witnessed going up into Altadena near Porter. It just was an unbelievable sight. And what you're seeing now is what it looked like down every single street. And we saw power lines, another reason why we turned around. And we actually didn't see any fire trucks. So as much as they're trying to make their way up into these communities, they're literally just chasing fire that's just going to keep burning. Guys, back to you.
Well, Jen, this is the first time we've talked about all of the wildlife that is going to be impacted. I mean, I know that's not as big of a priority as people and their structures, of course, but you mentioned the peacocks and just how many different creatures out there and animals will be killed and probably venture into the communities now because they've been forced out of the wilderness. Are you primarily in a heavily dense populated area, or are you near, I guess the hills are pretty spacious?
Take a look. These homes are one after another. I mean, this is a dense neighborhood. And up in where we were, these are massive homes right next door to other massive homes. And we're talking giant trees, lots of shrubbery, lots of things burning, and everything was on fire. All the trees, and you look in the distance and I couldn't see. And you know what my big fear is that it's heading towards Sierra Madre and they're not going to be able to stop it. And it's just unbelievable. I can't comprehend what is going on right now. It is so very sad.
Jen, before you go, Kirk Hawkins was wondering what street you're on.
So I'm on Altadena. So Altadena goes all the way down to the 210, and it goes up and it wraps around to those 90210 bungalows that I was telling you about.
Okay, we'll pass that on to Kirk Hawkins. Jen, thank you so much. We'll try to talk to you again in the next hour. We appreciate it. Okay.
Okay, we want to go back to the Palisades fire. We have 3 reporters in Pacific Palisades covering that fire, and Mary Beth McDade still at the command center for us. And MB, I'm wondering if you're hearing anything about water running out in Pacific Palisades, because there are some reports that some of the fire hydrants are dry. Have any of the firefighters been discussing that?
Gord, I have not heard that, to be honest with you. We'll have to see if we can get in touch with one of the PIOs to find out. I know they're in the process of kind of getting all their ducks in the row and plan to have a press conference. They have now shifted that 8 a.m. press conference. They're now going to be doing it somewhere downtown. They intend to have some more information out about that. And, you know, I can only imagine what the numbers are going to be tomorrow when the sun shines again and we get a more clear picture of just how many homes have been destroyed up here because of this absolute intense, life-threatening wind event, something many firefighters say that they have never seen in their long careers. I mean, as we've been out here, we've just been watching as these winds, they have just fueled the Palisades fire. I mean, it has just roared from hillside to hillside. The one we're in front of now, there used to be homes up there at the top. We used to see 3 dotted with lights. And then as throughout the hours that we've been here, well, those homes, they are no longer there. And then to the north of me, about a half mile up the road, you have 2 mobile home parks. And we spoke with one witness, this gentleman named John, and he'd been up there shooting some video. And he says that he saw at least 15 mobile homes go up in flames. We also spoke with one man who has a mobile home there, and he came down here to evacuate once he saw the palm trees around his home start going up in flames, and he fears that he no longer has a mobile home to go back to. So unfortunately, there's going to be many of these stories. I mean, at this point, you have about 30,000 residents that have been evacuated, and our prayers go out to them, our thoughts, our hopes that when they do get to return to their homes once it's safe, that hopefully that they do have a home to go to. Now, at last check, the press conference we got earlier today at 3:30, it was nearing 3,000 acres, this fire, but I can't even imagine what it is now. What are we, 10 hours later? I mean, it's just got to be a massive amount of acreage at this point. Of course, we'll find out more about that hopefully tomorrow morning at that 8 a.m. presser. They haven't been able to fly, and that's how they assess all the acreage, but the wind event has just been too fierce. They couldn't fly to assess the acreage, and they have obviously not been able to fly to help put out this fire, which is really, hurting firefighters. You have such steep terrain. There's no way that they can get up there in that steep terrain. So hopefully these winds will start to diminish as the sunrise comes up and they can start getting that aerial support up there to really start putting out this fire. Now, there have been a couple injuries. We know of a 25-year-old female firefighter. She suffered a severe head injury. She was transported to the hospital. And then also there were some people, they had suffered burns. They actually walked down the mountain, and first responders, they came across those people at Duke's and started treating those people. And so hopefully they're okay. I'm sure we'll find out more tomorrow at that 8 a.m. press conference. Again, at this point, they're planning to hold that somewhere downtown. They're going to be sending out a release to the media to let us all know exactly where it's going to be tomorrow so we can get some updated details. All right, that's going to do it for me here up in Will Rogers State Beach. Mary Beth McDade will send it back to you guys.
Yeah, MB, before you go, we understand that hundreds of firefighters coming in from out of town, possibly some from out of state. Are you seeing any engines that are coming by that are from faraway places that might be kind of like the cavalry coming into town?
Yeah, usually I do at many of the fires. When I was up here for the Malibu fire not too long ago, and up in Camarillo not long before that. But no, actually, the firefighters that I'm seeing here, they have been all Los Angeles city fire departments. I haven't seen any from other cities. I mean, I know they're out there because, we've been talking. We know this is a unified command. You've got Cal State Fire down here, or rather Cal Fire down here. You've got LA County Fire, LAPD, LA City Fire, and then, yes, a lot of other of these neighboring communities up and down, actually, the state have come down here to help, similar to when, they get a fire in Northern California, something like that. We send a lot of resources up there. So it's just part of the way it goes here in California. We all work together and try to help each other out. And then, of course, it's been pretty difficult, as you guys have been reporting on those other fires. So a lot to do with on our hands tonight with this unbelievable wind event.
Yeah, they are spread thin. MB, we thank you again. Try to talk to you in the next hour. Thank you.
Got it.
It really is just incredible what we are witnessing in Southern California right now. 4 major fires happening. We can only hope that it stays at that because we cover such a vast amount of territory in the Southland. Looking over at Kirk Hawkins, he is monitoring all the winds, the power outages, and other details for us.
Yeah, no, and you're right, Courtney. The emotional toll this has. I mean, hearing from Jen McGraw just about how sad it was and how moving, this was for her. We're going to continue to hear stories like that in that perspective throughout the morning as well. We have some new information from the National Weather Service, and this is really just some recorded observations on just how strong the winds have been so far. I haven't had a chance to put them all in graphic form for you yet, but I'll kind of run down a few that seemed fairly noteworthy to share. So Deer Creek Canyon in the Santa Monica Mountains areas saw 80 mile per hour winds. Latigo Canyon Road in Malibu, 56 miles per hour. The Magic Mountain Truck Trail, if you're familiar, that's off Highway 14. We're kind of bouncing around a little bit. 86 mile per hour winds recorded there. Acton, 50 mile per hour winds. The Van Nuys Airport, 67 mile per hour gusts. 36 in Woodland Hills, Leona Valley, 52. Ventura County, Las Posas Hills, 60 mile per hour winds. Camarillo, 40. Point Mugu, 49 mile per hour winds. Porter Ranch, which always has a fairly strong wind activity, 49 mile per hour winds. Malibu Creek State Park, 66 mile per hour winds. And Eaton Canyon, where we have one of our wildfires continuing to burn, 70 mile per hour winds recorded. And so all of that, the backdrop, as we continue to see some of the winds expected to strengthen throughout the morning, and we're not really out of the woods yet. We're looking for another day of really strong, really devastating winds in the forecast. Just a quick look at the max Doppler, and you can see that there are some isolated areas of shower activity. That storm system that brought us the rain working its way out of the region, unfortunately not giving us much in the way of relief. Current conditions, it's a very cool start to the morning. 58 in Van Nuys, 61 Long Beach. We look at areas like Palmdale, 45, 28 in Big Bear. There were some areas that we thought we might be close to frost and freeze warning potential in some Antelope Valley locations, but that definitely is not the case. So I'll step out of the way. We've got high wind warnings and wind advisories. Now the areas impacted by the high wind warnings, we're talking 30 to 45 mile per hour winds with gusts between 60 and 80 miles per hour. The high wind warnings are the areas that are shaded in the darker colors here. That is expected to continue until 6 o'clock today. We've got wind advisories. The wind advisories are the lighter colored areas. That's where we could see winds today between 30 and 40 miles per hour. The wind gusts upwards of about 65 miles per hour. In some cases, those wind advisories will last until 2 o'clock. You can see we're talking about Santa Barbara, Ventura County, areas of the Inland Empire, Apple Valley, Victorville, the high desert, the low desert as well. So those wind advisories expected to continue until 2 o'clock or 6 o'clock, depending on where we are. Then we've got Santa Barbara County and Ventura County. Those winds, 25 to 35 miles per hour, 50 miles per hour winds, wind gusts possible until 6 o'clock in Santa Barbara and Ventura County. All of those areas have been reporting significant wind gusts as well. We were mentioning upwards of 50, 60, even 70 mile per hour at various weather stations throughout Santa Barbara and Ventura County. So, there's been a lot of word of these evacuation orders, and it's really important to be prepared to evacuate if you're in any of these locations. A lot of the wind-prone areas have been experiencing winds, but there's a lot of areas that don't normally experience wind that are going to continue to feel the impact of this devastating storm. We've got a red flag warning that continues until 4 o'clock, and I'll have more on that coming up. For now, though, back to you.
All right, Kirk, we thank you for that. We'll talk to you a bit later on in the hour.
We're going to go out to Sandra Mitchell now. She's also in the Palisades area. Last we saw her, she was in Drive 5 going up and down PCH. Are you still in that same spot, Sandy?
We are on PCH. We have moved a little bit south now. I'll step out of the way, let you see the hillsides on fire. This is sort of the story we've been seeing all night along PCH. Those huge 30 to 40 foot flames just consuming the dry hillsides. Just a few moments ago, Courtney, we were in one of the neighborhoods near Palisades Village, and I want to show you that video from what we've seen, just utter destruction of so many homes. We were along Pampas Ricas, the street name, and Chautauqua. Those two streets really being affected by the fire right now. The fire just sweeping through and jumping from one house to the next. We saw homes that were untouched. The house next door or down the street would be burning. We'd go around the corner, come back one more time, and then those houses would be on fire as well. It is just so heartbreaking. Again, that is Pampas Ricas. We have seen homes destroyed in that area, and also along Chautauqua, not far from Palisades Village. We checked on the village a little while ago, the shopping center there, and it did not appear that any of the structures inside the village were burned, but there was a lot of brush and debris burning around that area. Some of the signs were going up in flames. You can see right now, I'm not sure if you could see it, but there are embers just showering down on us, and that is the big concern right now, because the flames are just spreading these embers and more buildings are catching fire. It's just been really heartbreaking to witness what we have seen tonight. The wind conditions can only be described as tornadic. Earlier tonight, it really was just a firestorm. And there was metal, debris, ash flying through the air. We've driven through some of the neighborhoods where trees are down. We saw a utility pole down. It is just hard to describe the destruction. And of course, behind every one of these buildings, there is a story of someone's life, someone's dedication to building a business. And we have seen so much loss tonight. It is hard to imagine what tomorrow will bring, but I can tell you that Pacific Palisades will not look the same as it did when people evacuated earlier today. So again, the two areas of the most destruction we have seen is Chautauqua and then also Pampas Ricas, a lot of homes lost in those areas. And one of the things to note about this is that these are not areas that back up to hillsides. These are not strictly like wilderness areas or ranch properties. These are homes with concrete sidewalks and driveways and just what I would call normal Southern California neighborhoods with really no heavy brush around them. It's just hard to imagine what we have witnessed tonight. Courtney and Rick, back to you guys.
Sadly, Sandra, I think tomorrow morning there are going to be hundreds, if not thousands, of sad stories spread all around Southern California because of the winds and the fires and the loss of electricity. It's going to be just a horrible sight in the morning.
And we want to get out now to Jennifer McGraw, who's been covering the fire. And seeing what we're seeing in the nighttime hours, we can't really tell. And I'm fearful of what most people in Southern California are going to wake up to tomorrow, and especially the community of Altadena. I think with your live shots tonight, Jen, we've seen you and John. It seems to be the most amount of homes burning consecutively.
Court, it's hard. I can't even put words into how hard it is. I have Captain Singleton with me today. We talked earlier about that home's a loss, so the next thing is to protect this home here. So just watching it closely, trying to save a family's home?
That's correct. We have a lot of structures that have been lost, unfortunately, but we've also been able to save a lot of structures as well. This one we're just trying to keep in check and keep it cool, keep the eaves cool, keep embers from getting into the attic vents, that kind of thing. But when you have winds such as this, they're just brutal. The gusts are very intense, and they're carrying fire from house to house. So we're doing the very best we can, saving as many structures as we possibly can.
You have fought many fires, no doubt. Talk to me about what makes this unique.
Well, again, it's the weather. We have a extremely intense wind-driven fire that is ripping through structures one after another, and so what we do is we do the best we can to control the exposures and defend the houses that we can, and even some that may be partially involved, we might be able to save at least a good portion of the structure. But it's basically triaging the structures through here. The winds are so intense, they're just ripping through here pretty good.
When this happened, why didn't they send more troops?
Well, this isn't the only fire currently that we have going, and we actually have we have a lot of folks on this fire currently. But again, it's taking so much of this area that we can only cover so much area with the intensity of this weather. But we have a lot of our folks here in this area, and we have a couple other fires that have started as well that we have some of our units on as well.
Captain Singleton, we talked earlier, there's trouble finding water?
Well, in this particular community, there's a little bit of an issue getting hydrants. Hydrants aren't as commonly spaced out like they are in other communities, so we're having a little bit of an issue with that. Some of these communities, these private communities, have custom builds, that sort of thing. They're not typical cookie cutter neighborhoods where there's a hydrant every so much feet. So we're having a lot of issues with that, a lot of long driveways that are spaced out with no hydrants. And so that's been a frustration through the night so far.
It is 2 o'clock. How are you feeling about the next couple of hours?
Well, we're gonna work as hard as we can through the night and save as many structures as we can. We're doing the best that we can regarding this intense weather pattern.
What can you tell folks at home who are terrified right now?
Well, I just had to tell a family to evacuate. They had houses on both sides that were lost. So, let us do our job. We understand the reasons for folks to try to stay and defend their homes. But in a situation like this in Altadena, if you've got structures that are being lost in your neighborhood, it's time to evacuate.
How hard was that for them to hear and leave?
Very difficult, very.
Fighting these fires, I imagine it weighs on you as it does even reporting on it.
Well, it's a lot of work, and we certainly hate to see all the losses that are happening. Like I said, we have a lot of victories as well, but it's tough to see all the structures that have been lost in this.
Talk to me about in the morning having air resources. Are we going to have that, and will that help really change things around?
This morning here coming up after.
It is this morning, yes.
Well, yeah. No, we have a huge amount of strike teams. We have many engines on this incident, including we have other resources, Type 3 engines as well, and we're just waiting for this wind to shift. As soon as this weather pattern will shift for us, it'll certainly help this firefight. But we have as many people that we can possibly have on this currently, I assure you that.
How are your crews doing? Any injuries?
That I'm not aware of. I'm not aware of any injuries. I know we've got some tired folks out there, but we put it aside and we go to work. But I haven't heard of any injuries so far.
Thank you, Captain Singleton, for all that you do, and the guys and the women out there. It's just incredible. Incredible what you guys do. Thank you.
All right. Welcome.
And that must be so hard to, it's hard to watch these homes burn down, but to have to tell a family, hey, you need to go, this is dangerous, and then to know that their home may possibly burn down, because when you look around, I don't know if you can show all the trees, there is so much to burn up here. And when you have these embers that are several inches and sometimes even a foot long flying across the sky, going into a palm tree, onto a roof, and that's what we're seeing so often, and what we're seeing just to the north. But we did, since our last live hit, we did see about 15 fire trucks heading that way. Hopefully they get water, and hopefully they get a handle on an upper hand of someone. Rick Court.
All right, Jennifer McGraw, thank you so much for that. A lot of people have been commenting about the fact that they haven't seen the helicopters and they haven't seen the planes.
Yes.
And obviously the winds are a big factor in that. As the night fell down, it's hard for them to fly in and around the hills because of the danger there, unless they have some night vision capabilities. And then the president's in town, so there have been some no-fly zones as well. So when you couple all of that together, it has really hindered the ability to strike this fire.
And if the winds are too intense, then the choppers won't be able to throw the FOSS check where they want it to go. It will just dissipate, and then it's moot.
Yeah, the water
and
as
that's
well.
Also why they're having trouble getting an acreage estimate, because usually those numbers come more often, and to not even have a press conference from officials this evening was sort of strange. The next one is 8 a.m. and we're assuming the numbers for everything with structures and acreage are just going to be staggering. Yeah.
We just talked to Jennifer McGraw a moment ago. John Finolio is not too far from her location. He has been out there for a number of hours, and every time we went to him, he was in a different part of the neighborhood, and it too was on fire. Is that continuing to be the case out there, John?
Rick and Court, that is still the case here in Altadena. We're on the 1400 block of North Altadena Drive. You look up the street here and you can see the crush of fire engines and other fire apparatus. If we pan the camera over to the right just a little bit, you can see that trees are on fire throughout this neighborhood here in Altadena. And if we spin the camera 180 degrees, we're going to give you a shot of an active firefight right here. This is the Pasadena Jewish Temple and Center. And when we last spoke with you, there were no fire trucks here in the parking lot, but now you can see they're trying to get water on these flames as the Santa Ana wind continues to fuel this very, very destructive fire. This, of course, has just been a devastating day for so many people in Southern California, not the least of which are those affected here by the Eaton fire, which broke out just after 6:30 just after 6:30 this evening. Just a small brush fire at 10 acres, but then the severe Santa Ana wind gusts really whipped up the flames, and within a matter of minutes it was hundreds of acres, and by last count 1,000 acres here in Altadena. We can tell you that the evacuation zone, as we've been reporting here all night long, stretches from Lake Avenue on the west to the Eaton Canyon Golf Course on the east and Washington Boulevard to the south. And the reason we keep repeating that is because we want people to know that if they are still in this area, still in that particular area, they need to get out as quickly as possible, quickly and safely as possible. This is a very life-threatening situation. Evacuation center has been set up at the Pasadena Convention Center. That's located at 300 East Green Street. We also know that Pasadena and Arcadia Unified School Districts will be closed tomorrow as a result of the Eaton fire. Again, 1,000 acres scorched so far. Right now, 0% containment. And in terms of just how many acres have been scorched, we expect that number to rise considerably once firefighters are able to get their hands around this blaze and get a better idea of what they're dealing with here. But just a massive inferno tearing through neighborhoods right now, tearing through Altadena. We mentioned last report that the National Weather Service reported a wind gust of 99 miles per hour up in the San Gabriel Mountains north of Pasadena. That's just incredible wind speeds, and it gives you an idea of how these flames are able to spread so quickly. Again, 1,000 acres. It's unclear how many homes and structures have been destroyed. Right now, fire officials say there have been no injuries reported. That's the latest from the scene here in Altadena. I'm John Fenolio, sending it back to you.
Yeah, John, the fact that nobody's been injured is almost unbelievable at this point. And just listening to John's shot, that noise, and then seeing the embers, and it's just kind of a relentless shot that we have seen hour after hour throughout the whole night.
Yeah, and that's, of course, the big concern, that the winds will carry those embers onto other homes that get up in the eaves under the roofs. We are going to go back to the Palisades fire. Carlos Salcedo, last time we saw him was on PCH. It looks like he's at one of the command centers still. Hi, Carlos.
A lot of trucks in the background.
Hey, Rick and Cord. Yeah, as you know, it's been a long day, a long night for these fire crews. Now going into the next day, early morning hours. So we are seeing fire crews catch a bit of a break out here. We are at Ginger Roger Beach. Take a look here. There's a line of fire engines, fire trucks from all over. Most of them from LA City Fire, a few LA County fire trucks, but we're also seeing fire engines from Long Beach, from Glendale, as well as California OES. That's the Office of Emergency Services. Again, Governor Gavin Newsom was out here earlier just talking about the firefighting efforts. But yes, this is a line of vehicles waiting to refuel, but they are catching a bit of a break. We're seeing some firefighters just sitting there, you know, getting a little bit of a nap there as they are then going to be heading back to the front lines of the flames. Now, I do want to pan over to the flare-up currently that we're seeing, that you guys probably saw moments ago, where Sandra Mitchell was a lot closer. We were in Pacific Palisades, the village, earlier a few hours ago, and let me just tell you, it was an inferno. Everything that we saw out there in terms of what was burning, so many structures, homes, home after home on a block, businesses as well going up in flames, schools. the charter schools there, the elementary school, as well as the high school. Now, no firefighters want to talk to me live on camera. I did speak with a firefighter from Glendale, and you could just tell in his face just the exhaustion, the emotion. It's been an emotional day for all of us, but especially for these firefighters. You know, their job is to save homes, and just to see that they're not able to do that, or just to see how these flames are consuming so many of these properties, it's heavy on them, the toll, the weight that they have to deal with. And one firefighter just getting very emotional, telling me, showing me pictures, showing me videos that he got, saying that on one block just half the homes were wiped out. And that was the case, that was a scenario for much of the area. Yeah, and we got close to some of the flames. My photographer, Jeff Armstrong, were at a certain point, we just had to get out of there. We were just inhaling a lot of the smoke, a lot of the debris in the air. Even though we have, the eye gear, proper eye gear, it's still getting into our eyes. Our eyes are very watery at the moment. So just a lot going on, very overwhelming. And so you just have to give it up for the firefighters that have been here for the last 12, 15 hours or so, and they're going to be out here for overnight here to the early morning hours. Many of them coming from all over the state. So it's just pretty remarkable work that they're doing. So again, we just definitely have to give it up to the work that they're doing to keep everyone safe. Rick and Court.
Carlos, it's always great to talk to you. Can you have your photographer pan back to that fire that's up on the hill? Because we want to bring in Margaret Stewart, who is with the LA City Fire Department. Margaret, thank you so much for joining us at 2:15 on this Wednesday morning. We're about 18, almost 19 hours into this fire. What news can you tell us? Margaret, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Thank you so much for joining us at such an early hour. As I mentioned, we're almost 19 hours into this fire. Is there something new you can tell us?
We don't have an update on acreage. We won't be able to provide that until the aerial survey can be conducted in daylight hours. We just can't increase that estimate at night. We do have injuries to both civilians and firefighters. We provided that information earlier. We don't have any new information on that. The evacuation zone remains the same. However, Santa Monica has added their portion to the zone, which you've been showing for the last few hours.
Yeah.
Compare this to other fires. I mean, we are all saying we've never seen anything like this. Is this stressing you guys out?
It's not unprecedented in terms of the size. 2017, we had the Creek Fire and the Skirball Fire happening simultaneously. Unfortunately, the location of this in the Palisades, hits a tremendous number of homes in an environment that's very difficult to combat given the extreme winds that we're experiencing.
Yeah, we're expecting the sun, Margaret, to come up in the next 4 to 5 hours maybe. Are you optimistic at all about getting air assets onto this fire?
They are monitoring the weather constantly. They would be up if the winds allowed. So as soon as they have a window, they will be up and flying. Our helicopters can fly at night and conduct drops. It's only the wind that's preventing it right now.
Do you still have a steady source of supply of water? Because there were some reports that the fire hydrants had been drained dry in the Palisades. Are you hearing anything about that?
We've heard those reports, but I don't have any detailed information to provide on that.
How about manpower, Margaret? We understood that there were hundreds of firefighters coming in from out of the area. Is that in fact the case, and when do you anticipate these folks to start arriving?
So CAL FIRE, the state fire agency, is the one coordinating that, handles bringing resources in. So they are. I don't have those numbers. CAL FIRE will be taking over management of the Palisades fire at 8 a.m. tomorrow. and they'll be able to provide us with the full list of those resources.
And we also know that you've got 2 other fires that people are focused on over in Sun Valley and in Sylmar. How big of a drain is that putting on your ability to fight 4 fires at the same time?
Well, the larger fire, the Hearst fire up in Sylmar, we have resources there, and the Palisades fire, and we're still servicing the city of LA. So we are bringing in firefighters that were off duty or reporting in to continue staffing up our resources. And then fortunately, we have our robust mutual aid system where neighboring agencies respond immediately when assistance is needed, just as we do for them.
Margaret, what is the situation in Malibu? We haven't had crews up there, so we're not clear, but just from our own sources of people, there are homes burning down and many threatened. It's like an inferno. Are you getting any information on what's happening in Malibu?
Not Malibu specifically. That's in the county, and they're part of our unified command, but I don't have any information on Malibu specifically.
And we know that your commanders have their hands full this morning. Are there any particular areas that you're concerned about looking into the next few hours from now? Where do you think this fire is heading?
It's heading in a southwesterly direction, driven by the winds, towards PCH. And so we have, the resources strategically placed among the communities there to defend as many homes as we possibly can.
And we had heard about Santa Monica and the evacuation orders being put in place there. Is that still one of the key locations that you're worried about tonight or this morning?
There's the potential for the fire, especially given that what we call the ember cast, that the winds can carry the embers and then spot fire, which is likely what could impact Santa Monica. So Santa Monica Fire is handling their evacuation zone.
If you could ask right now for anyone who would be listening, what are the needs, the main needs right now that your department could use help with? Do you need more resources from out of state, more, just let us know.
No, the main thing that we need is for all residents to abide by the evacuation orders, to get out and stay out, and be prepared if they're in the areas neighboring the evacuation. Have a go bag ready, have their vehicles in the driveway facing out, and be prepared to leave.
Have your crews, Margaret, had to rescue a number of people as we look at this aerial shot of the Palisades? Is that a problem for your firefighters out there, that they're having to rescue more people than they should?
It does create excess load. There are people that, not to any fault of their own, whether they have mobility issues, they weren't able to get out early. So we had those calls coming in. We coordinate with our law enforcement partners to go and reach those people and get them out. The individuals that opted not to evacuate and then later become trapped and aren't able to get out, that's when it really does create a life-threatening scenario for the rescuers to reach them.
Yeah, we always see the people that stay behind with the garden hose and then suddenly become overwhelmed and have to be pulled out. Hopefully that won't be the case in the coming hours, Margaret.
Yes, we agree.
All right. Margaret Stewart from LA City Fire, we thank you so much for joining us at this early hour. Best of luck throughout the rest of the day. Be safe, huh?
She sounds pretty confident, though. So that's,
which is good.
That's good.
You want the firefighters to be confident.
Yes, but of course, many people are saying that they've never seen anything like this. We've heard from firefighters say that tonight.
Pretty much across the board.
As well, and this wind event, it was supposed to be from 10 p.m. to 5 a.m., and now we're learning it could be extended until Thursday, which means the embercast that Margaret was talking about could carry embers to different locations. Kirk monitoring all of the wind speeds for us.
Yeah, well, the forecast, at least beginning this weekend, was always that beginning Tuesday afternoon, continuing to Wednesday night, we would see our most severe period of winds. And it looks like that came a little bit earlier when, you know, the fire broke out in Pacific Palisades just before 11 o'clock yesterday morning. And it still is looking like we're going to have some concerning weather throughout the day today and potentially through Thursday as well. So we're still very much in the midst of all of this, and it's really expected to continue through Thursday as well. Now, I wanted to point out, we're looking live. This is the Mount Wilson camera, and you can see the flames getting dangerously close to all of our television towers. We've been watching it over the course of the morning as those flames have continued to get even closer to our camera position. I'll step out of the way, and those flames dangerously close. You even look in the distance, and I believe in the distance there you can see the flames from Pacific Palisades, but just a very dramatic live picture from one of the cameras that we usually take, and it gives us an eye above where things are. We wanted to check current conditions when it comes to the winds, as Courtney mentioned, in Pacific Palisades. Right now we're seeing about 22 mile per hour winds. Those gusts around 38 miles per hour. Temperatures holding at about 61 degrees, and those humidity levels just continue to drop 17%. This was the latest, so we're at the 220, let's see, it's 225 in the morning. We saw this was our latest observation at about 2 o'clock. Now we've got high wind warnings, we've got wind advisories, and then we've got red flag warnings. But I wanted to update you, these are some new numbers that just came in within the last, again, 25 minutes or so from the National Weather Service. These are some of the gusts that we're clocking near the wildfires. And so at least there's some positive news here. Unfortunately, this is probably only going to be short-lived, but we're seeing some more calm winds, believe it or not, than they have been. Malibu Hills near Pacific Palisades, 54 mile per hour winds. The Eaton Canyon fire, we're seeing some gusts around 49 miles per hour as well. The Newhall Pass, 50 mile per hour winds. And then Burbank, that fire that we had overnight, there's 59 mile per hour winds. So these are just an idea of the winds that we're having. Still extremely significant winds, but it's below that 70 mile per hour threshold. So I'll step out of the way. We are all covered by this red flag warning and fire weather watch. As you can see, from Santa Paula to Santa Clarita, Riverside, Temecula, the Long Beach area. And depending on where you are, this is expected to continue until 6 o'clock for the majority of us today. Some of us on Wednesday at 4 o'clock. That's for the red flag warning. The fire weather watch will continue through Friday because we are expected again to continue to see some winds through Thursday, and then Friday we'll continue to see those winds as a factor as well. Now, taking a look at the red flag warning, here's a breakdown of what we can expect through the 4 o'clock and the 6 o'clock hour. Strongest wind gusts still between 50 and 80 miles per hour. Those relative low humidity levels continue to be in that dangerous category for firefighters, between 10 and 20% or less. And this red flag warning, as I just showed you, very widespread, all of Southern California. Now, here's a look for some comparison on the winds. San Gabriel Mountains, 86 mile per hour. The Santa Susana Mountains, 71 mile per hour winds. In the San Fernando Valley, Pacoima, 78 mile per hour winds clocked during the height of the evening. And then the Santa Monica Mountain Range, we saw some winds in the 65 mile per hour trajectory. Now, current winds, I'll step out of the way, give you a look at where, now these are just some of the sustained winds, not necessarily the wind gusts, but you can see Oxnard, Camarillo, Oxnard a little bit more windy. Van Nuys a little bit more windy than Camarillo, where it's a little bit breezy. Some windy conditions also continuing in the Inland Empire. 25 mile per hour winds in Ontario, 23 in Corona as well. And, you know, we've been talking a lot about LA County, but the Inland Empire continuing to look at widespread critical to extreme wildfire conditions, dangerous critical fire conditions. There's a couple of noteworthy wind gusts than the National Weather Service was reporting. Big Black Mountain in the Valley Center area recorded a wind gust of about 73 miles per hour. There's a weather station at Cal State San Bernardino, the wind gust there 66 miles per hour. And what we essentially have happening through portions of the Inland Empire, we'll continue to see the upper low tracking to the south. Relative humidity levels expected to drop between 10 and 15%. And the reason we're not out of the woods yet is we're looking for really low humidity levels to continue Thursday and then into Friday, single digits in some cases. So here's a look at where those humidity levels are now. Typically, firefighters really are concerned when they hit single digits, and we're getting a little bit closer to that. 10 to 20% is the trajectory. Right now, we're in that 20 to 30% for the majority of these areas. And it goes without saying, we have a significant air quality alert. It's expected to continue until 3 o'clock this afternoon. Of course, that means a mandatory wood burning ban, but of course, you're going to notice the particulates and the smoke associated with the wildfires in the air. Talking temperatures. There was the possibility we were going to see the danger of some frost and freeze warnings in some of our outlying areas. Right now, we're seeing temperatures in the 50s and 60s across Southern California, 61 in Long Beach, 62 in Santa Ana. Let's take a look at where the highs are going to go. We have a little bit of a weather temperature roller coaster when it comes to where the temperatures are. We'll continue to see some warm weather. Of course, the winds in the forecast again today, 69 in Oxnard, 73 expected as your high in Westchester, 73 in Long Beach. Long Beach hearing from a number of viewers actually about how the winds have been fairly calm there compared to the rest of Southern California so far today. 72 in Yorba Linda, 70 in Diamond Bar, 72 in Dana Point, 69 for Corona. We should see I have 57 in Victorville, 68 at Hemet. Now, let's talk about your 7-day forecast, because very important when we talk about the outlook of where this is all going to take us. So we're looking at a high of 71 degrees, partly cloudy, even windy conditions expected in your forecast. We'll continue to see some of the winds lingering on Thursday. We've got them likely continuing. And so very important public service announcements about the downed trees, the downed power lines, the power outages, hazardous driving conditions, increased traffic in some of these evacuation zones, and of course, airport delays. If you have loved ones that may be arriving on flights at LAX, you might want to check and see if those flights to LAX or to Burbank have been diverted as a result of all of this. The winds, though, still have some time for some stronger winds to develop. We've got several hours for them to strengthen as part of the forecast. We think it's still very possible. We don't really think the winds are going to diminish until later this afternoon. So you got mostly sunny and windy conditions expected on Wednesday. Today in the Inland Empire, where we'll see that high of 67. Orange County inland areas looking for a high of 73 degrees. Still very windy in areas of Orange County again throughout the day and expected to continue. We're seeing temperatures kind of above normal, as you can see, as we get in the weekend. We are looking at least another round of Santa Ana winds on Monday and Tuesday. Not nearly as strong as they have been, but that's something to keep in mind as we look to the 7-day forecast. Now, San Fernando Valley, we saw some significant winds overnight. 69 expected to be the high. Van Nuys Airport saw 67 mile per hour winds. Woodland Hills saw some 36 mile per hour wind gusts. There's areas of Ventura County that were a little bit higher, but a significant and very windy night. Of course, we're hearing from Calabasas officials, and there have been some notes about whether or not to evacuate there, and so you'll want to check, depending on where you are, about the level of preparedness that you need when it comes to evacuations. San Gabriel Valley, we've been talking about the Eaton Canyon fire, where we'll see a high of 73. And then, of course, along the coast, Pacific Palisades, Malibu, seeing some very significant winds. In fact, the latest update, Santa Monica Mountains saw some winds overnight, 80 miles per hour. Latigo Canyon Road, an area I'm familiar with, grew up there, 56 miles per hour overnight. So that's a look at your forecast right now, but a fairly dynamic situation, and it doesn't look like any relief is coming anytime soon. So we've got a very rough few hours ahead. For now, Chris, Megan, and Ginger, now back to you.
All right, Kirk, thank you. And we are taking over, of course, for the earlier crew who just left. They've been doing a great job all night. Let's go now to Jennifer McGraw. She is at the Eaton Fire in Altadena right now. And Jennifer, can you kind of show us what's going on right there? When we went to bed, we're the early crew now taking over. When we went to bed, there was 2, maybe 3 fires. Now there are 4. The Closer, the Eaton, the Hearst, and of course the Pacific Palisades fire, but now you are at the Eaton fire. Good morning.
Chris and Megan, good morning. It is incredibly disheartening to hear that the winds may stick around. These firefighters are up against it. They are battling. But this fire, and just in the last hour or so, it was raging. And it's basically hopping from home to home. And these firefighters are just chasing it. And Greenwood, if you can point over to that home over there, that home, so the fire captain told me, my goal and my guys is to save this home. We can't save every home, and by the time they got to this one next door, it was fully engulfed, and they have saved that home so far. So they have had a lot of victories today, but this wind, it is absolutely insane. It is blowing the trucks around. It is blowing us around. There are fire personnel from all over. I'm even hearing from Governor Newsom that he's sending 1,400 firefighters in, and that's absolutely what they need. And speaking with the fire captain, he tells me that they have plenty of personnel on this fire. But again, they're just this wind, they're battling this wind that is just blowing 77 miles an hour up on top of ridges. And it's blowing from, so where it started, you guys, it was at Eaton Canyon. And Eaton Canyon is like a beautiful hiking trail. And it came down fierce, and it came down into the community of Altadena, and it spread from Altadena and then is now heading west towards Sierra Madre, and it is also heading east towards those areas of Monrovia and Pasadena. There is a lot of concern and confusion. I want to get to some video. I don't know if you guys have seen it, but all I can say is these elderly people absolutely needed to get out of their living facility. They were rescued. They were rescued by the people who work there. They were rescued by their just complete strangers and volunteers who came out. There were 99 of them who were brought out, some in gurneys and beds and in wheelchairs. And it was just a harrowing moment to see them get rescued. And even Pasadena SWAT came out and loaded somebody up. And you know what? They did it in the nick of time, because we saw embers flying straight at us as the last one was being loaded up. And it is my concern tonight that their living facility may have burned to the ground. That area is very badly damaged. Nearby, there's a senior assisted facility, and I'm pretty sure that's the one. These embers. And, you know, and there's a haunting moment as well, because when we went back there, and they had all escaped and they went to the Pasadena Convention Center. Some of them actually went to the hospital and other locations. But when we got back, there were literal gurneys, empty gurneys, mattresses sprawled across the road, wheelchairs left behind. And to think that they're just a small fraction of this community that has had to get out. And there are so many foothill communities that are affected. The mountains, all the hiking trails. It is going to be an absolute nightmare. Some people are not going to have a home to come home to. Some kids aren't even going to be able to go to class. And it's not over. And that's what is just so devastating. When we drove up Altadena to Porter, apparently that's where the 90210 bungalows are. And that's where they were filmed. And it's my understanding that they've been destroyed. And that area, when we drove up there were no fire trucks there, and everything was on fire all around us. And it was just an orange sky. And at that point, it's dangerous. So we turned around and came back down here, because we always want to be near the firefighters. But just to see something like that, and to see someone's home burned to the ground, and all of their memories in just about an hour, and their neighbor's home, and their whole community. And so, you know, I know that down the way, there's even some daycares, there's a temple, McDonald's was on fire. There's going to be a lot to rebuild, and that's the other thing, that takes time, and it's going to be a long time before this community's back in order, and everybody's just praying for rain, praying for some relief away from these winds. But obviously, Kirk and all of our weather, they've just basically told us we just have to fight. And that's what the fire captain says. That is their goal. They're going to continue to fight as hard as they can. Of course, they're tired, but it's worth it. It's worth it to them. And when they save a home, that's what it means to them. And so we've had a lot of good moments today. We've had a lot of horrible moments today. And This fire is just spreading out of control. At one moment, we were driving down the street and palm trees were on fire and just jumping from one palm tree to another. And you can see these embers that are flying at us. They're flying at Greenwood. Can you swing around and show this side? They're flying right towards this row of homes. If you can slide all the way around, this is what the other side of the street looks like. But you know what? We could leave for 20 minutes and come back, and many of these could be up in flames. What is great, though, is on the other side of these homes, they actually have fire trucks and firefighters as fire protection to hold the line. And hopefully, I spoke with somebody earlier, you know, some people say, I'm not going to leave. Firefighters say you should absolutely leave. But he said that he was going to stick around until that last moment. He actually lives over here, so he's okay for now. But yeah, firefighters don't want people in they don't want people in the evacuation zone, because look how busy it is out here, and they want to be able to do much protection as possible. Megan and Chris, you have just missed so much tonight. It is so sad and tragic. This is actually my community. I hike in these foothills, and I just can't believe what I'm seeing. And you know, I grew up in the San Fernando Valley, so I know all about these Santa Anas, but we don't normally see the same sort of winds that we're seeing out here. And this is something that I've never experienced. I've covered many fires. The Paradise Fire, one of the most deadly in California, and this might be the most destructive day across Los Angeles. So hopefully we get some help, and help for these people who've had to flee from their homes. And there's no telling when they're coming back. And to think that the red flag could be extended, and then more Santa Anas on Monday and Tuesday. You guys, we need some rain. Back to you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and Jennifer, we're not going to get it, as you know. There's no rain in the immediate forecast. One of the things that's really telling about this firefight all across Southern California is not only can firefighters not suppress the flames from the air because the winds are too strong for them to fly, we can't cover it because of a temporary flight restriction, and also if they can't fly, we can't fly. So we really can't show the audience the big picture that we normally show from above. My question to you is, just eyeballing it, when you talk about structures lost, like I don't know if you were just randomly counting, is there a sense, do you have a sense of how many structures in that Eaton Fire area, that Eaton Canyon area, that you may have just arbitrarily witnessed and said that's at least 3 right there, or that's at least 5 structures right there?
Oh, I wouldn't be surprised if it's more than 100. It is. You drive down the street and it is every other home. I mean, we're talking massive homes, we're talking small homes. This is a tight-knit community. As you saw on this side, everything's pretty condensed. And so I wouldn't be surprised if it's 100 or hundreds, because of what I've seen burning to Sierra Madre and that whole area. There's no telling, and I hope and pray it's only a couple dozen, but I'm talking massive medical centers that have burned to the ground, nursing facilities, pharmacies, gyms, daycares, potentially schools. And so we drove by not too long ago. I saw a 4-story building on fire. That's what they're up against. And those embers are just flying to other cities.
Well, and we can see, you know, the gusts around you. We can see, obviously, a lot of ash in the air, but that's how fast that those embers are traveling. And at the end of the day, firefighters just simply can't keep up. And that is what is so incredibly painful about this situation. Jennifer McGraw, you've done an excellent job. Thank you so much. I know, especially when something is happening like this within your own community, it hits even more differently, even harder. So my heart goes out to that entire community, to you as well. Excellent job. Thank you so much. We want to go ahead and switch gears. We want to head over to Pacific Palisades, where, of course, that fire has been burning for several hours. Now, Carlos, what is the latest on the ground there? Good morning.
Megan, good morning. We are on Pacific Coast Highway here near Ginger Roger Beach, not far from where the Palisades fire continues to ravage communities here. You can probably see a flare behind me here. And, you know, we've been out here for the last several hours, and it's just been so heartbreaking seeing the devastation, the loss to this community, homes, businesses, schools burned to the ground. Now, as I mentioned earlier, we were on the front lines where we heard explosions. We just had to get into the news van and just escape the flames. Here's some video from earlier. Oh. Whoa. It is still an inferno out here. You can see just how strong the flames. Oh, whoa. And you heard that explosion there. This is the back of Now, that was my photographer, Jeff Armstrong, and I driving through the raging flames, escaping to safer ground following some explosions from a house fire that sounded like they were coming from a propane tank. We heard multiple bangs on the property off of Radcliffe Avenue in Pacific Palisades. It's not just homes we saw fully engulfed, but businesses and schools. The flames consumed Palisades Charter High School as well as the elementary school. We were there as flames shot out through classroom windows. So just so scary, so eerie. Embers from the burning roof flying down the street. The school's emergency alarms were also sounding off. Palm trees also going up in flames. Now, we understand that all residents have been evacuated, but around 9 o'clock last night, we saw as one resident, he was still pulling out in his Jeep. He had some surfboards there, and he was even asking for help, asking for directions as far as where to go. Now, taking a live look here, you can see a line of vehicles, fire engines, fire trucks. Again, we are at Ginger Roger Beach. They're waiting to refuel here. It's been a long day, a long night now into the next day, early morning hours. Some firefighters haven't been able to catch a break, so we're seeing them just kind of close their eyes, take a bit of a nap here as they're waiting to refuel, using the restrooms here, getting something to eat. But I spoke with one of the firefighters earlier off camera. He was too emotional to go on camera. He was with Glendale Fire, but he was just overwhelmed by what he saw. He showed me some pictures, some images he captured there as far as homes burned to the ground there. One block, he said, about half the homes, half the structures were burned, and that was just in one area. And then he went to another one, it was the same deal. So you could see him tearing up. So very emotional, a lot of people just overwhelmed, very tired, very exhausted, again, because they're gonna have to go back, get into their fire trucks or fire engines and head that way where the flames are currently burning. So as I mentioned, it's been a long few hours, but they're gonna be out here overnight into the early morning hours. And once day breaks there, we're gonna get a better idea, a better assessment as to how big, how far the damage, the devastation is to this community. And as you know, the danger is not over yet. We're live in Pacific Palisades. Carlos Salcedo, KTLA 5 News.
All right, Carlos, before we let you go, I want to ask you a couple of quick questions. It looks relatively, I'm just going to say calm where you are. Have you and I know that's probably just an odd twist of fate, but have the winds died down at all, or is there just not enough brush to see at your location?
So it's calm here because we are at a staging area, so we're far enough from the danger, the immediate fire zone. The orange glow has kind of diminished a bit, but I don't know if my photographer could see. You could see some of the flare-ups there along the hillside there. Of course, that's just brush that's burning, but on the other side of the ridge, that's where homes, that's where communities have been wiped out. I will say that the winds have died down. Maybe about 2 hours ago, we were getting big gusts of winds where sand was getting into our face, ash, and a lot of soot. When we were closer to the fire line, that was just chaotic. That was just complete mayhem there, where it was embers everywhere, every which way. And that's when we made the decision just to get out of there. We were just inhaling a lot of the toxic chemicals in the air where we just couldn't take it anymore. So that's why we came to a safer location. But again, yes, I will say the winds, they've been pretty steady, but not as strong as they were maybe like 4 or 5 hours ago.
You can hear it in his voice.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Carla, you
Yeah.
can hear how congested you are. That was a smart decision.
And we should mention, peak wind time is going to go till about 5 a.m. or so, Kirk Hawkins. So again, we're very, very lucky. Carlos is very lucky where he is right now, but this is not the case in several other areas. So we just want to go ahead and mention that. If you're just joining us, wind gusts still extremely, extremely fierce in many areas. Carlos, we'll check back in with you. Thank you once again. We want to go over to Ginger Chan, who is keeping a close eye on our roads. Gosh, a lot of closures this morning, Ginger.
Yeah, and and we have to be clear about some of these closures because we don't want anybody to think like the whole 5 freeway is closed. So this is a great camera to show you a closure that actually started yesterday, right? Some of these closures that we're going to discuss are brand new ones, just as some of the fires are developing, and obviously a fluid situation. I mean, it's great for those who knew that they needed to shut down the Caltrans crews. They needed to shut down Topanga Canyon Boulevard. They did that way in advance of it. That really helped. But in this case, you can see that that is the eastbound side, right? That would be that car coming at us. So what the crews are doing, they're taking people who are, like, say, on Sunset Boulevard and then diverting them onto the portion of the PCH that they can't access, and then to the 10 heading east. And then you can continue heading into West LA, Brentwood, whatever it is they need to go. And a very different story if you have plans to head west. So to the right where you see it says 45 miles per hour, that is the westbound side. So the closure starts right at about Lincoln Boulevard. So even like 4th, 5th Street, I wouldn't even access that. Here is the real-time traffic map. So you can see the purple line is an indication of all lanes being closed. That is where the closure begins. There are some delays as people try to make their way there thinking they can access the 10. They cannot. They closed this actually fairly early, and so the closure will continue, and then you cannot continue onto PCH west to the north, to the northwest, and then you cannot continue into the McClure Tunnel. I don't think it's a big surprise to anybody that these closures are in effect here along this stretch of the 10 freeway. Let's move you to some of the other closures. Obviously, these are some more, they are newer closures because of, like, say, the Hearst fire that has developed here in Sylmar. So again, we don't want anybody to think, oh, the 5 freeway is closed. It is not. The 5 south and north, the connector road to that 210 east, that's what's closed. Why? Because that will put you right into that line of fire for the Hearst fire that is burning in Sylmar. So it's one way to look at it is, can I access these points? Well, it depends on where the fire is, right? And so that's why it makes sense to know that they have shut this down. If you are heading into Sylmar, you need to be in Lakeview Terrace. Probably not going to be as accessible to you than, say, somebody who needs to head into North Hollywood, okay? And then some of the streets, we're not going to cover that just yet. We want to focus on the freeways for now. Let's move it over to our other real-time traffic map so you can see the closure where our Jennifer McGraw is, and that Eaton fire for friends who normally travel into Eaton Canyon or anywhere around there. So the closure here, I believe it's actually the 134 in both directions, the 210. This is the 134 westbound side at the 5 that has a closure here, but east at the 210 split, that is closed as well. So you can't continue, say, into Altadena. And I think it may be a little bit of a challenge to continue east in towards areas, thank you, Tommy, into Old Town Pasadena as well. And then I did look up some public transportation. We'll talk a little bit more in detail about that. To me, it looked like the L line was still okay if you want to take that. But I did see that there is, and I'll stay right here as I talk about it. I know that the Metro A line between Southwest Museum and Fillmore stations, they need to conduct bus bridges. Now that happened yesterday. They are going to continue with them today. And bus bridges, obviously, it puts you from one end of the station to the other, bridging you on the portion that is closed. That is because the tracks, there was wind damage there. And I know too, the other thing really quick I want to mention, there are a lot of reports of downed power lines unless they are at issue where they're sparking, there's a fire related to it. Right now, everybody is tapped, and so they are not going to be able to respond to some of those down power lines in areas, and that is could be a struggle depending on where you need to be and those areas that are going to be blocked off because of those down power lines. But other than that, you do have to be careful, and then watch out for debris, obviously, on our freeways. I know I ran into that myself. We'll keep track of these guys. We'll continue with public transportation, streets, and freeways as well.
Before we let you go, Ginger, the Hearst fire, which is the one burning in Sylmar, and it's one of the ones, if you went to bed at a certain time, you're waking up, it is new to you.
Yes.
So if you use the 14, if you use the 5 South, and you're coming out of Santa Clarita, this is what you need to know. You said it. I'm going to reiterate it. I lived it, so I want to make sure people know it. There's a sizable part of our viewing audience that lives north of the Newhall Pass. The 5 north and south, correct me if I'm wrong, they're open. It is the connector in both directions to the 210 that is closed. The 210 is going to be closed for a big section of it, so be aware. We're showing the map right there. thousands and thousands of people rely on this route.
Yeah.
You just need to know you're not going to be able to use the 210 coming from the 5.
And the stretch for the closure on the 210, like Yarnell to Roxford Street, and I would avoid some of the surrounding streets as well, because those are going to probably be closed off just because it's dangerous. But yeah, Chris makes a good point, because you see to the top left or right next to where it says live traffic. So obviously to the left is the 5, to the top right is the 14. Green, real-time traffic maps are showing us that they are open. So like I said, think about where you need to go. I need to go into Sylmar, Lakeview Terrace. That's not going to happen taking the 210 freeway. I need to go to North Hollywood or Burbank. You're okay because there's no fire burning in those spots, right? So that's one way to look at it. You kind of have to think about your own commute and then the areas that you take and what you're running into. But let's say you are heading into Pasadena, 5 South, you go 210 East, and then you want to continue through Eagle Rock into Pasadena, then you will run into those closures that are leading you into Altadena and then farther to the east into Pasadena.
And if we had the ability to put a flame symbol on it, if you see where the 5 symbol is right there on the on the upper left part of the map there, if you went directly to the right of that, if you move that fire over to the right, it's all in there and down.
Yeah.
And you can see it. You can really see it as someone is controlling this map.
That's Tommy,
yeah,
He's
exactly.
putting it
Tommy,
into those
well
spots,
done,
right.
man. Well done. You can see it from the 5 on the mountaintops. It's been years since I've seen something like that, and I can distinctly remember when it was. But the point is this: the 210, forget about it right now, at least until first responders tell us different. You just need to make alternative plans. If you work in the Santa Clarita Valley, you know that it's hard to work around that.
Yeah,
you know?
absolutely.
I mean, you're talking about a very big delay. You got to call your work. You got to let them know, hey, I'm not going to be on time. Do you really need me to come in
Right,
today?
absolutely. And if I can just, and then Tom, if you could put the LA map back up, because the other thing, and then Megan mentioned this as well, is you're driving in, right? You may not run into any type of wind. You may not run into debris or anything like that, but what will you run into for sure? The smoke, and you can smell it. So for my own commute, I would say right at about the Citadel, for anybody driving along the 5, the first thing I saw was this orange hue. I thought, that's the moon, which looked totally different from where I live because I didn't have all the smoke. Then you get into the basin where you are dealing with that. So you will start to slow down because you've got the smoke, the ash, that kind of stuff that we're contending with all these fires. Again, along the basin or in the basin, right at the Citadel, that area for the 5 freeway, and then probably other parts if you're driving the 710. The downtown area, 110 freeway, you will smell all that smoke. And then you can see now as we show you that wide map of some of the other closures and those purple lines indicating those closures, the slowing. The reason we want to keep everybody off some of those streets that are so close to areas like the Hearst Fire, the Eaton Canyon Fire, the Eaton Fire, because they need access for obviously the firefighters, but also for evacuation, evacuees that need to get out of the area, they need to access those streets. And that was the struggle a lot of people had when they were trying to escape. And Sunset Boulevard was congested, obviously Palisades Drive as well. And so that's the reason we say, yes, stay off the streets. And then we will continue to track public transportation as people may need that as opposed to driving in.
And Ginger, I just want to mention as well, we're of course, understandably focusing mainly on the fire areas.
Yes.
A lot of areas are experiencing high winds. On my way in, a lot of traffic lights are out.
Yes.
A lot of power outages have happened. So
Down
a lot
trees,
of folks, even if you're not near the immediate fire areas, you're going to run into a lot
because of the winds.
Very confusing traffic situations this morning.
Trash cans.
Exactly.
Random debris, and it's not going to be small. Buckets off of trucks. I saw that all over the place.
Yeah.
You just have to really have your head on a swivel, be ready. And this is one of those days where, you know, if you have the ability to work from home, this would actually be a great day to take advantage of.
And, you know, to be honest with you, we haven't covered some of the other real-time incidents that we have. We have some other signalers, just some other incidents that are not fire-related, but maybe because, to your point, Megan,
I saw a lot of power outages on the way in
debris,
this morning,
people hitting that stuff.
A lot of people don't even have power.
Yeah, exactly. And also in South Orange County as well, and then in the Inland Empire. So we'll be watching those areas for you guys.
All right, Ginger, thank you. This is a map that you're looking at on your screen right now of the Eaton Fire area. And if you're just joining us from overnight, you are watching the KTLA 5 Morning News as we approach the 3 a.m. hour. If you went to bed, of course, you knew about the Pacific Palisades fire. You may have known about the Closer fire in the Pasadena area, but you're also waking up to now the Eaton fire and also the Hearst fire, which we were just talking about. Let's talk about the Eaton fire right now. Now, these are the areas under mandatory evacuation east of Altadena Drive, Kenaloa Canyon Road, Outpost Lane, Glen Springs, Coolidge, Miranda, Roosevelt, Veranda, Kinclair, Fox Ridge, Canyon Close, Grand Oak, north of New York Drive, east of Altadena Drive, west of Sierra Madre Villa Avenue. Again, those are the areas under mandatory evacuation order. If you kind of were just not really paying attention to what I was saying and you heard a street or an area that hey, he just said my street, you need to know you're under a mandatory evacuation order. What does that mean? Get your stuff, get your valuables, get your documents, and it is time to leave.
So a lot of folks might think they don't have anywhere to go. Well, that's why many shelters have opened for you. So here are some places you can go for residents who have been evacuated, even if you just want to play it safe from the Eaton fire specifically. This includes the All Saints Church in Pasadena, located directly across from Pasadena City Hall. Other shelters include El Camino Real Charter School, Westwood Recreation Center, Pasadena Convention Center, and Arcadia Community Center.
Many of you have animals. This is where you can take them. Any of 3 evacuation centers, including the Los Angeles and Pierce College Equestrian Centers, as well as the Agura Animal Care Center. Again, if you have an animal, some of them, especially like if they're oversized, that would be the Pierce College location in particular, but you can definitely take them. You have somewhere safe where you can go with your animal.
If you've been affected by the Pacific Palisades fire, here's some information you need to know. Evacuations have now been expanded to East Kenter Avenue and north to Mulholland Road. You can see the map there. The evacuation orders are still stretching south to Pacific Coast Highway and west to Topanga Canyon Boulevard. For Santa Monica, an evacuation order has been issued for everyone north of San Vicente Boulevard. That's going to be between Ocean Avenue and 26th Street. And then an evacuation warning has been issued for Santa Monica between Montana Avenue and San Vicente Boulevard. Now, the Westwood Recreation Center is now a shelter. Again, that's a Westwood Recreation Center. So that's going to allow residents there to go now. You can remain there overnight into the day tomorrow. And by the way, they're also accepting small animals. So if you have small pets, you can bring them with you.
All right, as you might expect, dozens of school closures today because of the various fires. There's at least 3, 4 big ones and then many smaller ones. All, and I repeat, all Santa Monica and Malibu schools will be closed today due to the Palisades fire, and the Eaton and Hearst fires have led to the closure of 18 school districts, including Alhambra, Arcadia, Azusa, Baldwin Park, Duarte, El Monte City, Glendale, La Cañada, Flint Ridge, Las Virgenes, Monrovia, Mountain View, Pasadena, Rosemead, San Marino, South Pasadena, Temple City, and Valle Lindo.
Okay, there are some schools within the LA Unified School District that are affected today. They're actually going to be closed. Here's the list you need to know. 7 schools specifically. They include Kenter Canyon Charter Elementary, Canyon Charter Elementary, Marquez Charter Elementary, Palisades Charter Elementary, Paul Revere Charter Middle School, and University High School. So again, these are the latest closures that we're getting so far within the LA Unified School District.
Okay, we're going to stop right now. I'll give you a station ID. You are watching the KTLA 5 Morning News. It is 3 a.m. We are on air. We've been on air constantly since these fires began. Now, yesterday, let's go to Carlos Herrera. He is covering the Eaton fire. Jennifer McGraw was in that area earlier, Carlos, and she said she couldn't believe it was a staggering amount. She said at least dozens, more than 100 structures lost. What have you seen? And that situation behind you looks very dramatic.
Yeah, definitely not improving at all. And this is exactly why this wind gust that we get here, 10, 15, 20 seconds here, getting even worse. We've seen probably even more structures catching on fire. And this is the reason why, because you're seeing all these flying embers. They cross the street, hop Altadena Drive, and now catching other structures, including homes in this area. You can see all of the flames here. This is what you're looking at is the Pasadena Jewish Center, right on Altadena Drive between Washington Boulevard and New York Drive. And this is the area that's seen most activity overnight with these flames. And you see the flames, the embers. Now, really hard to talk, really hard to breathe. You're looking at the smoke in the area. A lot of ambulances, first responders going to homes, going to all these structures, these buildings in this area, making sure that folks are not inside, that they are evacuating. No power in this part of Altadena, and that's the main concern as well. I would tell you, Chris, Megan, and everyone at home, that we did see firefighters trying their best to save this building. This is, again, the Pasadena Jewish Center. but they were unsuccessful. The wind gusts here reached about 100 miles an hour just a few hours ago, so we can tell you that this building is a total loss. So we can show over to the right here. You can see not only are there buildings in this area, but also homes that have been burning. As Jennifer McGraw told us earlier, about 100 structures. You can hear the explosions here. But again, it's probably even more than that, more than 100 structures after this fire started yesterday at around 6:15. Quickly grew to about 1,000 acres. Speaking to a firefighter just a few minutes ago, he tells me that it appears that the fire has been pushing southeast, burning towards the highway 134 and the 210 freeway. A lot of folks stopping us this morning, people who live here, asking us, hey, where is the fire heading? Should I move? I live about 2 miles away from this area. Are we okay? Are we in danger? Again, authorities telling us this morning, spread this message. Everyone who lives in this area should be ready to evacuate. You can see the embers. And again, we've been covering fires like this for a long time. But we've never seen this type of activity because of the wind. The gusts are just so powerful. They hop the freeway, they hop the highways, they hop the roads in this area. Jose, if we can show over across the street, you can see several homes in this area. We've been seeing firefighters going through these backyards, hosing them down, focusing on structure protection, making sure that, again, these homes are saved. But at this point, they say it's really hard to save all of them